Good morning, everybody. We are starting early because there's supposed to be a motions hearing at 8:30 this morning. Looks like Court TV may be covering it, maybe not. If not, I've got a couple of things to keep us busy until our normal start time, but I may have to start dancing for Stream Elements donations. So, yeah. Good morning. Yeah, I forgot to tell my co-host that we were starting early this morning, so hopefully they'll be joining us later. But looks like Court TV has not started their coverage, and we're going to go into a little thing about Pope Phil that we put together last night. Apologies for those who stuck around to see it after the 2 hour slog that was the week in review, but let's go to this one real fast for a background of Pope Phil. And that was our special look at Pope Phil. Uh, yeah, it's one of our many end credit scenes that we put together for the coming weeks to help us through. Once I get the Patreon going, those will all be located on our Patreon because we've had a lot of fun with those and they're only used once or twice. And hopefully you guys will enjoy them once we get the Patreon site up and going. I have been up since 2, 3 a.m. So basically, we've been up for a while. And Parsons, if you're on a computer, you can read it. Or there'll be a special version when we go over to the Patreon. I will make a mobile version of that. Again, I've been up since 2 or 3 a.m. I've already produced one of the news stories for the day. And why don't we go into that while I'm trying to figure out where our coverage is coming from this morning. Site changes, updates, and more. Oh boy. It's been a little under a month since the break was made from the old place, and I launched into a YouTube nightly newscast covering all the First Amendment auditing news that I'd normally report on strictly in the written form. In that time, I've had to adjust a lot about my life because of the fact that I was now taking on about 2 more hours a day to produce and record audio content to supplement my efforts on our long form written website. I'm honestly trying to improve every day, and it's been a month of ups and downs. Stylistically, I'm comfortable with the evolution of the product I'm putting out every day. I've come a long way with the daily newscasts, and my news reading is getting better. The format I'm using for the video audio reports is getting a bit more professional as I've switched to using Adobe Premiere and Adobe Audition instead of Adobe Express, and I think you'll be seeing some of my best work ever as things move forward this week. Remember, I'm self taught, and less than 2 weeks ago I had no clue how to use either product, let alone on the level where I'd be producing a nightly newscast. I've had setbacks for sure this month. My throat is a mess. The usual mix of allergies and early summer sinus infections have knocked me off my feet a couple of times this past week. And as I write this, it's 4:52 a.m., and I don't know when I'll sleep again, as I need to get the recordings done and the paper out before the start of the Karen Reed murder trial at 8:25 a.m. this morning. Doing coverage of the murder trial has been fun with my co-host Hank and Phil. I'm constantly amazed that they decided to come over with me and have been such a huge part of our daily programming. I honestly don't know what I'd do without them, and I owe them both so much as we look towards the future of the channel and as the Karen Reed murder trial wraps up. That said, I'm striving to grow our audience as well. I know it's only been a month, but we're surviving on donations from some really big donors at the moment. One thing I'm changing is adding Stream Elements donations to every live event as we're not yet monetized. YouTube Shorts are also coming, if I can find a way or hours in the day in order to do them in a compelling fashion. I understand that we're a niche market, but every day I'm exploring new opportunities for promotion to get word out there that we're growing and expanding. Our weekend review show is more than likely going to be pre recorded from now on, and the time will be changing from 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. where it counts, 5 p.m. Mountain, and 4 p.m. Pacific each Sunday night. I'm trying hard to keep up with the featured videos and live event daily updates. I've just been running so hard lately that I don't know if I can keep up with them on a daily basis. I apologize for that, but we'll be making an effort to keep them alive as we go forward. With that, please share our links. Please donate if you can. Please keep me from forgetting to unmute my microphone on daily broadcasts. And please know that this paper and channel is nothing without you. All of your help is appreciated, and as always, thank you for your time, your efforts, and your patience. It's been a long month, it'll be a longer summer, and we'll strive to find our niche in this mad world that is 1A reporting. And we'll be back in a second. And we're back now for sure, as I took that off the stage. Well, folks, it looks like they're not going to be going to coverage as of yet. They were supposed to be doing they were supposed to be holding a motions hearing at 8:30 this morning. Doesn't look like anyone's covering it as of yet. So we're going to do some drunk girl to start the day. Thankfully, Hank is not here to kill me as of yet. Let me switch to that. Let's go to settings. Don't mind me. I'm just here. With the changes, I'll be recording the audio for the news stories in the morning, and if I can get them produced before we go live, what I'll do is basically release them with the paper. So you'll have the video if you want to watch them early, or they'll be contained every night in the nightly newscast. But for now, we're going to go to some drunk girl.
You're speaking English for a minute, so I know you understand me. Okay, you're under arrest.
Articulate trespassing. Get him on your body cam, you pussy ass bitch. Get my phone. Get my number. Get my lawyer. You're both lawsuited, you fucking bitches.
On April 11, 2023, police in Orange County, Florida respond to the scene of a single car accident at the Orlando International Airport.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am. Turn around, please. Hello.
Hello.
Is this your car?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay. You got your license registration?
Yes.
Okay, she's got some attitude to begin with.
You got your license and registration?
I do.
Can I get it, please?
I'm at the airport. As you see, I was just hit by a car.
Okay.
So I'm on the phone with my insurance right now.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm trying to get into the
Did
employee
a car
parking
land
lot.
on you, or?
I am trying to get into the employee parking lot. When I'm done with my insurance, I will get to you.
No.
Thank you very much.
Hold on. License and registration, please.
When I get to my insurance, I cannot physically move from this place.
Am I telling you to move?
I'm not able to do anything, officer. I'm not able to do anything.
Where do you work at?
I work at the airport.
Where
I'm trying to clock in right here.
Where
the
at the
wheelchair
airport?
company at G2 for Southwest.
Okay. Great. So we can call your boss. That's great.
Right. So let me just park, please, so I can get out of the way.
You understand I'm a police officer,
yes,
right?
I understand.
Okay.
I am
So
also
do you got your
a law
license and
enforcement-
registration?
Yes, I don't have it on me. I have
Okay.
it at G2.
All right.
Is where I'm supposed to clock in.
Do you want to get a tow truck? Do you want to tow it over, sir?
I'm getting a tow right now. I'm on the phone.
Do you
with
wanna
the tow
talk to
right
her?
now. You're being difficult.
Ma'am,
You're being difficult.
You're
I'm
refusing
on the
to
phone
talk
with
to
the
me.
tow. I'm
all
not
right?
refusing to. I'm talking to you right now.
Do you guys want to get this out of the way so we can get there? Okay. Go ahead and do
For no
that.
reason, I'm on the phone with the tow company.
Is this car
right
registered
now.
to you?
Yes, I'm on
Okay.
the phone with the tow company right now, officer. You're getting
Okay.
2 tow trucks for no reason. There's one on the way right now.
All right. Well, you're blocking this, so they wanted to get it out
I'm
of
not
here.
blocking shit. There's 1, 2,
You're not.
3 lanes to get
Okay.
in. I'm not blocking anything. I'm waiting for the tow truck, as I've been waiting for 30 minutes. You want to redo this whole thing? Hello, officer. I'm stuck.
Listen.
My car has obviously been hit by another car. I cannot move. My car has been hit by another car. It's not physically able
Okay,
to move.
listen to me.
Yes.
I don't know who I'm talking to. Do you got your license on?
I don't have it on me.
Okay.
I have a picture of it. That's it. I work at the airport.
Wait, who leaves the house without their license? Why is it in every one of these no one ever has their license? And while we're at it, I didn't get to rant about it in the paper, but Tom CPU, while live streaming and talking to the camera, did not have his seatbelt on. I don't know how he made it to 54 years old without driving like a maniac while live streaming and not wearing a seatbelt, but Jesus, I don't know. And it's early yet, I know.
I have a picture.
How hard was that?
Huh?
How hard was this? I'm asking you for your ID so we can do an investigation.
I was just hit by a car,
Yes.
officer.
Do you need the fire department?
Hit. What the fuck, bro? I was just hit.
I'm not your bro.
No, obviously you're not my bro because I was just hit by from behind me. All you're
Okay, do you need the fire
concerned
department?
about
Are
is
you
not
injured?
important.
Do you need the fire department? Are you
I
injured?
don't know. I'm trying to make a phone call.
You don't know if you need the
No, I
fire
don't
department.
know because I'm not a doctor. If you'd like to call medical.
Would you like to?
Yes.
Okay.
Your call has been forwarded.
189. Go on. You understand this is private property, right?
You understand I work here and it's not private property. If I'm authorized to be here, I need a flatbed truck unless you're going to ruin a $50,000 car. It's a lawsuit.
Okay.
I need a flatbed truck.
Okay.
End of story. I work here. I'm authorized to be here.
189. Can I get my 99? Can you produce your license for me? You said you may have it on your phone. Ma'am?
I'm trying to get in contact with someone. If I don't have anywhere to stay, where do you want me to stay? On the street?
I thought you were working.
Huh?
I thought you were working.
You want me to work with my car in this condition?
I'm sorry. You can't work if your car's broken up?
No, I can't, because how am I supposed to
Okay.
get home?
Do you need... Can I get
How
your
am I supposed
license?
to get
Or do I just write you a ticket for driving without a
So
license?
write me a ticket,
Okay.
officer.
I will be writing you a
Thank you
ticket.
very much.
You'll be getting the ticket for the accident, too.
Okay, well, it looks like Law and Crime has already started, so let's go to that.
Wasn't until May 30th that the defendant.
And let's just start the motion hearing.
Counsel and Your Honor, just for your information, at this very second, FTR is not running. Ms. King is the official anyways, and she is on the record.
Okay.
All right, good morning. So we're here on
Good morning.
the Commonwealth's renewed
Good
motion.
morning.
Can we turn off one of the?
Did they delete the sound?
I just paused it.
Oh, okay.
Those air conditioners, please. The Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and the motion to exclude the defendant's newly provided expert, Dr. Marie Russell. I will hear you on your motion, Mr. Lally.
Morning, Your Honor.
Oh, I'll hear you, Ms. McLaughlin.
Essentially, the Commonwealth is just seeking that the defendant produce what the Commonwealth is entitled to under Rule 14 and what every criminal defendant in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts must produce to the prosecution. It was not until the day prior to trial on April 15, 2024, that the defendant provided notice of all their experts. During jury empanelment, the Commonwealth filed a renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, and the defendant was ordered within a week to produce the expert opinion testimony that the Commonwealth is entitled to. We are now entering, I believe, week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth has not received any intended expert opinions, anything that those experts, any written reports, opinions, or anything that those experts have based their opinions on. Essentially, the defendant's strategic decisions not to retain their own expert, but rather rely on the U.S. Attorney's Office investigation does not alleviate them or relieve them from their Rule 14 obligations. As it pertains to Dr. Marie Russell, the Commonwealth did not receive notice that she's an intended expert until about week 6 of the trial on May 21st. And it wasn't until May 30th that the defendant provided a brief synopsis of what her expected testimony would be. Essentially, and looking at the balancing tests set forth by the case law, the Commonwealth was extremely surprised by this disclosure. And further, the Commonwealth would put that the defendant's delayed decisions to produce reciprocal discovery is in bad faith. It is intended to ambush the Commonwealth and conduct a trial by surprise. We are still receiving reciprocal discovery. Over the weekend, we received additional photographs that the defendant intends to use. The Commonwealth is extremely prejudiced by these delayed disclosures. So looking at all the balancing factors, exclusion of Dr. Russell is really the only remedy that's appropriate given that we are in week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth cannot seek a continuance. The Commonwealth has their hands tied with how to effectively prepare for cross-examination of that witness as well as all the other witnesses. We don't have any materials. We don't know what the experts' precise opinions are and what they were testified to. And it's essentially, it is in bad faith and there's no less severe sanction. So the Commonwealth would move to exclude Dr. Russell. And at this point, we're essentially just seeking the reciprocal discovery that the Commonwealth is entitled to be able to effectively prepare cross-examination of these witnesses so late in the game. Thank you very much.
All right, who's arguing this for the defendant?
There's no mic at council table, so I'm going to go to the podium with the court's permission. We need to be heard on this.
That's why we're here, Mr. Yannetti.
Thank you. I'd like to start with the most outrageous and false assertion that the Commonwealth made in its motion.
Can I just ask you, there's no jury here, can I just ask you how long this is going to take?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay. Because I don't need, the hyperbole.
Your Honor, I need to make my
She's
argument
already
in the
pissed.
way that I think is most effective for my client. I will keep this brief and succinct, but I have points to make that I need to put on record.
Okay, and I'm the person you are trying to convince, correct?
I understand that. The Commonwealth, in a public filing, wrote the following on page 3 of its motion. Quote, during a pretrial hearing on February 15th, when asked by the court whether there was any dispute about a canine's involvement or canine DNA, Attorney Yannetti indicated no, and that the defense was not pursuing such claim. I was astounded to read that for 2 reasons. First of all, it is false. It is a lie. Second, the Commonwealth has knowingly lied about something where it's easily verifiable that they lied. We pulled the tape from February 15th.
I don't have that.
I'm sorry?
I don't have that in my motion.
It's on page 3, Your Honor.
I have the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, a motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell. I don't see your name at all, Mr. Yannetti. I'm on page 3.
Sorry, it's not page 3, it's page 4. My apologies.
It was
My name is
there.
right there on page 4. It says exactly what I just argued to the court.
Yeah, it was
It's about
there.
the 5th
He's
line
not
down.
lying.
Starts
But-
during a final pretrial hearing on February 15th, exactly
Okay.
as I said.
Okay.
All right? We pulled the tape from that February 15th hearing. Here is what was actually said. This court asked me the following, quote, while we're talking about DNA, Mr. Yannetti, do we need to be concerned about canine DNA? Where do we stand with that? I replied, no, I think this is the only outstanding DNA issue. The court then replied, okay, so all right, we're not dealing with canine DNA. And I said, no. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the Commonwealth has represented to this court in a public filing, that I said there was no canine involvement. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the canine
Wait, you
represented to
said
this court and to the
no.
public,
Right.
No
that
doesn't
the
mean
defense was
no.
not pursuing such a claim.
Depends
Can
on what your
you
definition
imagine
of
the
no
nerve
is.
of the Commonwealth to spend
Apparently.
that-
This is the hyperbole I don't need. Could you please get to the point?
Your Honor,
We've got a
She
jury
is
coming in
pissed.
15 minutes.
I understand, but this is my integrity has been attacked. There have been allegations of bad faith that has been attacked, and I
My
need to defend
integrity has
myself
been
and my client.
attacked.
We were only discussing at that time whether canine DNA was
Put your
still
big boy
outstanding,
pants on.
and I succinctly replied, no. And they've spun that, or tried to spin that, into a claim that we're somehow waiving our right to argue that John O'Keefe's arm injuries were consistent with a dog attack. And I ask you, have they no shame? I'm sure it's not lost on this court that this false filing by the Commonwealth comes on the heels of their nefarious attempt to pass off an inverted video, a false video, before this good jury hearing this case. Never once during the direct examination of Sergeant
Yes, they've been harping on that all week.
Or mention the fact that the video.
Can we please, all right, I'm going to stop you. Please direct your comments to Rule 14 and the reciprocal discovery obligations that the defense has. That's what this motion is. I know you have a speech you want to make, Ms. Giannetti.
It's not a, Your Honor, it's most respectfully, it's not a speech.
Okay, so
Defense of being alleged to have committed bad faith.
So you've moved on from that. So please just focus on Rule 14, and let's do it in two separate parts. So you've changed, you're not calling Frank Sheridan,
No,
right?
we are calling Frank Sheridan.
All right, so you've got a new medical, Dr. Russell. We'll do that part of it separately. Tell me about what you've provided the Commonwealth on Chris Van E.
They've gotten his CV and they've gotten the substance of his opinion from us. And they've had that for a long time. And the court, I believe, has already suggested that voir dire will be done prior to his testimony.
All right, so it's starting to look like we might need a whole day of voir dire, and I'm trying to avoid that. So is the Commonwealth satisfied that when did you provide anything recently since the filing of the Commonwealth's motion, Ms. Giannetti?
Not on Mr. Van E, no.
What does the Commonwealth have on Mr. Van E?
On Mr. Van E, all the Commonwealth has is what's contained, the synopsis on page 2, the first full paragraph. We do not know what his opinions are. It says he'll testify regarding his opinions and conclusions about reconstruction and EDR data obtained in connection with this case. He'll testify to chronological data derived from the EDR, including key cycles and triggering events from the time period in question. I have no understanding or information about what chronological data he's going to testify to, what his ultimate opinions are, anything beyond that relatively vague synopsis that does not comply with Rule 14.
Okay.
Similarly, what's outlined in the rest of the motion, that's all the expert evidence the Commonwealth has received from the defense is contained within the Commonwealth's motion.
Okay. So the defense needs to provide, I'd suggest you listen, the defense needs to provide what chronological data Mr. Van E relied upon and exactly what his opinion is. All right? By the close of business tomorrow.
That's fine.
All right. Now, regarding the 3 experts from ARCCA. So I've read that report. I can't tell who does what or what the basis of their opinion is. So what have you provided?
Your Honor, we've provided everything that we know. We've mentioned to this court at sidebar, these experts did not arise from us.
I understand that.
These experts were hired by the federal government, and they provided a report to us pursuant to the TUI request, and it was specifically outlined that and ruled that they could not prep with us for trial.
So I'm to believe that the defense is calling 3 witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand here
That's essentially it. We've spoken to them only for the purposes of coordination of their testimony and their background. That's it. We have not been able to interview them regarding their findings, which are outlined in detail in the reports that both sides have.
See, I don't see that as being, the report, I don't see that as being detailed. It leaves a lot of questions as the gatekeeper as to what they can testify to.
Well,
and you have not complied with your Rule 14 obligations.
We can't, Your Honor. We can't.
So you can't, but you haven't. So I am left with you haven't complied. So we need to get everybody here for a voir dire. They can testify in a voir dire, right?
Yes.
We need to do that well in advance of their testimony.
Okay, that's fine, Your Honor.
All right?
Yep.
And now tell me about this ER doc. Is she an ER doc? I haven't seen her. She's not a pathologist, correct?
She's a pathologist, but she has a lot of experience in an ER, which is why she has the experience of having seen dog scratches and dog bites and dog attacks.
All right, so this is not somebody that was involved in the federal investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you need to provide immediately. I want a voir dire of her this week. So we can get her here Wednesday, and we want the other folks up here from Pennsylvania this week as well.
Okay, well, we'll make those calls.
So we need to pick a day. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses? If in fact the defense has not spoken to these witnesses from Pennsylvania about the nature of their opinion, you must want
This
it
is
too,
not the way to start a week.
to be able to question them. How long do you
Well, maybe
expect
for us,
the
'cause
voir
this
dire
is
of each of
joyous,
these
but-
witnesses to take? I went and told the jury last week, excuse me,
I'm sorry.
last
Ooh.
week that we were going to get them this case by the end of the month based on your representations, which included voir dires. It looks like at least a day of voir dire hearings here.
He is not happy.
Yes.
So not happy.
Yeah.
And thank you, Karen, on Facebook. Good morning.
Morning, Karen.
Okay, let's pop forward.
At least with regard to the, of course, at least with regard to the ARCO witnesses, that's my co-counsel's bailiwick. He anticipates that unless there are, a substantial number of objections during the voir dire, he anticipates being able to
Good
accomplish
morning,
that
Hank.
between 45 minutes to an hour, which each of those three. With regard to Dr. Russell.
Didn't know it started early.
Yeah, motions hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's only two from
And
ARCO.
it's been
Are you
fun.
calling two? Which two?
fun.
Are you calling the two that are certified as accident?
Basically, last minute on Friday, the Commonwealth had a motion to be heard, but neither the judge or the defense had heard it. They are objecting to various expert witnesses provided by the defense because the defense hasn't complied with just basic discovery, saying what they're going to testify to, what their opinions are, all of this stuff. This is not the way the defense wants to start the week. They just pissed off the judge. They're going to lose a whole day this week just to do voir dire on these expert witnesses. And the judge is not having anything, right, Phil? Anything.
Yes. Oh, yes. Stop with the hyperbole.
She is, Yannetti went into a speech and she just basically hit him upside the head and said, stop it. I don't care.
Yeah. He goes, his integrity was impugned and he needs to set the record straight.
Right now. And it's been glorious. It's just,
And then Yannetti said the reason they're going to do a whole day of voir dire is that they have three witnesses supposedly they've never talked to, and the judge goes, "I'm supposed to believe you're going to call three witnesses you've never spoken to."
Right.
It's like, yeah,
defense,
never spoken to
the
him.
defense. Wait a minute. The defense or the prosecution?
The
the
defense.
defense, because they're expert witnesses from the U.S. attorney, or when the feds were involved in the case. When the feds did the investigation, they talked to these three guys, but the report on it is so muddled, it doesn't say who is saying what, or what is saying who, or
But
who's an expert.
why is the defense calling witnesses?
This is for coming up. This is for when
Their
they
case, chief.
Yeah, for their case. They were supposed to provide all this information weeks ago to the prosecution, which they've never done. And then they added a new doctor about 2 weeks ago, only gave a synopsis, which was like a paragraph and a half of what she's going to be saying about a week later. So, of course, the prosecution freaked out and put an emergency motion in on Friday saying, look, we're objecting to this lady. Number one, it's been 8 weeks into the trial and they've given us nothing on her, and they only introduced her 6 weeks into it. And she's going to be testifying about bite marks? Well, they said they weren't going to be bringing up bite marks. So at the start of this, Yannetti said that, Well, I never said that we weren't going to do bite marks. You said there was outstanding DNA, Judge, and that involved the dog. And eventually it came out that he said no, they weren't going to be going into bite
Yeah.
marks. But still,
And then he backpedaled on it by saying, "That's not what I said."
that's not what I said. No
The
doesn't
judge,
mean no.
the judge said, "So you're not going to talk about dog DNA?" And Unetti goes, "No."
So, yes, no, maybe. Let's get back because we're very far behind right now. But it's been a glorious moment.
It has
Glorious
been
morning.
glorious. It has been glorious.
Reconstructionist.
Morning, Mrs. Tom.
Yes.
Hi, Mrs. Tom.
Oh, that's them. They've lost the audio. Hold on.
Correct?
Yeah, that's Law and Crime. They lost the audio.
Sergeant Fanley.
So, not sure what happened, but they lost audio at a certain point and it didn't come back. So let's get us up to speed. Let's just double check. And I'll check and see if Grant has what was going on. It's about time for...
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask Hank, how was your morning?
Good so far. Had a nice weekend away from YouTube, and hell, I didn't even have a cell signal most of the weekend.
Oh, nice.
Geez. Yeah, you missed Tom's CPU going insane and threatening Caitlin Albert's unborn children.
No, didn't miss that. I caught that in your paper yesterday.
Okay, because he tried to catch up. He tried to. He just made it worse on Saturday by trying to explain and not apologizing. And what does it matter? It's
That's
an
what you put in the paper
unborn
yesterday.
child. Yes, but I'm explaining to those at home.
For those playing along who might have it on a bingo card.
Yes.
Well, then they need to read the damn paper.
Yes, and this morning we put out that Turtle Boy's extremely jealous of what Tom's CPU has been doing, so he launched into another attack on Kate and anyone else who came near him over the weekend. And to Timo's question, none of the three experts are pathologists. They're not even crime scene reconstructionists. They're mechanical experts. So who knows what's going on?
They're going to try to explain how plastic lenses break.
Yes.
And Timo, he needs to replace him because he keeps getting my paper in the fucking bushes.
Oh, it's not my fault he's blind, but he's cheap. He's cheap, so
cheap,
I can afford
cheap,
it.
Cheap.
I
can afford him. I'm gonna check and see if anyone has the sexual.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Officer Fanley.
Sergeant
Fanley.
Sergeant. And don't mind me, I've been up since 2-something a.m.
Got you beat.
Yeah?
Apparently Becca has an OnlyFans?
Yeah.
What's
One of my uncle's neighbors flew his plane down, picked me up on Friday night, and took me up to my uncle's ranch. And on the flight back home yesterday, I caught a nap and haven't been able to sleep since.
Oh boy. Well, I got the paper done and I got the recordings done, and we even played one while we were waiting for this coverage to start, which was very complimentary to both you and Pope Phil. And
Oh,
while
neat.
we're waiting, we do have a very special Pope Phil production.
Ooh.
Quit trying to make me read.
There we go.
Very pleasant. Nailed it. Nailed it.
Yes. It's the Pope 2 story. Hell, we even had this last night to tell everybody that we were starting early. I don't know.
But I've been told.
That Pope loves Chachi?
Oh.
Yes, that was in there. That was in there. We also got
No, it's
stop with the hyperbole.
Jim,
Yes.
it's
Yes.
Pope loves tchotchkes.
Yes.
No, Chachi. Chachi from Happy Days.
Scott you
Baio.
misunderstood. You misunderstood.
Scott Baio. And Hank says Nanu. Nanu. While we're waiting.
And that actually translates to fuck off, Jim.
Yes, but I couldn't say it because we were still at a family hour.
Well, the longer version of that translation is rubba. Fuck off, Jim.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. We also had trolls last night. 2 sets of them come in, so we have this waiting for them.
If you notice, he was typing in rubber, fuck the cat.
Yeah, our troll came and went that we had too many blue wrenches and not enough people in the room without a wrench.
Oh, okay.
And then he came back on another sock account.
You don't have that many wrenches.
No, we've only got like 5 or 6, I believe, total.
I don't even know if I have a wrench or not.
Well, I know I don't.
Well, post in the room and I'll give you a wrench. Say something inside.
Oh, you're just trying to get another click and view.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. We even have stream elements now, so if anyone wants to make us say things, they can do it via stream elements.
Oh.
It's in the pinned comment at the top, where they can do a tip if they really want to.
Just
like
a tip.
you can make Hank tell us how much he loves the Seattle Seahawks. Or you can make Pope Phil.
Oh, that's easy. None at all. I don't love the Seahawks one bit.
Or you can make Pope Phil claim to be a vegetarian.
No!
Or you can make me admit that. that I don't know what I'm doing. So, see, Hank, you've got a wrench.
That is
and
simply true, Jim. You don't know what you're doing.
And Jim, what was my comment?
I
don't even
can't
know.
read that on
I
the
don't
air.
even know. I'm not saying that comment, but what did I say about my wrench? I don't even know if I have a wrench on here.
Yes, and
I
you
didn't
do,
say I
'cause
didn't have a wrench.
Well, I wasn't saying
So
that. I say you've got a
rubber,
wrench.
fuck you, Jim.
We've got a wrench right there.
My psychic
Now,
powers came into play. That's why you got rubber, fuck you, Jim.
now, Pope didn't type in the room to see if he has a wrench, but they're coming back from trial. Or to trial. Or
War trial.
Hey, all persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cody, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, Unified County.
Any sidebars?
not yet.
I'm still going with 12.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, Jeremy. Call back here at 8:30 to try and streamline things. And as a result of what we did this morning, it looks like there'll be some day this week that we will all meet to go through things that we need to go through, but we will excuse you. I just don't know quite yet when that will be. We'll know by the end of the day. And
What
also,
happened? Did he
on
fart
the
in court?
21st, originally we said we'd be off for the 21st. But again, you know that we don't want to take up any more of your time than necessary. So we will meet on the 21st, but just in the morning because I have a long-standing afternoon that we cannot cancel. So the 21st will be a half a day. So we'll let you know more as the day progresses. All right, I do have to ask those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing
David
this case with
Hoffaday.
anyone since we left on Friday? Everyone said yes.
I was
or
thinking
not.
Jimmy Hoffaday.
Were you also
Jimmy
able
Hoffa's
to follow
cousin.
the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? Thank you. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Can we get Sergeant Buchanan, please? Jim, do you have that flash drive? No. The flash drive that I gave you.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court during the case down here and should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. So when we left off on Thursday, we were discussing the Sallyport video that was introduced by the Commonwealth on Wednesday during direct examination. Do you recall that?
I do.
When he introduced that video, Mr. Lally asked you several very specific questions about the video, including if you recognize the video in general, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you said you did.
I did.
He also asked you whether you recognized any of the individuals in the video at a particular time where he paused the video and you used your green laser pointer to point out a couple of individuals that you recognized. Do you recall that?
I do.
And in that pause, you indicated at that time on Wednesday that you recognized Trooper Proctor and what you thought was yourself, the person slipping at the front of the SUV, correct?
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself were in the video, and there was an individual slipping in the front of the vehicle.
And you then on Thursday, you corrected that to make sure that we were clear about it. The person slipping was actually the tow driver, not you, correct?
That's what it appeared, so yes.
Okay. I'd like to take a quick look at that with the court's permission at 4:46. May I publish that?
Yes.
This is 4:46. It's the same video that you were shown by Mr. Lally. We're at runtime about 5:37 and 05 p.m. I'm sorry, I said runtime. I meant time of day. Thank you. As a matter of fact, the time of day would be most easily seen right down here, although it's pretty small from where you're at. If you can't see that, please let me know.
I do not see that, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll hold off on that question, and I may ask the court for relief in just a moment. If we can play this for just a quick second, and I'll ask you, Mr. Biggs, if you can pause it.
How many times is he going to ignore the fact that he told him he couldn't read the banner that today?
Go ahead and pause there. Okay. Sergeant, this is the
I'm going with the prop bet 5.
Video, the point at which it was paused when Mr. Lally asked you to identify the individuals in the video, correct?
I believe it was a different time, but I'm not sure.
Do you remember using your green laser pointer, pointing at the person in the back and identifying that person as Trooper Proctor, and then pointing at the person in the front, screen right, mistakenly as you? You remember that?
I remember indicating where the individuals would be, yes.
Okay. And so do you have the green laser pointer with you?
I do.
Could you point at the location where you see Trooper Proctor?
I do not know specifically right now if that is Trooper Proctor behind the vehicle, but when Mr. Lally asked me to indicate where we would be, it was in this location here.
You're indicating toward the rear of the SUV.
Correct.
On Wednesday, and I just want to draw your attention back to your testimony on Wednesday, you used the laser pointer and pointed at 2 different individuals. Person toward the back, and you identified him as Mr. Proctor, as Trooper Proctor, correct? On Wednesday.
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself would be in the shot in the rear of the vehicle. And then I indicated that I'm wearing a olive drab baseball hat, and Trooper Proctor's wearing a winter style knit black hat.
Isn't it true that on Wednesday, the question you were asked from Mr. Lally is, Ms. Gilman, from Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, if you can just pause there for a moment, as the sergeant's almost falling in the video, when the court said, keep your voice up, Mr. Lally. Do you recall that?
I do not recall that, no.
Do you remember Mr. Lally saying, Sergeant Buchanan, with reference to any of the individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals? And you responding, I can recognize Trooper Proctor and myself. And you used the green laser pointer in doing so.
Yes, I did.
And that was on this area, may not be to the frame, but this is where the video was paused when you made that identification, correct?
It was approximately at this time.
Okay. So you were then asked after you identified, and at that time you did identify Trooper Proctor, and again, mistakenly, yourself, correct?
I directed the laser to the area where we would be.
Okay. And Trooper Proctor is the one toward the back of the truck.
Again, I cannot tell you which individual. There are multiple individuals there. I do not know at this point in time where it's frozen if that's exactly Trooper Proctor. I know we were present at that location, and I know what he was wearing for a headdress and what I was wearing.
All right, so you have to move along from this point.
Then why did you, one more question, Your Honor. Then why on Wednesday did you indicate very clearly the person toward the back of the SUV was Trooper Proctor? If you don't know, why did you say that on Wednesday?
During the frozen frame, I could tell there were 2 individuals back there, and I was at one point in time in that location with Trooper Proctor.
Because it was a different frozen frame, probably.
From where the video is frozen right now, I cannot tell.
So you're changing your testimony from Wednesday?
No.
Objection.
Are you changing your testimony?
I am not changing my testimony, no.
Okay, next question, Mr. Jackson.
You were then asked whether the video was true and accurate as in terms of its depiction of what
she's pissed.
What you
She's
saw
so
when you observed in Sallyport that night, correct?
I indicated that the video is true and accurate to the location.
And you were then asked whether or not, in looking at that video, watching it, either you or Trooper Proctor approached, manipulated, touched that right rear taillight at any time, and your answer was never, correct?
That's correct.
And while you testified, this is the video that was displayed for the jurors, correct? And it was this orientation, the front of the truck facing right, the rear of the truck facing left, correct?
That's correct.
And for all appearances, it would appear that the right rear taillight of the SUV is the one facing the jurors, if you will, facing the viewer, right? From appearances. You didn't know anything different.
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. Just from the appearance of the video, as it is now, the appearance of the video looks like the right rear taillight is the taillight that's facing the jurors, facing the viewer, toward the rear of the truck, correct?
As it is frozen, correct.
And on Wednesday, I want to move through this relatively briefly, Sergeant. On Wednesday, you did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
It was not brought out, no.
Not brought up by, I mean, that's a passive way of saying it. I'm asking you directly. Did you mention that this was an inverted video?
Not on Wednesday, no.
On Thursday, Mr. Lally finished his questioning on Wednesday, then came back on Thursday. You continued on direct examination under questioning by Mr. Lally again to start the day, correct?
That is correct.
And during that testimony on Thursday morning, you also, under direct examination, did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
Did not, no.
And then it was my turn to ask you questions. You recall that?
I do.
And then I began asking you questions about the accuracy of this video. And at that time, for the first time, you said it appears that it is a mirror image. It's an inverted video, correct?
I advised you that it is a mirrored image at that point, correct?
Okay, real fast, I did find the two messages. Griffey, thank you for the tip. Griffey says, I expect a good evening. Call every stream, Jim Finch. And then Parson, thank you for the generous donation for a puffy jacket. So thank you so much, guys, for taking part in Stream Elements. I apologize that it took a while to figure out where they actually put them, since I thought they were going to be in the PayPal donation notice. They weren't. I had to go to the website and find them. But now I know, and we will go back to the trial. Thank you again.
Back to your regularly scheduled viewing.
Would you agree with me now, as you sit here, that this video, as we're looking at it, is not a true and accurate depiction of what you viewed in that Sally Port that night?
I would not agree with you, no.
Do you believe that what the jurors are seeing right here is a true and accurate surveillance footage?
And thank you, Epiphanies. Keep up the
Just because
awesome
it's inverted doesn't mean it's not true and accurate.
And thank you, Epiphanies, for the tip. Keep up the awesome work, Epiphanies. Sorry, Hank.
Thanks, Epiphanies.
Yeah, Epiphanies, keep up the awesome work.
Yes, it's just mirrored.
Which means what's left is right and what's right is left, correct?
What?
Correct.
Yes.
If the jurors were actually standing where the camera is recording, which it's recording all accurate depiction of activity and events taking place, the back of the vehicle would be on the right and the front of the vehicle would be on the left, but all activity is accurately depicted in the video.
So in point of fact, everything in this video, every bit of it is reversed, correct?
It's just a
Doesn't
mirror
mean
image.
it's not
So
accurate.
it's not accurate, is it?
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Sergeant Buknick, if I were to ask you, let me give you a hypothetical.
The
Let's say
judge
you
is
were
going to
Inversion
slap
doesn't make
Alan
it
back.
inaccurate.
A suspect was being identified by 5 witnesses based on a tattoo on that person's left arm. And then you go show that witness, or those series of witnesses, an inverted version of a photograph of that person with the tattoo appearing on his right arm. And those witnesses all say, no, that's not the guy. I remember the guy. The guy had the tat on the left arm. Would you think that that's an accurate depiction of the person with the tattoo?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you agree with me that an inverted video is not accurate? It's inverted by definition, right?
It's an accurate
Does not mean
depiction
it's
of the
not
events taking
accurate.
place.
Right.
You've reviewed this video in its entirety, you testified, correct?
Yes.
About how long would you say this video is in its runtime from start to finish?
I did not take note of the length of the video.
All right. I'm going to ask you, Mr. Bates, if you could, with court's permission, can you just pull the cursor back to the beginning of the time of day for this video? And pause it there. Can you see, and this is not an eye exam, can you see the timestamp on the lower left-hand side?
For the goddamn fifth time today. No.
Told you.
Sidebar.
Sidebar.
For sidebar. Sidebar.
Jackson, you ignorant fuck.
Hank is going to punch somebody today, and hopefully it's not me.
And we're taking bets on exactly when Hank's blood pressure blows a gasket.
Let's just go backwards. Let me see. We did have some sidebar. Timo says 15 sidebars. Anastasia says 15. Get your choices in now. Put them in again, please, because I can't go back that far on chat. So we are looking for your predictions for sidebars today.
12.
Just put them inside chat.
I'm keeping my guess secret, but I guarantee it's going to be the number that's at the end of the day.
Heidi says 12. Becca says 17. Yeah, get them in again, please, because, yeah, it's that kind of morning. So far, we've seen Alan Jackson slapped, and we've seen Yannetti slapped, and I bet you if we had audio, we could hear both men getting their heads cracked together by this judge. Heidi 12, Becca 17, Captain 3D 9, Parsons 10, Sealis 13, Me 222 19, Thelma 13, Armageddon's Fire 8, Griffey only says 6. 6 for a whole day. And did I miss anybody? I did not miss it.
I think because Griffey's upside down, it's actually a 9.
It might be. Because, I mean,
yes,
he spins the other way.
Because Griffey's inverted, he's not accurate.
Gothic Sparrow says 13. Yeah, that's the victim's mother, Peggy, right there. Looks like she's having a good day now that these idiots are getting slapped around for once. But Karen Reed is not having a good day. Look at her. She is not laughing or joking like she was on Friday. Wonder why.
She doesn't seem very amused.
No.
She must not be watching the same trial we are, because we are highly amused.
Yes, we are. You know, Hank and I probably have the tired giddies at this point, but woohoo!
It doesn't mean it's not funny, Jim.
It is funny. It is funny. Though she does look like the Wicked Witch of the West without the makeup. Because I was watching that Your Favorite Thing in the World the other night, the Paul Lynde Halloween special.
Yes. Yes, it was very good.
His housekeeper transformed from a housekeeper to the Wicked Witch of the West. And she sure did look like Karen.
I mean, her face looks like there's not much she hasn't gotten work done on her face. She's got the fake cheeks, the chin work, the nose work.
And they showed multiple when she was out at the Boston Celtics game the other day and partying afterwards. She had at least 4 drinks in front of her in both the pictures from 2 different places. So she knows how to drink. Miss Ellie says 18 sidebars.
Oh yeah, 9 drinks in about 45 minutes to an hour.
Yep. Abby says 11. Side Josh says 11. And I think we're caught up.
Not Josh.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. As a cat is trying to stab me right now. Which cat? Any bets which cat is trying to stab me?
Olive.
No, for once, no. John Paul McKenna says
Well,
12.
Is that the number of cats that you have in your house at this moment?
No, we've got 13. 13 in the house at this moment. Timo says 9 vodka drinks. That's it.
You are unmuted. Jurors,
Not Your
sometimes
Mama
lawyers
says
have what we
27.
call stipulations rather than prolonging either testimony or calling an additional witness. Lawyers agree as to certain facts. So what the lawyers have agreed to here is that this video begins at 5:30 and 23 seconds, 5:30 p.m. and 23 seconds, and it ends at 5:48 and 15 seconds. And the total run time of the video is 5 minutes and 51 seconds. All right, your questions, Mr. Jackson?
And it is Cecilia trying to stab me.
Good
Thank you for
cat.
that, Your Honor.
She's purring
Sergeant
too.
Kinnock, given the fact that
Who's
the
a good kitty?
beginning
Who's a good
time,
kitty?
the time of day is 5:30 and 23 seconds in the evening, and the end time of this video stops at 5:48 and 15 seconds. Would you agree with me?
Isn't that just what the
doing
judge
math down to
said, you
seconds,
fucking
that's
idiot?
About 17 minutes and 50 seconds or so.
In real time, yes.
In real time. The actual time of this video, the run time of this video, however, is only 5 minutes and 51 seconds, less than 6 minutes. You'd agree with that?
Good morning, Shuggy. You missed a beatdown. I suggest you watch the beginning of this to catch up.
Yes. Yes.
They basically had a beatdown over the motions, and it looks like we're going to lose a whole day this week, for the jury at least. We'll be forced to watch it, as they do voir dire on a bunch of witnesses that they should have done it on from the defense, because the defense hasn't even talked to 3 of them yet. So it's going to be interesting.
Now, will we be able to find that day if we look really hard, or?
The judge will be announcing at the end of the day, and the judge is very, very pissed off.
Yes, yes.
She has no patience today, and she's going to stab someone. Speaking of that, Hank's the same way today. He's going to punch one of us in the face.
Gonna be you.
No, it's Alan Jackass. I mean Jackson. The judge just stipulated what the times were and the run time. Now he's got to repeat it.
Of course.
Well, because she didn't say it in his voice, Hank. If she would have said it in his voice, then he would have been okay.
He probably would have objected like everybody objects to him.
That is what's captured.
So that means that about 2/3 of the video is missing, correct?
It's not missing, just not recorded.
It's not there.
It was never there.
I'm not saying it was ever there. I'm saying I don't know if it was ever there or not. Neither do you. I'm saying it's not there, correct?
It was never recorded.
Well, you don't know what has been or and wasn't recorded, do you?
Objection.
I'll let him answer that.
Do you?
I can only speak to what was turned over and what we received, and based on the evidence that was produced, the video that was produced is what we got.
I understand. So based on that answer, you acknowledge you don't know what may or may not have been recorded without your knowledge.
No.
Right. Did you notice that there were obvious portions of the video that in which individuals just seemed to appear or apparate out of nowhere?
It's not a smooth recording of the events when the motion triggers the recording, the video appears as if a person appeared in the video. But that is due to the triggering of the recording.
Well, you don't know what it's due to because you're not an IT person who actually captured the video, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask that differently.
Sure. You're not the IT person, the technical person who captured this video, correct?
I am not, no.
You don't maintain this video system, do you?
I do not know.
You don't know the inner workings of how the video system was originally installed or how it operates, correct?
Based on my training and experience, I know that certain systems, due to the restriction of the storage of the system, they try to save the storage and trigger the recording only by motion or certain time parameters. So in this video footage, I could tell you that the video is triggered by motion to record.
Well, how much storage did this system have?
I do not know.
What was the level of storage at the time that this video was taken? Was it 60%? Was it 99%? What was it?
I do not know.
So you actually don't know, Sergeant, the inner workings of this system, do you?
I do not know all the inner workings of the system.
But you do know that there appears to be portions of this video missing and portions of this video in which people just seem to apparate out of nowhere.
You can't say it's
not
missing if you
it
don't.
Just was not recording.
Let's move to
Right.
You can't really say either way.
7. A few seconds. Okay, if we could, with the court's permission, can we play about less than a minute?
Yes.
Pause it. You see where the person that was toward the back of the vehicle went in this video?
It appeared they went behind the vehicle.
Which would be which area of the vehicle, the right or the left, in real life, not on this video?
In real life, it would be the right rear portion of the vehicle.
Toward the tail.
But if it's inverted, does the
That
rear,
quarter panel,
become the front?
Let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. Did it appear that someone just seemed to appear out of nowhere toward the rear of the vehicle? Just now?
Due to the triggering of the motion.
I asked you why. I asked you if. Did it appear if someone just appeared out of nowhere in the back of the vehicle?
That's what the footage represents, yes.
Can we go ahead and play this? Pause it. Did you see that the person walking away from the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor appeared to have a notebook, black portfolio in his hand?
Yes, I did.
And can you see from there, I'm going to ask you this, basically knowing the answer, can you see from there the time of day on the lower left side as that person leaves the screen?
No, I cannot.
Would you disagree if I indicated to you that was 5:38 and 7 seconds in the evening?
I would have to see it for myself. I cannot agree with you based on your statement.
You want to maybe approach briefly?
Sure.
I mean, does Jackson have the memory of a fucking goldfish?
Basically.
And did they get sidebot again?
Yeah, it looks like they did. That's sidebar number 2. Sidebar number 2.
Still not having much luck with that.
You want passing out a number 2?
You are unmuted.
All right, so Sergeant, we're going to ask you to go take a look at that, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Miss Ellie says 18.
And please don't speak until you're back in the witness stand. Thank you. All right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to look at the time of day at the point that the video is paused right now?
Yes, I did.
What is that time of day?
5:38:07.
5:38 and 7 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
And remind me about how far of a drive in time is this location at Canton PD from 34 Fairview?
With no traffic, no adverse weather and road conditions, several minutes, four minutes, maybe 5 minutes, depending on which route you take.
Your Honor, I have a flash drive that I'd like to have marked.
Is this a different flash drive than we had on Friday?
It is, and I can explain it sidebar if the court wishes.
All right, are you just marking it or you intend to show it?
I intend to show it with the court's permission.
All right, so we'll mark it for identification and then I do need to see you, yes.
Sidebar number 3.
Thank you. Yes.
Get your sidebars. Get your sidebars here. They're coming in hot and ready. Number 3.
Oprah must be in court today. You get a sidebar. You get a sidebar. You get a sidebar.
Everybody gets a sidebar. Everybody's leaving home today with a sidebar. That was awfully quick, too. That's what she said.
Once again, poor Mrs. Pope.
She is not looking happy today. What is okay? Was that like chair yoga or something?
Huh?
What Karen is doing? I don't. She seems to be craning her neck to one side and then straightening up. I'm just trying to decide: is she trying to do chair yoga or
Kegels?
you have not taken your finger and tickled that like button? Please take a second. Hit that like button. Hit that like button.
But all right.
Oh.
What? Are they kicking the jurors out?
Yeah, they must be having a hearing. Wow. We'll find out in a minute. Interesting developments. And why they cut the sound, I don't know.
They normally
Okay,
get
I'm
the
back.
sound for sidebars. But it's like in the middle of a sidebar, they dismiss a jury or something.
Yeah.
Okay, what happened? I just got back.
quickly went to sidebar number 3, and then in the middle of it here, they've dismissed the jury, it looks like, because everybody stood up.
Oh, God. So that means they're going to question this. It's not break time yet. It's too early for that.
Right.
So they're going to question, they'll probably do what they did before and question this witness about things they can't put into the jury until the judge rules on it.
Right. But for some reason, Law and Crime has cut the sound.
Well, they do usually during sidebar.
Yeah, but they also don't usually dismiss the jury during a sidebar.
Well, see, they're up there with the judge because that's they're technically this is sidebar number 4 if they came and said they were dismissing the jury.
Well, we don't know because there wasn't sound. We saw them stand up. So
okay.
Looks like the jury was leaving.
To be safe, I must say it's sidebar. Well, it's technically 3.5, but we'll just go with 4.
Oh, they never came out of the third sidebar. It's in the middle of the sidebar. They had to stand up, apparently, to dismiss the jury.
Okay, so nobody came back to the desk.
Correct.
Nope.
Okay. Then by our definition, it's not 4 yet.
It's 3. Sidebar
yes,
3.
Only 3. Sidebar 3. Sidebar 3. I'm sorry, I had to go put the chili together. Yes, we're making chili today.
Is that why he's not doing his broadcast from Elision?
What are you making chili do?
Get into a pot and be cooked for the next 10 hours. And Shuggy says 12 sidebars. 12
Did
sidebars.
you just say you're making him smoke pot and get high for about 12 hours?
Yes.
Maybe.
Yes, he did.
Maybe. You know, I don't see Turtle Boy. I don't see Turtle Boy. Where is
Turtle Boy? Where's Turtle Boy?
Turtle Boy. Unless he's the
yellow Playboy
thing hiding back there. I don't
his
see
little turtle shell.
That might be him in the orange, but let's see if that's Turtle Boy.
Is it an orange jumpsuit that he's trying to get the model?
I was just gonna say that.
You mean for a month or 2 from now when he actually goes on trial himself?
He's just trying out to see how it fits. Yeah.
He's just trying it out. That's right. That's the.
Trying to figure out the best way when you have to take a quick dump, how to get out of the jumpsuit.
Well, yeah, that is him. It looks like in the back corner. Of course, I don't have my tweets up, so let me get my tweets up. I gotta get my tweets up, guys. Gotta get my tweets up.
That sounds like a personal problem. They make cream for that.
I've got a whole thing of tweets. I got a whole thing of tweets.
In October, it's quicker tweets.
All rise for the court, please.
Sergeant.
Officer Sergeant Family. Sorry, Sergeant Family. Not used to that promotion just yet. I'm just going back through Grant's old stuff to see if there's anything new.
It does, Tiva. I agree with you. It does have a lovely spin to it. It's like hypnotic. Don't look at the blades. Don't look into the blades.
Sidebar.
They'll steal your soul. They'll steal your soul.
You can't have my cookies. I don't know if you can hear Helen in the background, but she's yelling at me because I brought cookies in the room and she wants Cheetos.
Look at you, Puka.
She wants Cheetos instead of cookies.
Crisps. Oh no, those are biscuits. Those are biscuits. He wants biscuits.
She wants my biscuits.
Crisps would be chips.
These are strawberry knockoff Oreos.
We're in America.
America?
America?
If you're talking biscuits, you're talking about things you can use for biscuits and gravy. Not a fucking cookie.
Well, these are strawberry knockoff Oreos.
Strawberry knockoff Oreos. Okay.
Yes. They're not Oreos. They're something like Oreos. I think they're the store brand.
They're Royos.
That means there's no actual strawberry in this frosting, so I won't die. Sorry.
Do you think there's actual strawberry in the Oreos frosting?
You never know. Though I just read I saw some time ago that there's a lawsuit against Pop-Tarts because the only fruit they actually use in Pop-Tarts is pears that they flavor to be strawberry or apple or whatever.
Oh, they're even better. There is a class action lawsuit going on in New York against Cold Stone Creamery because a lady bought pistachio ice cream and it turned out to be pistachio flavored ice cream and didn't actually contain pistachios.
Alrighty then.
Yes.
Remember, folks, the newspaper went out early this morning, so it's almost everywhere on Discord. And we had top stories. Go ahead.
Unless the label tells me, indicates that it contains the item, I assume it doesn't contain the item because they love to advertise that it contains whatever fruits and whatever.
Well, and see, that's the sort of the basis of the pistachio ice cream. So, because you would suspect if you went to an ice cream store that claims to have cherry ice cream, you would assume it has cherries in it.
No, I wouldn't. I would assume it's cherry flavor unless they say made with real cherries.
Okay.
So the paper,
I don't expect cherry Dr. Pepper to have actual cherries in it.
Well, I don't either. But that's not, if I go to Baskin Robbins, right, I can see that it has cherries in it.
Cherry-like substances. If they can save a buck,
yeah.
If they can save a buck, they're going to save a buck.
And this is proof, lady. You don't want Hank on your jury. You're going to lose. I just thought it was funny that they have a class action lawsuit over this.
I think it's pathetic.
Wait, there those films.
Okay? Is somebody going to sue Whataburger because they didn't get it their way right away?
Could be.
So, Turtle Boy is tweeting right now. I can't believe these corrupt cops entered an obviously edited tape into evidence that shows them fucking around the taillight and they thought Alan Jackson wouldn't destroy them for it. Is that reflective of anything we've seen so far this morning?
No, again,
no.
somebody not watching the same trial we are.
Yes, that is Turtle Boy. Also, in the paper this morning, we looked at the mysterious Michael Eline, as his broadcast on Chili's channel last night ended with under 5,000 views, but somehow is standing at 42,000 views as of this morning. And the viewers didn't turn into subscribers as of Social Blade. They also didn't say anything or do anything while there, and may or may not have been bought, but who knows? It's a mystery, as we have no proof. Also, Floyd Wallace live streamed apparently with 2 prostitutes last night. Allegedly, maybe. He said,
American prostitutes this time?
Yes, because he's back in America. And we'll have news on it tonight, but it's strange that this woman he supposedly was good friends with off of Tinder, he didn't know her name. He was calling her Maria instead of Mia, and didn't know her friend's name at all. And couldn't explain why there was another African American gentleman who was in the room accompanying the 2 girls, who didn't want to be on camera, and threatened him if he was on camera. So I don't know.
Yep, that would be the pimp, I'm assuming.
And Floyd also says to avoid STDs, you must take a shower immediately after having unprotected sex.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. That gets the bugs off.
Well, it can reduce chances, but
does counsel
by that
need to
time
see me,
be
or are
pretty
we all
well
set?
fucked.
Yeah. Okay.
Figuratively and
Right ahead,
literally.
Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a matter of housekeeping, I would ask for the admission of the last item that was marked for identification.
XX. Was it YY? Ah, it was back again.
I did the
Okay.
same thing.
All right. So that will now be what, Madam Court Reporter?
542.
Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd ask to display that video. Yours?
Okay.
Please, if you could move that to a runtime of 1 minute and 17 seconds, so thereabouts. And go ahead and pause that. Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in what's just been marked as Exhibit 542?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's an inversion of the video provided from Canton PD Sally Point.
It's actually, and that inversion corrects the perspective. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, so now we're looking at what we've always been looking at, but it's clear that we're looking at the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And everything in it is properly oriented, is that right?
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Meaning right is right and left is left in this video.
The vehicle came from the right into the left. The driver's side is visible and is closest to the camera.
Go ahead and thank you, Sergeant. If you go ahead and play this for just a few seconds, please. Pause it. You saw the person that was toward the back of the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor moving toward the right, yes, the passenger side taillight area in this video, correct?
I observed the person walking that way.
Let's go and play it.
Walk this way.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
And you see the person toward the taillight area moving out of frame just now, correct?
I did, yes.
That person had that black portfolio in his hand.
That's correct.
I'd like to ask Mr. Bates if you wouldn't mind moving the cursor back to the beginning before the video, I'm sorry, before the SUV was actually in the sally port. You can pause that. Do you see what's depicted in the video now at runtime, at the beginning of the video?
I see the still frame. I'm observing the still frame.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Can you see from where you are, sir, can you see the chyron at the bottom of the video in blue, indicating the date stamp and time stamp? Can you see that from where you are?
I see the blue color. I don't know what exactly it is.
Are your eyes good enough to see that that is completely inverted?
They are not.
They're not inverted?
They are not good enough.
That was a good answer to the bad question on my part. With the court's permission, would it be possible for the sergeant to approach the screen and take a look at that timestamp?
Can you do that, Sergeant, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you able to, may I inquire? Yes. Were you able to see that timestamp?
Yes, I was.
Sergeant, did that timestamp appear to be inverted?
The blue writing appears to be backwards.
So in this version of the video, which has been inverted from the version shown by the Commonwealth, the timestamp also was inverted, correct?
What appears on the screen is inverted.
Thank you. I'd like to zoom in on, just with the court's permission, on a portion of the middle of the video.
Okay.
Sergeant, I want to direct your attention to an area of the video right above the hand truck. Do you see that area?
I do.
You see that white object just above the snow line?
I see something there. I do not know what it is, if it's an object or it's more snow.
Can you tell if that's a sort of a dirty white rag?
I cannot tell what it is.
Dirty rag, dirty rag.
Thank you, Mr. Fish. We can take that down.
Chili's rag. Chili's rag. He's making
We've
pieces.
seen a
He's
corrected
making
version of
pieces
that
for his
Sally Port video
game
from
with
that
his
camera.
rag.
There's also another camera on the opposite side of the Sally Port, isn't there?
There is.
And that one, for lack of a better phrase, that one came out pretty grainy. Would you agree?
Yes, it's not perfect
He is
quality.
looking mean this morning.
The other view would show, given the fact that it's on the opposite side of the wall of this video, that actually would show the right rear portion of the SUV as it was parked in that Sally Port, would it not?
Yes, it would.
Let's take a look with the court's permission. This has already been marked as 446. I believe it was introduced last week. With permission
Okay.
to display that?
Yes.
Thank you. I know it's very hard to see, Sergeant, but could you tell me, as the video is paused right here at the beginning, timestamp, can you see the outline of the antique police car?
I can make that out, yes.
And it appears that there's no vehicle in the foreground this side of that antique police car, correct?
That's correct.
You also can see that this video
Are you looking at the
is in
same
fact
image?
not inverted. It's the correct orientation, right?
That's correct.
And obviously it's pretty lacking in quality, but you can make out the fact that there is an outline of a vehicle there, correct?
Correct.
If we could play, may I approach the screen briefly?
Yes.
If we could, with the court's permission, begin playing at this time, this is about 5:07 and 10 seconds. That's time of day. We can play for about a little less than a minute.
Okay.
Sergeant, did you see what was depicted on the video as that just ran from 5:07 and a few seconds until it was just paused?
I did watch the video.
And how much time would you estimate elapsed as we just watched that video in real time?
15 seconds, maybe.
Okay. And do you see something? You see something in the foreground that just sort of appeared there next to that antique police car?
It appears that the SUV has now pulled into the Sally Port and there's an individual standing behind the SUV.
And do you see what the time of day is on that timer?
I do not.
Can you see that it's paused at 5:50 and 46 seconds?
I cannot.
This is the last time I would ask that unfortunately, I cannot zoom on this, Your Honor. With the court's permission, would the sergeant make one more trip to the screen to give us the exact time that this is paused?
This is the last time, Sergeant. Would you please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Getting his steps in today.
Oh, yeah.
What was the time? What is the timestamp where the video is paused?
5:50:46.
5:50 and 46 p.m. Correct?
That's correct.
So it appears that this video in about 15 seconds jumps 42 minutes to the 5:50 mark. Correct?
I don't know how much it jumps.
Well, from 5:08 approximately to 5:50 approximately, how much time is that?
Approximately 48.
42 minutes, right?
Excuse me, 42.
That's okay. And Ms. Reed's vehicle, which shows the right rear taillight portion, just appears, correct, at 5:50.
There's a vehicle that appears. There appears to be an individual standing behind the vehicle. It's not just a taillight that appears.
But Sergeant, the exact time that would show what Trooper Proctor was doing at the right rear taillight, that is missing.
Objection. Sustained.
The exact time that would show what the person who you identified on Wednesday as being Trooper Proctor, that video is not there, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
This video, Sergeant, you will agree, if that 42-minute period existed, that would have been the only video that would establish the actual condition of the taillight the moment the SUV arrived in police custody in that Sally Port, correct?
Objection. You can ask that differently.
Is there any other video other than this one that would show the exact condition of that taillight as it pulled in to the driveway, to the Sally Port? Or is this the only one?
From that location?
Correct.
That is the video that captures that time frame.
And that's also the video that captures that area of the car,
correct? The right rear portion of the car.
Correct.
And that 42 minutes from when the car arrived until 5:50 in the evening, that portion is missing, correct?
It's not missing, it's just not recorded.
It's not there, Sergeant Pubnik. I'm not splitting words with you, splitting hairs. It's not there. It's gone, correct?
It's not on the screen now.
Missing would suggest it was
not
there
anywhere, is it?
and removed.
I do not know.
That's all I have.
Okay. Well,
Hey, I just
Thank
got
you,
a
Your
phone call from a piece of legislature. He was calling me from the Affordable Care Act.
Oh, cool.
And
what
I
did he?
wondered why I called him out for being a scammer.
Yay, scammer!
So the actual
Good morning, sir.
legislature called you.
So how this video was
Well, a
played before the
representative
jury
of the
on
legislature called me.
Wednesday, during your
It must
have been a
testimony,
congressman.
the
Must have
condition of that video, the view of that video, that's how you received it from the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
So nothing was done to alter it, change it in any way, shape, or form from when you received it to when it was played before the jury.
Objection.
Sustained. You can't lead, Mr. Lally.
What, if anything, was done to alter or change that video, received it to the time that it was played before the jury?
Objection.
Ask it differently one more time.
As far as the condition when you received it and the condition when it was played for the jury, what was different?
There was no manipulation, alteration of the video between
I'll allow the answer.
when we received it from Canton Police Department, when I played it, and when it was played for you.
Now, as far as the cameras are motion activated, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the skipping that you observed at various points of the video, was that something that occurred once or more than once?
More than once, repeatedly.
And was it one specific portion of the video? And by that, I mean, was it only at the beginning or only in the middle or only at the end, or was it sort of throughout?
It's consistently happening when there's lack of motion. The video does not record because it's not triggered to record.
Now, from the video, at least as far as you've seen, the one that you were shown on Wednesday and the one that you were shown today, or the portions that you were shown today, what, if any, difference did you note between the content of what's contained in the video?
The content of the video is accurate depiction of what's taken place. The only difference that I noticed today is that the version played was actually inverted from the original version that I received and which was produced.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the entirety of that 5 minutes and 51 seconds of video be played for the jury.
Okay?
You might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes. Pause there, Ms. Gilman. And that area
just played before the jury, that is when the vehicle was brought in by the tow truck driver from the flatbed from the driveway video into the Sally Port area, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I'm going to keep pause there for 1 second. Sergeant, I'm going to direct your attention to the person that just opened the driver's side door. That's the tow truck driver, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just ask you to take a look at the door, and in particular, the snow on the door when he closes that door. Gentlemen, if you could. You pause just for 1 moment. Sergeant, if I could direct your attention back to the ring video. I think it was video 153 from Exhibit 6. And you were shown that video on cross-examination and asked about any movement that you saw on the driver's side rear tire, things of that nature. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that portion of the video when it's alleged that Ms. Reed's vehicle came close to or made contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in the driveway? At that point, did you observe any snow coming off of Mr. O'Keefe's car when they came close to each other?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I don't remember exactly if there was snow coming off the vehicle. There was snow falling, and that was captured by the ring video. I don't recall if any snow came off the vehicle.
Gentlemen, if you could.
Is it raining in the courtroom?
Men. It's raining men.
The sound. It sounds like rain.
When the rain comes, they run and hide their head. They might as well be dead.
Good morning, Gia.
Hank, would you agree with me? Right there is where he picks up the hammer to smash the taillight.
Wrong side of the vehicle.
So you're saying it's not accurate?
I'd say it's no longer accurate because they uninverted it.
Maybe that's what the doctors are going to talk about, how it's, not dangerous to uninvert things.
Especially involving Turtle Boy.
Yeah.
Are we talking inverted or prolapse there?
Good morning. Good morning, everybody watching on Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook. We'll be here with you till at least 4 o'clock, probably 4:30. And Gia says 23 sidebars. And I did have a note earlier. We got Tani's count wrong. It was read as 27, but she meant to say 16.
And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up.
Okay, that's a big
Now,
difference.
Sergeant, that video starts at approximately 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Is that before or after the ring video 153 from Exhibit 6 at 5:07 in the morning at Mr. O'Keefe's house when you can see the defendant's smashed taillight?
Objection.
So the objection sustained. Ask the question.
5:30 p.m. on January 29th, is that before or after 5:07 a.m. When you observed the defendant's vehicle on the ring video at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
That is after.
And is that before or after you observed on the ring video the defendant, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle and parking it in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
It's after.
And is it before or after about,
I can't
say,
believe they
8:22
looked
in
that
the
slip,
morning,
but he just called McCabe a
at some
defendant.
point when a Canton Cruiser parks in the driveway behind the defendant's vehicle?
Before or after,
And is it
Phil?
before or after,
after?
about 12:30 p.m. or so when the defendant and her father and her brother from the videos from Exhibit 6, the ring videos on One Meadows Ave, are parked in and around the defendant's vehicle and then leave with the defendant's vehicle to go to Dyke?
It's after.
And is it before or after the video that you testified about on Wednesday in regard to the surveillance video from the defendant's father's house in Dighton when that vehicle is being loaded onto the truck and you can see the taillight there?
John.
Okay.
It's after.
Now, again, you had a conversation or an interview with the defendant on the afternoon of January 29th when you were in Dighton, correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that interview, she made statements about her broken taillight and when that occurred, correct?
Objection.
Do you want the instruction or do you want to come see me at sidebar?
Sidebar.
Sidebar. Sidebar number 4 today.
Yay!
And Karen Reed is already bored.
Yes, she is. Looks like she's hungover.
Can she be both?
Probably.
Well, she was with Turtle Boy, yes.
Well, she was out at the Celtics game Friday night, then she was out partying Saturday night. It's catching up with her. There's even a picture floating around of her and OJ together, but I think that was doctored.
You are unmuted.
Now, Sergeant, between the version of the video that's you and the jury witnessed on Wednesday and the version that you just witnessed the entirety of right now, again, what, if any, difference as far as the depiction or people or places between those two versions of the video?
Outside of it being a mirror image of itself, it accurately depicts any activity or action in the Sally Port.
And at any point in time that you were in the Sally Port area of the Canton Police Department garage, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go near, touch, manipulate the rear passenger side taillight area or the rear passenger side quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle?
We absolutely did not.
Now, if I could turn you back to some questions you were asked on cross-examination about something that was reported to the Chief Medical Examiner's office. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And some questions about statements that you had made to the OCME at approximately 10:41 a.m. on January 29th. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And you were asked some questions about reporting it as a possible domestic assault, correct?
That is correct.
And can you explain to the jury what led to that statement as far as what you knew at that time and why you would make those statements to the medical examiner?
The Massachusetts General Law directs us, just as it gives the district attorney's power to and authority over all death investigations. That's the following section 4 of that chapter. Excuse me, following section from section 4, section 5 of that chapter directs all state medical and police entities to work in coordination with the medical examiner's office. By law, we're supposed to work together on the medical legal investigations that the medical examiner's office conducts. We conduct the criminal portion of the investigation, they conduct the medical portion of the investigation. Thus, I contacted the medical examiner's office and advised them that what we had learned at the time. Up to that point, we had learned that the defendant stated that she hit him. We had collected, meaning the Canton Police Department had collected a broken glass. So based on the physical evidence and the statements made by the defendant to the first responders at the scene at that point in time, I had communicated those facts to the medical examiner's office. That way they would document it, but also be prepared to investigate the case with the most up-to-date information available.
Now, at that time that you made that statement to the representative from the Chief Medical Examiner's office, had you been to Good Samaritan Hospital and seen Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I have not.
And had you obviously seen any of the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained prior to making that statement to the medical examiner?
I had not.
Now, as far as the information that you received, you mentioned first responders indicating that the defendant had stated, "I hit him." Who was the first responder that provided that information?
The Canton Police Sergeant Good.
In addition to that, did you or Trooper Proctor speak with any of the Canton Fire personnel?
Yes, we did.
And who did he speak with?
I believe it was firefighter Fleming.
So firefighter Flamati, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, after going to Good Samaritan Hospital and viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, as far as what you had earlier reported to the medical examiner, what, if anything, changed based on those observations as far as your opinion as to what had transpired?
Based on what I learned from observing the injuries, I could tell that the glass.
Objection.
Yeah, I'm going to allow it. You can move to strike it, but I'm going to allow it.
I could tell that the glass was most likely not the object, the weapon, which was used to cause the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Thank you, sir. May I have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any recross?
Very briefly.
Okay.
In your report to the OCME, you said it was a glass to the face, not to the back of the head, correct?
I'm not sure how they wrote it down, but I would need to be refreshed on my memory.
Okay, fair enough. May I approach?
Yes.
Last sentence. Yeah?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
What did you say to the, or what did you report to the OCME?
That there was a possibility that the decedent was struck to the face with a glass.
You also, with regard to the phrase, I hit him, or the Sergeant Good and or Flamati telling you that she said, Ms. Reed said she hit him. When did Sergeant Good tell you that?
It would have been during our conversations at the police department.
And when did EMT Flamati tell you that?
He never told me that.
So the only thing you were going on with regard to the phrase or the statement that you claim my client indicated, where my client indicated she hit him, is coming from Sergeant Good.
That information at that time was provided by the first responders from the scene.
And Sergeant Good then relayed that to you, correct?
At some point, yes.
Is there a single report memorializing that Sergeant Good reported to you that morning before 10:41 a.m., before 10:41 a.m., that my client made the statement that she hit him?
I don't believe so.
I want to shift gears real quick to the video. A couple of quick questions about that. When did you, and I'm talking about the higher quality video, the one that was inverted. When did you receive that video? What date?
I'm not sure. It was at some point in either late April or early May.
After we had started this trial.
Objection.
Do you know?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay.
If after mid-April, correct?
I believe so. I'm strictly speculating.
Who asked you to retrieve that video?
I did not retrieve that video.
I'm sorry, that was a presumptuous question. At what point were you asked to secure the video, or were you ever asked to secure the video?
That video was never secured by me. I was not asked to secure it. I just was asked to review it.
Okay, so who did secure the video to your knowledge?
I do not know.
You're aware that it was, well, let me ask you a couple of different questions then, based on that. You've already testified that you knew that the Canton Police Department was recused from any investigation concerning this case, correct?
At one point, we learned that the Canton Police Department, the decision was made way above my level, and I was advised by Detective Lieutenant Tully that Canton Police had recused themselves from the investigation as far as interviews go.
And you knew that that recusal was because of a connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know or were you informed that the recusal was based on the connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family?
Objection.
So it's sustained for the same reason I sustain the Commonwealth's objection at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
Last question. Who provided the video?
I do not know.
Canton Police Department, wasn't it?
You asked who. That's an entity.
Okay. What entity provided the video?
It came from the Canton Police Department.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Sergeant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Officer Nicholas Barrows to the stand.
Okay.
Some said you ever skipped a court during the case now here for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
So, all right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Nicholas Barrows, Barros,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the town of Dayton.
And what, if any, role or what do you do for the town of Dayton?
I'm a police sergeant for the police department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Dayton Police?
In total, started in 2011, 14 years this December.
And how long have you had the rank of sergeant with the Dayton Police?
A year and a half.
Now, if I could direct your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And were you working that day?
I was.
And do you recall what kind of shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working the 8 to 4, the day shift.
And was that the only shift that you had worked on that occasion, or how long had you been on shift by the time you came on for the 8 to 4?
That particular day, I was working from 8 a.m. to midnight. It was on a double.
Now, at some point when you first came in, with reference, if you could explain to the jury just briefly or in general terms, when you come on shift for the Dayton Police, what, if any, communication, first and foremost, what was your role as far as that particular shift was concerned?
I was the officer in charge that day from 8 a.m. to midnight. When I came in at 8 a.m., the outgoing shift, the midnight to 8 shift, had advised me that a resident had called the police station on a 911 call requesting a ride to Brockton Hospital to meet his daughter due to her daughter's boyfriend passing away, and he needed a ride due to the snowstorm.
And then as your shift continues, what, if any, further contact or who, if anyone, reached out to you in regard to that earlier situation?
Later on, I believe it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a phone call from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the troopers assigned there, and they had stated that they were going to come to Dayton to retrieve a vehicle that was involved in a homicide.
And did they give you a specific address as far as where they were going?
I believe the address was 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton, North Dayton.
And with regard to that address, what, if anything, did you recognize between that and the earlier call that you were just speaking?
That was the address that came up on the 911 call when that gentleman had called earlier on the prior shift.
And at some point, did you come to find out who the residents were at that address on Country Hill Lane?
I did.
Okay.
Who did you find them to be?
It was the Reed residence.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, and Mr. Lally, you too. Okay.
And the Reed residence was at a William and Janet Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you received that call at about 2:30, do you know specifically who you spoke to around 2:30 in the afternoon?
Trooper Michael Proctor.
And as far as that earlier information that you were talking about with the 911 call, what, if anything, from that did you impart to Trooper Proctor?
I advised Trooper Proctor that we did receive a 911 call on the midnight to 8 shift about the resident looking to get a ride to Brockton Hospital.
And during that initial call, how was it sort of left as far as what, if anything, you were going to provide as far as assistance or with regard to the troopers on that first call?
On the first call, the troopers just had asked me if I could meet them at that residence as a courtesy since they were coming into my jurisdiction.
And what, if anything, did they indicate to you as far as where they were or when they felt they would be arriving in that area?
Trooper Proctor advised me that they were heading, I believe, from Canton, and once they were about 10 minutes away, they would recontact me so that I could meet them at the residence.
And subsequently, later in that afternoon, did you receive further contact from Trooper Proctor?
I did.
And do you know about what time that was?
I believe the first phone call was around 3 p.m. that he had called me and said that they would be there in about 10 minutes.
And upon receiving that call, what, if anything, did you do?
I had contacted, Trooper Proctor had asked me to contact our tow company to have them meet us at the residence as well. And I said once I hung up with him, I would contact the tow company and then respond to that address on Country Hill Drive.
Is there a specific tow company that the Dayton Police uses with regard to towing of vehicles within the town?
During that period, it was Diamond Towing.
And so did you contact someone at Diamond Towing in reference to responding to that address as well?
I did. I contacted the owner and he responded.
Now, as far as that area of Dayton, if you could explain to the jury sort of what you observed as you were coming down towards that residence on that day.
Okay, so when I responded to that address, that street is off of 138. When I turned onto Country Hill Drive, I was traveling west. When I arrived on that street, I observed a black pickup truck parked on the street facing east. I was flagged down by that black pickup truck by the driver and was told that they were the troopers that I had spoke to, Trooper Michael Proctor and the other sergeant.
Sergeant that left the room as you were coming in?
Correct.
And what identification did they provide to you in reference to that?
They showed me their ID and their badges.
And then from there, where did you proceed?
I had parked my marked police vehicle at the end of the driveway since it was a snowstorm and we could not get into the driveway. And then we walked up to the residence.
So when you say it was a snowstorm and we couldn't get into the driveway, can you expound upon that a little as far as explain to the jury why it was that you couldn't get into the driveway?
There was about a foot of snow in the driveway.
And as far as that snow that you observed when you arrived there, was that snow, how did that snow appear as far as, did it appear as if it had been shoveled or snow blown or untouched or how did it?
It was untouched.
Now, as you're going through the snow, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's yourself, Trooper Proctor, and the sergeant from the state police, and who, if anyone else, is going along with you?
I had an officer that was field training with me that day, and he was with me as well. And we went up to the residence.
And as you're walking up to the residence, what, if anything, did you come upon as you're going towards, say, any door or getting closer to the home?
I remained at the garage. The two troopers went to the front door and made contact with the homeowner.
Now, as far as you were there specifically for a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe a vehicle in the driveway at any time?
Yes, we observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
And what, if any, observations did you make to the rear area of that vehicle specifically?
At first, I did not go up to the vehicle. I just remained at the driveway and waited for the troopers to come back. And once they came back, they were let into the house through the garage. I had walked in with them briefly and then went back out to the garage and remained with the vehicle.
And as far as at any point in time, did you have any conversation with anyone named Karen Reed that day while you were at the house?
I did not.
Now, with respect to you come back out to the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
And the troopers are inside the house. Is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, do other vehicles come down to the driveway area of this residence that you were at?
I had contacted the highway superintendent after speaking with the troopers about how to retrieve the vehicle since the driveway was untouched and had about a foot of snow. I had made the decision that I would call the highway superintendent and see if that he would come and plow the driveway so that the tow truck would have access inside in the driveway.
And just in reference to this driveway, just if you could, not exact footage or anything, but how close is this Lexus SUV parked in relation to the roadway? How long is that driveway?
It's got to be about 150 feet off the roadway, if not more.
And if you recall, from where you're standing at the point of the garage, was what part of the vehicle was facing you? Was it the front of the vehicle, the back of the vehicle, the side of the vehicle?
I was looking at the left side of the vehicle.
And at some point, did you make any observations of the right rear part of that Lexus SUV?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe about that area of the vehicle?
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
And then beyond the taillight area of that vehicle, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as damage to the rear passenger side area?
Like a dent on the rear quarter.
And as far as the dent on the rear quarter of the panel that you saw, was that above the taillight, below the taillight, or something?
It's probably right in conjunction with the taillight in that same area.
And from the time that you made these observations of the vehicle, at any point did you go sort of physically up to the vehicle?
I walked up to the vehicle, correct.
And about how far away from the vehicle did you get?
5 to 10 feet away.
And as far as the sort of outside or exterior of the vehicle, you mentioned obviously there's about a foot of snow on the ground. What, if anything, precipitation-wise or weather-wise, was around or on the outside of the vehicle?
Just snow.
And in particular, in this area of the right rear passenger side and that taillight, was there any snow or ice or anything around that area that you observed?
On the vehicle itself?
Yes.
Yes, on the vehicle there was snow on the vehicle.
And not to put words in your mouth, but sort of caked on there, is that correct?
I guess you could say caked on, correct.
So you'd reached out to the highway superintendent to have someone come out and plow the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about how long it was between the time that you made that call and the time that the plow driver came out to clear it?
Less than 10 minutes.
And the sort of clearing of the driveway and the process of that, do you know about how long that took?
I'd say another 10 minutes or so.
And as far as the time that the troopers went into the house, at some point the troopers obviously came out of the house, correct?
Correct.
Do you know about how long it was that they were inside of the house?
More than 30 minutes, less than an hour.
Now, at any point in time that while you were there, did you yourself or did you see anyone else touching or making any contact or manipulating or anything in that rear passenger side area of either the taillight or the dent?
I did not.
I'm sorry.
I did not.
I may have a moment, John?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination?
No questions.
All right, Sergeant Barrows, you are all set, so
Thank you.
thank you. Do you want to call another witness or morning recess?
Morning recess, but, Your Honor, if I could just, either before or after, I just need to address one thing with the court at sidebar.
All right, so we'll send the jurors out. Jurors, why don't we take the morning recess?
Sidebar. Sidebar,
Jim?
Phil. Do you have... Yes.
Jim, can we play kickball during recess?
Yes. Only if you get to kick, I'll pitch, and you have to aim the ball at Phil.
Sweet.
Okay, so I've got to kick you in the balls. Okay.
No, you have to kick Phil's balls.
No, you're pitching.
Yeah, but you're catching, so he's closer to you.
But if I'm catching, then he would kick you in the balls.
No, he'd turn around and hit you with that ball as hard as he could. And then he'd hit me with the ball, too. Because it would go from kickball to dodgeball to Hank kills us all.
So, typical Monday.
Yes, basically.
Okay.
Good morning, Pants. Go back and watch the pre-trial. You'll have fun. The defense got their butts handed to them. So, once the jurors once they actually go to break, we will be playing 5 minutes of music so everyone can use the bathroom. And Pants can go watch Naked Jackson 33rd and a third. And Shuggy can kick Alan Eyes in the balls. I haven't seen Alan Eyes in this chat room yet. Someone should invite him. Just for more targets for Hank.
Are you saying I would target Alan Eyes for some strange reason?
According to Shuggy, you would.
He's Scottish?
Shuggy
Why?
Shuggy says you would kick him in the balls.
No. I mean, if he gave me reason to, I guess I could, but not anticipating seeing that reason.
Well, all I know is that I'm tired. I don't know if I should take a 5-hour energy now that I'd be up all night or just fall asleep around 2 o'clock.
If you take it now and you're up all night, Jesus. It's 9:49. Well, for you, it's 10:49 in the morning.
Yeah, it's weird because I can fall asleep at any time during the day while I have a 5-hour energy. But then when I try to go to sleep at my normal time of 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening, I can't. I'm wide awake.
So why don't you take your 5-hour energies at 3 o'clock in the morning when you get up and feed the cats? That way it'll be kicking in and you can't sleep during the day.
That'd probably be logical.
Because that makes too much sense, Hank.
Yeah, too much sense. Just like Molly is now sitting on my sidebar, my sound bar, staring at me and trying to block the screen.
Molly.
You are unmuted. All right, so we'll take about a half an hour break.
Half an hour?
That's what she said, Jim.
Okay,
quit being
so
an Alan Jackson, having to question everything the judge says.
Folks, we're going to do a quick video break. And then we'll be back for the rest of Drunk Girl, which we started this morning.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert.
Would you agree with me? The judge said half an hour.
That's what
I would agree. It could be inverted, though.
Right.
So we will see you in 4 minutes and 49 seconds.
reset. It felt like you were heaven sent, made just for me and I for you. Life a game only meant for two, but we both denied it, tried to fight it, couldn't seem to hide it, thought I would survive it. Yet as the years go by, still think of you and cry. The more I run, the harder the pull on me. Celestial bodies like you might never see. Did I make it up? My mind acting up. I've seen stranger stuff than this in the movies. Explain these forces we can't see. Maybe it's gravity. This attraction can't be denied. Polarity, two sides, one mind. It gives clarity that we were meant to be. Like high tides, full moon, the pull of you too strong. Been a while since you left, still hang on to the memories. Without you I am distressed. There can be only one remedy, like an unfinished rhyme through space and time. I'll always come back to find that we're pretending we're doing fine. Careful not to cross that line. We'll make it work this time. If we cross that line, then there's no coming back. The more I run, the harder the pull on me. Celestial bodies like you might never see. Did I make it up? My mind acting up. I've seen stranger stuff than this in the movies. Explain these forces we can't see. Maybe it's gravity. This attraction can't be denied. Polarity, two sides, one mind. It gives clarity that we were meant to be. Like high tides, full moon, the pull of you too strong. I feel the pull of you. I feel the pull of you. It's getting stronger. I feel the pull of you.
Now, when we last left off, this woman was claiming that she had crashed her car into another car, but she had really crashed her car into the gate at work at an airport where she works. She's driving a Tesla. It does have some damage, and she's insulted the police officer a number of times.
Prepared because I've just been hit.
Yeah.
That gate jumped out of nowhere and hit me.
Came out of nowhere, I swear. It was another car, not a gate.
Can I get your license, or do I just write you a ticket for driving without a license?
So write me a ticket,
Okay, I will be writing you a ticket. You'll be getting the ticket for the accident too.
Prepared because I've just been hit.
Yeah.
She has not put her phone down the entire time since the beginning.
Of course not.
Crack me up.
Why are we watching this one again?
Hello.
We
can
didn't
you talk
watch
to
this
a
one before.
firefighter?
Yeah, we have.
How are you?
Yeah.
Not on this.
What?
Would you like to go to the
Uh-huh.
hospital?
You hurt me? No.
Okay.
My car out the way.
Okay.
She wants to waste everyone's time.
I don't remember this
She
one.
wants to waste everyone's time.
No, I don't.
Don't worry about
I
that.
want my car out of the way.
Well, Hank and I do, but yeah, let's go with your memory.
Whether you hear or not, I can call a tow truck officer.
You can, but if my tow truck gets here faster,
We may have
it's going
watched
away.
it at the other
That's
place.
fine, but it has nothing to do with me and whether I want
No,
to
that
waste
could be.
everyone's time or not.
Okay.
That's regardless.
Do you have
What
a
other
proof of
place?
insurance in there?
There's other
I do,
places?
but I don't
Can
have
you
to
get it
provide
for me? You don't
Yes,
have to
that
provide
other
proof of
place we
insurance.
came from that has
I don't.
gone
Is that what
away
you're telling
I didn't
now.
ask for your help.
No,
I can get
no,
a-
hasn't been that long.
Insurance for my car to get
Been within the
towed.
last week.
So that-
Okay. So you're gonna get 3 tickets. All right. She's refusing to go. But if you wanted to hear for breakfast,
Es que no entiendo inglés. De verdad no entiendo
Yes,
lo que
there we
estás
go.
diciendo. No entiendo.
Ajá.
Ajá. Entonces, ¿qué? ¿Ahora qué? No entiendo.
Yeah, this is what everyone's come up
Uh,
with. Supposedly, she could just drive her car through a whole mess of stuff.
So, what's the problem here? I'm stuck.
What's that?
What is the problem?
The problem is you're not talking to us and giving us the information that we need so we can get you out of here and help you out.
The tow truck company. So I told you that already.
Well, I don't know how many phone calls I've made since we've been talking. 'Cause
Right,
you haven't said one word to anybody.
But what is the problem legally? Here, what is the
Legally?
problem? Yes.
You just destroyed airport property
I did not destroy your
with your vehicle. Yes.
Right. And you're his witness.
What's that?
You're the witness to that?
You just told me you did.
I told you I destroyed airport property.
You told me that you just went through here. Plus, I think I got some physical evidence that you came through here, hopped that curb over there.
You got physical evidence that I hit the curb.
Okay, we're not going to argue about this, okay? This isn't an argument.
Okay. Can I see your documents?
It's not an argument, it's a question.
Can you act
Who's
like an
gonna
adult
show you,
and
officer?
answer his questions?
I'm asking you a question, and you answered my question with telling me to answer his question. So
Yes.
what's the answer? To
Because
my
I'm not here to answer your questions.
Oh,
You're here.
I'm not here to answer your questions. You're going to be difficult.
Let me see a copy of your driver's license, please.
In law help?
The old, I know you are, but what am I?
Yeah.
I don't have to show you my license.
What's that? I can't really smell anything, and she hasn't been walking around in.
Just give it a little time, guy. You'll smell it.
Check this time for refusing to cooperate with OPD or fire department.
Backup arrives with a flatbed truck, but the female refuses to let the vehicle be towed. Let's open the camera on.
No.
Document.
It's on their property, ma'am.
There, I mean,
She's trying to stop them. Ma'am, it's on their property.
That's fine. I'll talk to you, not to you.
Yeah, well, I'm talking to you because
That's
you don't need
fine.
to interfere with
Talk to
what he's
me, I'm
doing.
talking to him, not to you.
Ma'am, you do not have the right to approach him and interfere with his job.
I'm not interfering with his job.
All right,
Yeah.
get off. You need to get off. Just get off.
Okay, look.
Thank you.
All right.
Move. Back away.
This doesn't make it more.
Back away now.
For what?
Or you'll be arrested for disobeying.
Arrest me.
Okay,
For what?
move away. Move.
For
Please,
what?
Move.
I'm
Move.
sorry. I'm
Do you
sorry.
want to go
Did
to
you
jail
touch
today?
me?
You need to move
Did
away.
you touch me legally?
So they can do those.
With permission,
Okay.
or what did you do?
You need to move away.
Oh, what? I'm not interfering with shit.
Yes,
All
you
right?
are.
I'm
Move.
explaining how to transport
While you're
an electric car because you don't know shit. All right? You
Now.
can't transport
You need to
an
move
electric
away.
car.
Do not touch
Or
me.
what?
You need to
I'm
move
not
away.
touching you. You touch
All right.
me, bitch. Right. Oh, words hurt your feelings?
What's that?
Words hurt your
Okay.
feelings? Oh.
Trespass warning? And then,
You cannot tow a Tesla like this. This is legal damages you're causing. You cannot tow an electric car like this. You are purposely causing $50,000 plus in damages right now. Please tell me you're recording this.
Wait, that
You
car's
cannot
not worth
tow
$50,000.
An electric vehicle without
Hey,
a
if it's an
flatbed.
electric, yeah, it's probably
Do
what she
it.
paid for.
Cannot
It is a
do it.
flatbed, man.
Right. So when I drive the car up and you don't,
The car doesn't drive because you crashed it.
the car drives fine.
The
I'm
tires
sorry.
are
Did you
flat.
sit? That's fine. They're run flats. Did you sit in them?
He will handle
Did
it.
you sit? Did you sit in the? Did
He
you sit
will
in the
handle
car?
it. Ma'am, I'm not the one who crashed the car.
That's
that
fine.
was you.
That's
I
cool.
highly doubt
I
they're
have no
run
problem
flat,
with
though.
you.
Yeah.
It's his job. He will
That's
tow it.
fine. Dennis, this is threatening to fucking arrest me, and you're standing right next to me, but you didn't pull me in his house, right? So your threats were what?
Yeah, because he was trying to be
Your
nice.
threats were what?
Oh, did you
What?
want to go to
What
jail?
was
ma'am?
it?
Is that what you
was
wanted?
it? What was it? Empty.
Sir, do you know this woman?
Empty.
You might want to give her some advice to behave if she doesn't want to go to jail.
Empty. You can't arrest me for speaking back to you, officer.
Oh no, we have other things we could arrest.
That's fine. So do it.
We don't arrest
Lord.
just because you want us to.
So do it. Or don't do it. I don't give a fuck.
Do you even have a legal driver's license?
Do you even have words that matter to me? Wow. Wow.
Yes, you're under arrest.
Sir, do you know this woman?
Don't talk to her.
I'm not
Or
under
is she
arrest.
not
You're
following
under
her 'cause
arrest.
She's lost her mind.
Oh, look. Make your own phone call. Make
You're
your
not
own
even
phone
making
call.
sense.
Make your
Is
own
this
phone
how she
call.
normally behaves,
This
sir?
is
Because
on
we're
mute.
concerned for her well-being.
You're talking to yourself right now. It's on mute.
Oh, because you don't
Do you know
want
what
to
that
hear
means?
what you're saying?
Do you know what that means?
Wow.
Dennis.
What are you, 12?
You're talking to me right now. You engage
Sir,
with
is this
a
how she normally behaves? Because we're concerned
It
for her
is.
well-being. She's not
They're
acting
concerned for my
rational.
well-being, Dennis. I'm not acting rational. Please tell them that I'm a psycho bitch that'll fucking punch anybody that talks to her right here. This is how I act normally.
Ooh,
So,
threatening the
if you're fine with
police.
it,
That's
take
always
couple
a
steps
good way to
back or
go.
arrest me.
Let's get really
Right.
going really well.
Yeah, I get along really well with people that look like you. So, moving
Wow.
on.
do you have everything out of your car?
Huh?
Do you have everything you need out of the car right now for tonight?
For now.
Hey,
Yes.
what I want to know is that
Okay.
Virgo's
All right.
sister?
This
Moving
is
on.
trespass warning. All right. After I give you this warning, you're not allowed. I have to give you the other copy, but you're not allowed back on property again. All right, or you will be subject to arrest. You understand that? Okay. This is GOA's decision. The airports.
Okay.
You understand that, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Understood.
So let me get you your copy, and then we'll get you on your way.
Perfect.
All right.
Sounds good.
And now I'll give you a sheet. It's going to have the accident number of the investigation. It's also going to have the information of the tow truck. All right.
Thank you so much.
All right. Give me real quick, sorry. All right, ma'am. This is your copy right here, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right. So I need you to go ahead and make your way off property. All right?
Yeah, we'll do as soon as possible. Now.
Yeah, it's going to have to be now.
Okay, as soon as possible.
Do you have a ride coming?
Huh?
Do you have a ride coming?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah. How far out are they? Like 30, 40 minutes.
30 or 40 minutes?
Right.
Okay. I'll see if, make sure with the airport that it's okay with them for you to
Sounds
stay
good.
for 30 or 40 minutes. But just understand, it's their decision.
Yeah.
So the attitude that you're giving everybody right now,
I'm not
it's
giving
probably going to
everybody
affect
this
it.
attitude. I'm giving you guys this attitude because you
I'm
guys
pretty sure
came
you
out
gave.
with side.
I'm pretty sure you gave it to Goa when they came out to talk to you. You know, the people that are your
think
bosses.
so.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not my bosses, but go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Didn't you claim you work at the airport?
I do work at the airport.
Then they would be.
Just because an hour is a member of the airport. But yes or no doesn't mean much.
Airport management is every company in the airport.
$13 an hour to tell people to move off the curb. We're not my boss. By
You're not the boss of me.
You're not the boss of me either, Phil.
Y'all should have been more specific in these words, right? Or in my
Now we
directions.
just need her to tell the male officer, "You're not my daddy. You're not my daddy."
But you could be.
Above each person, da-da-da. That's the same time.
You're
So I can
cute.
get off whenever I fucking feel like it, right?
It
When
does
I
have a
get
date
around-
and time.
It doesn't, actually. It has a date and time of the incident. It doesn't have a date and time of me exiting the property.
No, that's
So
when
I
it is
have a
effective.
ride, Avery, Yeah, it's effective.
If the time passed, then it's already effective. You've already been trespassed.
When does she start crying? There's always got to be crying.
Yeah. Ma'am, you need to move now.
No
Because he needs
crying
to
in
load the car.
baseball.
Oh, me or you? 'Cause
You.
You're the way in the
You
wheel.
need to move.
I'm in the way of the car.
Yeah, you need to get off of this.
Oh, I do. Go ahead. Because that made such a difference in you towing the car. Compared to you standing right next to the fucking wheels of the tow truck. Dennis, please. Porque esta de verdad me tiene que...
Dennis, are you coming to pick her up? How close are you? Because she needs to get off
I'm
property.
sorry, he doesn't speak English. Do you know Spanish? All right then, shake him out.
Look at you grow up.
How about you go stand next to your fucking buddy over there? Me quiere decir algo y no tiene palabras para decir nada. Entonces,
He wanted her away.
Huh?
He wanted her away from the vehicle. That's his problem. Yes, he's scared.
No. He didn't want me away. He said, I need to clear the area, right? Verbatim. He said, I need to clear the area.
Yes. I'm saying in motion to you, and we've told you to leave.
In motion
so.
to me, not
okay,
you.
know,
That
you
was
can start
standing
walking
right
off property because you need to leave.
I actually need to get something out of my car.
Nope, he already asked you if you got everything out of the car. You
Who
said
did?
you were good.
You were the tow.
The opposite, standing right next to
Permiso.
you. No, hey, he's towing the car. You need to move, ma'am.
Here, you're getting more ultra. Who's going to? You guys are from right here.
Also, ma'am, if you have the keys, the tow driver needs it if you want him not to
He
damage
doesn't
the car
actually
further.
need it. And I'm not required to provide
He
it.
does if you don't
He
want the
doesn't,
vehicle
and
damaged
I'm gonna
more.
meet him
Okay.
where it's towing
Well, it's
to.
being documented that you're refusing to give him the keys, so any damage caused by him not having the keys when he loads it up is by your choice if you're not going to give him the keys.
He's not going to have any damage loading up my car, and I'm right here.
Were you just trying to claim it had to be driven up on the ramp?
Uh-huh.
And now you're claiming he can
I'm
do it
right
without
here.
having
So
the keys.
unless he has...
You're not driving anything up on the ramp.
That's
He's towing the
fine,
vehicle.
miss. That's fine.
You also dropped one of your earbuds, by the way.
That's fine.
Okay, you don't want your earbud?
No, I don't.
Oh, no, he can get it off the car. I see. Are you going to return those parking passes to them?
For what?
Because they belong to GOA and you no longer work here.
Oh,
And if you
she
don't
just got
return them,
fired
that's
as
their property
well.
You're stealing.
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, isn't this how you want your employees to act at work?
Yes.
Drunk and belligerent?
You ever find out if she actually works for Tuesday?
He appears to be drunk and
She was still
belligerent,
talking about
but
the D2 stuff and being paid $13 an hour until cars that way. Which is not. Wait, G2's the. That's not the cost. Yeah. So now she maybe works with the parking bags. But she's talking about that paying $30 an hour to sell cars to them. Don't forget the parking passes. You're
That's
right in there.
fine. I'm not talking to you.
Okay. You still need to hand me the parking
I'm
passes.
not talking to you.
Keep talking to me though.
How about you tell him and you stop talking to us because I really don't want to talk to you.
That doesn't really bother me. I'm gonna.
Jim, will you tell Hank I'm not talking to him?
Hank, I'm not talking to Phil, who's not talking to you.
Run your fucking mouth.
Well, I don't want to talk to Phil. Who the hell do I shout to?
So, dude, we're getting paid.
You can't shout
Hey.
at me because I'm not talking to you.
Right now too.
Hey, side chat, would you tell Phil I'm not talking to him?
Great cow. So, ma'am, you need to get the parking pass and whatever else you need and get out of the car. It's literally hanging from your mirror right there. Okay, you need to get out of the car then. Get out of the car so they can tow it. Okay, now she's refusing. If you don't get out of the car and leave the property, you can be arrested for trespass.
Ma'am,
Uh-huh.
this is a bus pass, all right? There's buses right down there, all right?
Here's
That's
a
your
bus
option to get out
pass.
of here, all right?
Goodbye.
So we need you to go and
Pero de verdad no entiendo. Tienen que probar
you're speaking English for a minute, so I know you understand me.
traducedor.
Okay?
Entonces, ¿qué?
So here, take this ticket.
Ajá.
Take it.
Llámame un traductor.
Take the ticket.
Ajá.
There you go.
Amor,
pase
There you go.
corazón.
Let's go.
No?
No.
Okay. Are you refusing to leave your car? because you're trespassed off this property. If you don't enter the
Carson,
bus
you are
route now, you'll
correct.
be
I am not
arrested.
talking to myself. I'm a
Get another one.
bastard.
Yes, you are.
Cut
You
the
are the
crap and get
Pope.
out of the car. Come on. Okay. If you don't speak English, she's speaking Spanish for you. So get out.
¿Usted se va a coger el autobús?
Bill,
If you want to
just
put it
say
in tow
your
mode,
fish
you're welcome to do that.
Come on.
Yes.
¿Cuándo? ¿A qué hora?
Si trabajo aquí.
big mouth or small mouth?
Feel free to put the vehicle in tow
Big
mode
mouth.
for him, and then you need to get out of it.
Que no trabajo aquí. Si trabajo aquí.
¿A dónde trabaja?
No me permiten hacer el tow aquí porque entonces no trabajo aquí. Es lo que me están diciendo.
Ok. ¿Dónde tú trabajas?
Yo trabajo aquí.
Ok, ¿aquí a dónde? ¿Qué compañía?
G2.
G2.
Ajá.
Ok. ¿Y su ID de G2 dónde está?
Yo no lo tengo, por eso me parqueo aquí. Y me voy arriba, me voy aquí en el Q. No tengo nada aquí, por eso me vine aquí.
¿Hace
Si
cuánto
no,
tú tienes trabajo en el G2?
hace 3 años. Ya, tengo 6 años de trabajar en ese aeropuerto.
Don't forget your bus pass right there so you can get out of here.
Con Prospect primero y después con G2. Ahora no entiendo. Me zapan ahí, mi carro no trabaja porque es eléctrico. Todo es en esa computadora ahí.
And do you want your bag right there?
I'm in the fucking employee parking lot. In the fucking garage, right here. By rental cars. I work here for fucking 6 years, bro.
Okay, you already got your stuff.
Yeah.
No insult. Literally, no insult.
Keyword work
More difficult.
with the
You were literally
ED at the end.
instigating right now.
Yeah.
Okay, you got your stuff.
6 years, bro. 6 years, bro.
If you do not go off property right now, you're trespassing to work. You will be under arrested. And you will be arrested. Are you refusing to leave property?
She's a
Just
keeper.
arrest her. Just arrest her already. Jesus.
All right.
Tenants.
You took my phone. You took my
This is
phone.
excessive force.
He
This is
spit in my
excessive
face.
force. I'm not refusing.
She spit in my face! She spit in my face!
My hands are literally in your hands, bitch. Please.
You want to take that off?
De verdad no estoy resistiendo nada.
And now come the tears.
Y'all are fucked up for that, because I didn't do shit.
We gave you more
That's part of the
than enough
problem.
chances
You
to
didn't
leave
do
the
shit
property
they
as
said
you were
told you to
told.
do.
I'm getting my shit out of my car.
Yeah, I'm supposed to.
Are you fucked up? For real?
Can I,
You also did that about 5 times.
recorded, right?
Oh, I gotta take
You realize that, right? You realize that, right?
Yep, I'm well aware. We've been recording you and your actions the whole time. Did you get the lock in your car?
No.
But you're the one that I'm threatening, not me being threatened by you.
You're doing a lot. You're doing a lot right now, and I'm walking with you. I'm not resisting anything, and you're hurting me.
Stop turning
You're
on her.
hurting me.
Face the car.
You're hurting me. You're hurting me. This is excessive force.
Spread your legs.
No.
Spread your legs.
Spread
your legs.
Excessive force. My legs are soldered with a part. You fucking bitch. All right?
Don't turn around.
I don't give a fuck what you have to say. I'm not resisting anything. I'm not
Don't
doing
turn
anything.
around.
My
Stop
fucking
pressing.
pants are stretchy at the waistband. All right? You're using excessive force. I have marks on my fucking wrists right now. You're being fucking arrested. You are being fucking sued for a
This
lawsuit
Chilean drag.
for excessive force.
Yes.
Sounds
Because
like
what are
it.
you doing right now?
Sounds like
I'm
it.
searching you because you're being arrested.
For what? Articulate.
Trespassing.
Articulating.
Stay
I
turned
haven't
around.
even gotten off the property. I haven't even gotten off the property. What does my face have to do with anything?
Correct.
Look at what you're doing
That's
right now.
called
you fucking
trespassing.
bitch. Look at
You
what you're
haven't
doing.
got off the
Get
property.
him on your body cam. Get him on your body cam, you pussy ass bitch. Get him. Get that. You can't look
But
at
I
my.
can't
you
be
cannot-
trespassed till
you
I
cannot
leave
look at my
property.
They are back, so we will finish this later.
Pretty much over.
I thought there was more screaming in the back of the car.
This is Michael
Yeah.
Proctor. Michael Proctor.
Morning, Your
But there's no
Honor.
BAC.
Morning, jurors.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Trooper Michael Proctor, Proctor.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in the Homicide Unit within the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have
Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up loud, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And sir, if you want, that microphone in front of you is adjustable, so however close or far away you want. How long have you been a trooper with the state police?
For over 10 years, and it'll be 5 years in September with the Homicide Unit.
Now, with reference to your work with the homicide unit, with the detective unit at the district attorney's office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work within that unit?
I've attended several homicide schools. I've also been certified in Celebrite software programming. I've also, in addition to homicide investigations, have worked within the narcotics unit on several different investigations there as well.
Now, with respect to your work with the detective units, as far as, do you have sort of an on-call system?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that works, or how those specific days for your on-call duties are assigned?
Sure. So a Sergeant Buchanan usually sets the on-call rotation. It's at random, and your on-call is from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. Any unattended death, homicide, suicide, overdose, things of that nature that comes in during that time frame, you own it. That's your call.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the detective units on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And at some point in the morning, did you receive a call in regard to a situation in the town of Canton?
I did.
And what, if anything, was that? When did you first receive that call from them?
Sergeant Buchanan called me at approximately 6:48 that Saturday morning, advised that Canton PD had a mail party that was discovered in the snow outside of a residence, and he wasn't sure what had happened. It was originally given to me as a possible medical situation.
And based on that initial call and that initial information that you received, what, if anything, did you do?
At that point, I knew I needed to gather further information, so I contacted Detective Lank from Canton Police Department to see exactly what transpired in the morning. He had informed me that a mail party had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital with some injuries. Detective Lank didn't have much more information, so I knew I needed to contact the paramedic at the hospital, the individual who's treating Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, before we get to that, if I could, I'm sorry. As far as Detective Sergeant Lank was concerned, was that someone that you called on your own, or how did you get his information, or why did you call him specifically?
I knew he was on scene, so I called Detective Lank.
So that was some information that you had received at some point earlier, and then you contacted Detective Sergeant Lank.
Correct.
And following that, you reached out to whom? I'm sorry?
This firefighter Anthony Flamati.
And with reference to that conversation, what, if anything, did you learn from that?
Firefighter Flamati informed me that...
I'm going to allow it.
Firefighter Flamati informed me that Mr. O'Keefe had some injuries to his right arm, some abrasions to his right arm, some injuries to his eyes, a cut to the nose area, and he put a 10% chance of survival for Mr. O'Keefe.
And then based on that information, who did you call next?
I contacted Sergeant Buchanan, advised him that this sounds like it's more than a medical situation.
And what, if any, decision did you and Sergeant Buchanan come to with regard to what to do or where to go, or what the next steps should be?
So there's a couple different steps. Number one, it was blizzard conditions, and we operate, Ford Fusions or Chevy Malibu. So we got authorization to use our personal vehicles that are four-wheel drive, and to meet at Canton PD and to speak with the responding officers.
And about what time was it that you and Sergeant Mechanic arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 10 a.m. that morning.
And so, Trooper Proctor, if I could ask you, whereabouts were you at about 8:22 in the morning?
Home.
Had you shoveled out of your driveway at that time?
Not yet.
Had you cleaned up your car at that time?
No.
So you arrived at the Canton Police Station about 10 a.m. or so. When was it that you arrived in relation to Sergeant Buchanan, if you know?
At Canton PD?
Yes.
I don't recall if Sergeant Buchanan arrived first or myself.
But suffice it to say, at some time you both arrived around 10 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go with the Canton Police when you arrived there?
We spoke with the Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if anything, did you learn from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good informed us that while he was on scene, he identified Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Karen Reed. He also informed us that Jennifer McCabe was out early in the night at a waterfall bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
Now, with regard to the parties that you just mentioned, prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware of either Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts, or Karen Reed, or John O'Keefe?
I've never met any of them.
And at some point subsequent, did you have occasion to meet and speak with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just for clarification purposes, if you could identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing.
She's seated between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti wearing a pinstripe sport coat.
I just asked the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Now, after you speak with Sergeant Good, did you speak with anybody else at the Canton Police Station?
No.
And where did yourself and Sergeant Mechanic go from there?
We then traveled to the home of Matthew and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, with reference to when I say you and Sergeant Mechanic, at how long a period of time was it that you were with Sergeant Buchanan on that date of January 29th?
It's from 10 a.m. approximately when we met at Canton Police Department until when we returned to the Canton Police Department that afternoon around 5:30 in the afternoon. So all day. And we also had a debrief meeting with just the troopers in my office at Canton PD. So at least from 10 to 6, 7, because we also went back to the office with some evidence.
And so from that entire time from 10 in the morning until later on in the night, other than maybe short drives in individual cars, were you essentially with Sergeant Buchanan that entire day?
Yes, we used Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck that entire day. I left my personal vehicle at the police department, and I rode with Sergeant Buchanan all day and into the evening.
Now, from the Canton Police Station, where did you and Sergeant Buchanan go?
The McCabe's house in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with there?
We spoke with Matthew and Jennifer McCabe, as well as Brian Albert.
And those interviews that you conducted, were they how were they conducted?
One-on-one, Sergeant Buchanan and myself kind of rotated out Jennifer, Matthew, and Brian. So first we interviewed Jennifer, and then once that was completed, we had her step out, go to a separate room, brought in Matthew, and then the same thing with Brian.
And for the balance of the interviews that you conducted several interviews over the course of your investigation in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And for those interviews, as far as individually done, was that primarily what you did with each of the people that you interviewed over the course of the investigation?
Yes, each interview conducted was either with Sergeant Buchanan or another trooper, and one-on-one, with the exception of Julie and Chris Albert, I believe, were in the same room as us.
Now, with respect to I believe you just answered it, but as far as each of the interviews that you conducted over the course of your investigation, was it at any point in time, was there an interview that you conducted just by yourself?
There was just one.
And who was that one that you conducted by yourself?
That took place just at the grand jury across the street. It was the Currans. I had some difficulty locating them, so when they appeared for grand jury, I interviewed them one-on-one by myself prior to their testimony at grand jury.
You had attempted to meet with them prior to them coming to the grand jury, is that correct?
Yes.
And they had not been responsive to that?
Correct.
However, they were responsive to the summons, and so you interviewed them before they went into the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Other than those, as far as Mr. and Mrs. Curran, every interview that you conducted was in the presence of at least one other trooper?
Correct.
Now, as far as you mentioned one name that we hadn't discussed before at the McCabe household, a Brian Alberts. Prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware or did you know Brian Albert?
I never met Brian Albert until that interview.
Now, following the interviews that you conducted at the McCabe household, where did you go from there?
After the interviews at the McCabe household, Sergeant Buchanan and I traveled to Good Samaritan Hospital for two reasons. One, we knew Miss Reed was there receiving treatment for Section 12. And two, we wanted to view Mr. O'Keefe.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Hospital, was the defendant, Miss Reed, still at that facility at that time?
We had spoke with the security staff at Good Samaritan Hospital. They informed us that Miss Reed was released.
I'll allow it, just to where you went.
That Miss Reed was released several hours prior to our arrival.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived, yourself and Sergeant Buchanan, at the Good Samaritan?
Maybe approximately 1 o'clock.
And you mentioned there was a second reason, and that was to view Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And in your application, did you have a chance to view Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan?
We did.
And where was that within the hospital?
That was in the emergency room.
And when you went to where Mr. O'Keefe was, can you describe for the jury what, if any, observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time that you observed him?
The first thing I noticed on Mr. O'Keefe is he had abrasions on his right arm. On the top of his right arm is approximately 6 to 8, ranging from his forearm to his lower bicep. There was no injuries underneath that forearm. Both eyes were swollen and black and blue. He had a cut on, I believe it was his right nostril. Another smaller cut, I believe it was on his left eye. Those were the injuries that kind of jumped out to me.
At any point in time, did you make any observations of the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head while you were there?
I did observe blood on the back of the head. I wasn't able to tell if there's any significant trauma to the back of his head.
Now, from the Good Samaritan Hospital, yourself and Sergeant Buchanan, what, if any, items did you secure in evidence from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
So after we viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body, we observed a pile of clothes in the corner that hospital staff had cut off Mr. O'Keefe and kind of piled into the corner. The one thing that had jumped out to both of us was one sneaker. And it's fairly common in a motor vehicle pedestrian strike that...
Sustained. Next question. I'll strike from fairly common, the observations.
As far as the clothing that you observed, can you describe the clothing that you observed?
Yes. We observed one black sneaker with the Nike logo, a pair of blue jeans, a belt, boxer shorts, an orange t-shirt, and a two-tone gray, light kind of hooded sweatshirt type of material.
Now, Trooper Proctor, over the course of your career responding to unattended deaths or death investigations as a member, as a detective of, how many of those have involved situations where a pedestrian was struck by a motor vehicle?
Well, I've been in the unit, maybe 3 or 4, and then I've had other experiences on the road.
And as far as the other experiences on the road, can you expound upon those as far as how many or over what time period we're talking about?
About 6 years I spent on the road, so maybe another 3 or 4.
And with reference to those pedestrian crashes, what, if anything, have you seen in those prior investigations in regard to sneakers or footwear of pedestrians involved in motor vehicle crashes?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
Get your sidebar here.
Sidebar.
Get your metric shit ton of sidebars here.
Sidebar.
Red hot sidebar. Red hot sidebar.
With a special mustard sauce of Popeville.
Spicy mustard sauce with a hint of honey.
It's almost enough to violate the Geneva Convention, folks.
And it's not a mustard sauce. It's just a sauce. Once you eat it, you must herd.
Cleans out your colon with one go.
That and a bowl of colon blow, you'll be clean. You'll be pooping stuff you ate in the 60s.
Well, I wasn't born in the 60s. Does that mean it just turns me inside out?
And it's something your mom ate, I guess.
Was that before or after you were born, Jim?
Well, I wasn't born in the 60s, so if I'm pooping out stuff from the 60s, it must have been after. And you're listening to watching the Karen Reed murder trial coverage here on Really Cool News, broadcasting live on Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook. Not yet Twitch. Not yet Twitch.
From a location almost Burbank.
Twitch doesn't exist anymore.
Yes.
Now, with reference to your prior experience with pedestrian crashes involving motor vehicles, what, if any, observations have you made on those prior occasions in regards to the footwear with respect to the pedestrians in motor vehicle crashes?
In those experiences, I've observed one, if not both, pieces of footwear remained at the point of impact.
And so with respect to your observations of the clothing, there only being one sneaker on Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as the sort of steps you took subsequent in your investigation?
That was just a little piece of evidence that Sergeant Mechanic and I picked up, that only one piece of footwear revealed the potential of a vehicle strike.
Now, in addition to, Sergeant Mechanic is one of your supervisors within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes.
And is another one a Lieutenant Brian Tully?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the one sneaker that was found in Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if anything, with regard to that, did you communicate to Lieutenant Tully?
Objection.
As to how it goes to the investigation,
Yes.
I'll allow it.
Sergeant Mechanic and I informed DLT Tully that there was one shoe at the hospital.
And with respect to Detective Lieutenant Tully, are you aware that subsequently in the afternoon that there was a search that was conducted in the area of 34 Fairview Road where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
And are you aware of what, if anything, was recovered in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found on that day?
Objection.
I'll allow it as to the investigation.
Yes.
And what are you aware?
We were informed, Sergeant Mechanic and I were informed that CERT team and Detective Lieutenant Tully discovered a black Nike sneaker with the white swoosh logo that was a match to Mr. O'Keefe's shoe at the hospital.
Now, from these items of clothing, I'm sorry, let me just let the siren move on. Trooper, in addition to the shoe that you've already referenced, what, if anything else, did you observe about what kind of clothing and the condition of the clothing that you observed in the hospital?
The clothing seemed it was wet. It was pretty well saturated. The right sleeve had some like cuts to it, like tears to it. There's like blood and vomit on it, if I recall. Those were the observations I had made of the clothing. And they had been cut due to rendering first aid as well, the pants area.
Now, subsequent to viewing these clothing items at the hospital, at a later time, did you have occasion to observe surveillance video from a variety of places on the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th, depicting Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regards to the clothing that you observed at the hospital and the clothing that you observed in the video?
So the videos I reviewed at C.F. McCarthy's bar and the Waterfall bar were the same clothes Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that Sergeant Buchanan and I had secured at Good Samaritan Hospital.
Now, Trooper, I'm going to ask you some questions just in regard to securing these items specifically as evidence, but in general terms, as far as securing items and evidence within your unit. How is that accomplished? How is that done? What do you do with items that you deem of evidentiary value that you then secure?
Generally, if we take an item for evidence, we'll put it in a brown paper bag, document it, time, date, who secured that item, address, where it's discovered, and then we'll bring that back to our office, to the evidence processing area. From there, it'll go to a permanent evidence room that has triple retention. It has an actual key, a key card, and an actual access code, and only 3 members of my office have access to that room, the 2 evidence officers and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And at this time, on January 29th, 2022, who was assigned as the evidence officers who had access to that room?
So that'd be Trooper David Achiko and Trooper Jeffrey Kukowski.
Did either yourself or Sergeant Buchanan have any access to that evidence storage room?
No.
Now, with reference to these items that were seized and, say, items that were seized subsequent during the course of your investigation, did they go through that same sort of evidentiary storage process that you were speaking about before?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, in addition to the clothing items, at some point did you come into possession and seize Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
And do you recall where it was that you received or retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's phone from?
We received it at the Canton Police Department.
And was that prior to you going to the Good Samaritan?
After, I believe.
After. So following the Good Samaritan, where did you go from there?
So after the Good Samaritan Hospital, Sergeant Buchanan and I traveled to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dighton.
And why did you go to that location?
That was the residence of Miss Reed's parents' home, and having a brief conversation with Miss Reed on the phone, she informed us she was at her parents' house.
So you had called Miss Reed, spoken to her, and informed her that you were coming there to speak, correct?
Correct.
And just as you had done with Ms. McCabe, Mr. McCabe, you spoke to Ms. Reed within her home?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, did you reach out to on your way there with regard to local law enforcement as you were driving to Dighton?
We contacted the Dighton Police Department just for a couple of reasons. One, it's a common courtesy. If we're in another town, we just kind of give the local PD a heads up. But also we needed to coordinate a plow truck and potentially a tow truck as well.
And why did you need to coordinate those things?
At the time, there must have been at least a foot of snow on the ground. And it was a dead-end cul-de-sac, so which was made it difficult to navigate. So we requested the plow to clear a path for Sergeant Buchanan and I to get down the roadway, as well as clear the driveway of the residence, so the tow truck could pull into the driveway.
Now, as far as the drive from Good Samaritan, that's in Brockton, is that correct?
Yes.
As far as the drive from the Good Samaritan in Brockton to the defendant's parents' home in Dighton, about how long a drive was that, and how would you describe the weather conditions along the way?
Yeah, the weather conditions were whiteout, high winds, blizzard conditions. We had to travel very slow. It was almost about an hour to get there.
And when you arrived there, you were in Sergeant Mechanic's truck, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did Sergeant Mechanic position the truck in relation to the house at 345 Country Hill?
From what I recall, Sergeant Mechanic went down the cul-de-sac and turned around, and he actually had to let me out first because of the high snowbanks, and then he parked kind of along the snow, pointing essentially to Mr. Reed's house.
And at some point, did members of the Dighton Police come along and join?
Yes.
And do you recall who those people were?
I believe one of the officers' last name was Barrows or Barrows.
And had you ever met that officer before?
No.
Now, with respect to the home, had you and Sergeant Mechanic approached the home at any point prior to the Dighton Police showing up?
I can't recall if, no, they had arrived first before we approached the home.
And when you approached the home, you went, what did you traverse? How did you get from the street to the home?
We walked down the driveway, and then we observed Miss Reed's Lexus parked in the driveway, the front of it facing one of the garage doors. That's when we observed the broken taillight on the right side of the vehicle. We then proceeded to the front door. The snow was about up to our waist, and knocked on the door and was greeted by Mr. Reed.
So as you're walking up the driveway towards the home, you see Miss Reed's vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a vehicle that you later subsequently found to be registered to Miss Karen Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you documents, 4 pages in length, just ask you to review that if I'm finished. And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
The Registry of Motor Vehicles, it's the certified document for Miss Reed's Lexus.
Is that the plate information that's contained in there, is that the same plate that was affixed to Miss Reed's vehicle on that day?
Yes.
And that also details sort of the history or how long she's had possession of that vehicle, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Going back to, I believe, 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Call will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed, at some point you go into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And how do you enter into the defendant's parents?
So Sergeant Mechanic and I, after we had knocked on the front door, Mr. Reed directed us around the corner, opened up the garage door for us and invited us in.
Now, if I could take you back to, I'm sorry, just as far as when you're coming up the driveway and you're passing by the defendant's vehicle, you mentioned some damage that you observed to the right rear passenger side area, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what it was specifically that you observed as far as damage to that area of the vehicle?
Yeah, the right rear taillight had essentially large pieces missing from it.
So you proceed inside the home, and where is it that you're directed, and where is the defendant?
We're invited into a large living room area. Miss Reed is seated on a couch, and her parents, William and Janet, are present for the conversation and kind of standing off to the side.
And that conversation goes on for approximately how long?
Approximately half hour, 40 minutes.
And when you terminate that conversation, you come back outside of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And where is the vehicle at this point?
That is being put on the tow truck.
Now, in addition to the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything else, was taken and seized as evidence from the defendant on that morning?
After confirming the phone Miss Reed was holding was in fact hers, we told her we were seizing the phone and we'd be writing a search warrant for that.
Now, during the course of the conversation that you and Sergeant Mechanic had with the defendant that afternoon at her parents' home in Dayton, were there some questions in relation to contact information for other people that were at bars or different establishments the night before?
Yes, we asked Miss Reed specifically for some of the friends that Mr. O'Keefe was with at CF McCarthy's. One person in particular was Michael Camerano. So we observed Miss Reed enter the passcode on her phone, retrieved Mr. Camerano's phone number for us, provided to us, and that just further confirmed that was her cell phone.
Now, through your training experience, when a cell phone is seized from a person, what, if anything, is it that you do with regard to that cell phone to preserve the information on?
Well, the first thing we do is we put it in airplane mode, and then we give it to a cell phone expert in our office, Trooper Nicholas Garino, and he essentially tries to access the data in that phone once a search warrant is obtained.
Now, as far as putting that cell phone in what you described as airplane mode, what is the purpose of that?
It's to avoid if someone wants to go on a tablet or a laptop and access the information on their phone, and they can start deleting stuff off their iCloud. This prevents that.
So you secure the phone, you secure the vehicle on the tow truck, and then where did you and Sergeant Mechanic go from there?
We followed the tow truck from the address in Dayton to the Canton Police Department. We're secured in the Sallyport Bay.
And if you know approximately what time was it that you arrived at the Canton Police Department and secured the defendant's vehicle in the Sallyport Bay?
Yep, so we left Dayton around 4:16 p.m. and arrived in Canton at the police department at approximately 5:31 p.m.
And with reference to the Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage, why was the vehicle taken there?
I wasn't part of that decision, but it's my understanding that it was a heated facility. The other options were, I believe, the barracks in Milton, but that's not large enough to house a vehicle that size, and it's not heated.
And in regard to the heated, what was the sort of purpose or utility of storing it in a heated setting?
Miss Reed's vehicle was covered with snow and ice at the time. It was transported from Dayton to Canton.
And with regard to the Sallyport garage area of the Canton Police Department, at some point were you inside that area?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make as far as the temperature or the heating within that facility?
I don't remember the exact, I couldn't put a ballpark on temperature, but it was certainly warmer than outside.
Now, as far as the vehicle was concerned, either on scene, either in Dayton or at the Sallyport garage, or at any point in time that you were in the presence of that vehicle, what, if any, contact did you have? What, if anything, did you do or observe Sergeant Mechanic to do with regard to that damaged area you described on the right rear passenger side?
Yeah, Sergeant Mechanic and I never touched any part of that vehicle.
And as far as the moving it from sort of the tow truck into the Sallyport area, how was that accomplished?
The tow truck driver removed it from the tow truck and pulled it into the Sallyport Bay.
Now, as far as prior to leaving that Sallyport area of the garage where the vehicle was, what, if anything, did you and Sergeant Mechanic do with reference to securing that vehicle or coordinating it off in any way, shape, or form?
We tried to set up a perimeter as best we could using caution tape, and just kind of sectioned it off with caution tape.
Now, at some point, you leave the Sally Port area, the Canton Police Station, and where did you go from there?
We had a debrief meeting. So there's other troopers. There's troopers at scene on 34 Fairview Road. There's other troopers conducting interviews. So at the end of the night, members of my office met in a conference room at the Canton Police Department to exchange information as far as what everyone had learned throughout the day.
And as far as that meeting is concerned, that's just troopers from your unit, from your office, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so there were no members of the Canton Police Department that were present for that, is that correct?
No, correct.
And do you know why that was?
They had taken a step back from the investigation. They weren't going to participate in any interviews or anything of that nature.
And how was that communicated to you and Sergeant Buchanan?
The best of my recollection was that debrief meeting that we were informed that essentially Canton PD would be taking a step back from the investigation, and that now this is just solely a Norfolk State Police investigation.
So before we get to sort of the debriefing and all that's covered in that, as far as when you're on call, you get a call for any kind of sort of homicide or unattended death or anything like that. You then become what's called a case officer for that investigation, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe for the jury sort of what the duty or the role is of the case officer vis-a-vis the rest of the members of the unit?
So essentially a case officer is more of a facilitator. You kind of delegate out tasks, coordinate interviews. The case officer isn't the sole decision maker. I have supervisors. I have that we bounce ideas off of, I get feedback from. I also keep them updated. It's a collaborative effort in each investigation. We're a small office, so when a homicide comes in, everyone essentially drops what they're doing, and we all work on it together. So it's a collective effort to work on these cases, and essentially the case officer is just kind of the record keeper of all the reports that come in and video that comes in. But when it comes down to decision-making time, it's a group effort.
Now, with reference to that collaborative effort that you were just discussing and this sort of debriefing meeting, so there were other troopers doing other things or other tasks throughout the course of the day of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And so what was sort of the purpose of or not specifically what was discussed, but in general terms, what was discussed during the course of this debriefing?
The taillight piece is found at 34 Fairview Road by CERT. The one sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road. Interviews conducted, and then Sergeant Mechanic and I also shared everything we had kind of learned throughout the day as well.
And that debriefing meeting, if you know about how long approximately did that take in this case?
I can't recall, maybe half hour.
And so following that meeting, where did you go from there?
Sergeant Mechanic and I had secured some evidence, the clothing from Good Samaritan Hospital, the additional sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road, as well as the taillight pieces discovered at 34 Fairview Road, and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone and Miss Reed's cell phone, and him and I transported those to the office in Canton.
And when you transported them to the office in Canton, what, if anything, did you do with those items?
The two cell phones were given to Trooper Nicholas Garino, and the clothing was laid out on top of butcher paper to dry out in our evidence intake area. And then the bag taillight pieces were set aside in the evidence intake processing area. Sergeant Mechanic and I didn't have access to the permanent evidence locker area, so we just secured them in the temporary intake area.
And that leads me to my next question. As far as the area that you're talking about with regard to the clothing items and the other items that you secured beyond the cell phones, that was in a secure area of your office, is that correct?
Correct.
And by secure, I mean restricted access to the troopers within your unit, correct?
Correct. It's you need a key card, and it's also equipped with an alarm.
Now, following that, as far as these items of evidence and other items of evidence that are seized throughout the course of an investigation, how is it that they go, or what, if anything, is done, if you know, between the time that they go from this temporary storage area to the permanent storage area?
Yeah, I'm not an evidence officer. I never have been. My understanding is once it's in the evidence processing area, it gets put into the permanent evidence room that only, like I said, two troopers and a detective lieutenant have access to. And it's the evidence officer's responsibility to process that material when they see fit.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 1st of 2022. Were you working in regard to this investigation on that date as well?
Yes.
And at some point, did you have occasion to go back to the Canton Police Department, specifically in the Sally Port garage area?
I did.
And what was the purpose of you going out to the Sally Port garage on that?
Pursuant to a search warrant, we were processing Miss Reed's Lexus SUV.
And when you say we, who, if anyone else, was present with you, or who, if anyone else, did you contact in reference to the processing pursuant to that search warrant of the defendant's vehicle?
So we had a chemist from the State Police Lab, Ms. Maureen Hartnett, as well as a trooper from Crime Scene Services, Trooper Zachary Clark. And then later in the day, the accident recon team, Trooper Joe Paul, had arrived as well.
Now, if I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to Crime Scene Services section. Can you describe for the jury sort of what their role is in regard to investigations that you do and how they're sort of contacted?
So in any scene, if it's required for it to be documented, Crime Scene Services will arrive. They'll document the scene with photographs. In more serious situations, in a homicide, for instance, they'll actually take video as well as dust fingerprints.
Now, with respect to this particular investigation, there were a number of different areas or different times when Crime Scene Services was contacted to document things, correct?
Yes.
And that would include at Good Samaritan when you observed injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct.
That would include the autopsy that was performed to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
That would include February 1st in the Sally Port garage when the search warrant was executed on the defendant's vehicle?
Correct.
That would include subsequent searches that occurred at Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of those instances, if you know, was it ever the same trooper from Crime Scene Services section that came out and memorialized each of those respective areas?
Yeah, it was a different trooper each time.
And is that something that you or any member of your unit has any control over whatsoever as far as who shows up from Crime Scene Services to memorialize or document a scene?
No.
Now, with respect to the search warrant execution on February 1st, what I want to ask is between the time that you were in the garage on January 29th, 2022, and the time that you're there for the search warrant execution on February 1st, had you been in that Sally Port area of the Canton Police Station at any time in between?
No.
Now, with respect to the taillight area on the passenger side of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, differences or what, if any things you note sort of between your observations of the taillight on the 29th versus your observations on February 1st?
Yeah, the only difference from the 29th to the 1st was snow and ice had melted from the taillight.
So as far as the condition of that particular taillight, was it in essentially the same condition that you observed it on the 29th when you observed it on the 1st?
Yes, it was still broken and large pieces missing from it.
But as far as the broken status of it and the pieces that were missing, was it any more broken or any more pieces missing from it when you saw it on the 1st versus when you saw it on the 29th?
No.
And with respect to the taillight housing for that vehicle on that particular day, what, if anything, happened with it on that day, if you know?
The state police chemist, Ms. Hartnett, had it removed, which she brought to the lab herself.
So she had it removed it herself, and then physically took it with her when she left to the lab?
Yeah, it was with the assistance of a Canton police officer who was had an auto body shop, so he's kind of well versed in cars, so he was able to assist the chemist with removing the housing unit.
Now, at any point in time on that day of February 1st, 2022, did you come into contact physically or otherwise with that tail light? Did you handle it in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, I would request to publish. Give me one moment, Your Honor. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
My apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, if I could publish a portion of Exhibit 34.
Okay.
The Sally Port video. Ms. Gilman, if I could have from February 1st, 2022. At approximately 9:12 a.m. You can just pause it right there. Okay. Now, if I may, it may be easier and more visible with this particular video with the lights on.
Okay.
Try that.
Sure.
Trooper Proctor, directing your attention to what's up on the screen is Exhibit 34. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes, that's the Sallyport area, Canton Police Department, and Miss Reed's Lexus kind of roped off with yellow caution tape.
And this is the execution of that search warrant that you were speaking about before, as far as your presence and some of the other members of the state police and the state police lab that you were talking about.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could run it from here for just a few minutes. Sir, while this is going, if I could just ask a couple of questions as far as people within this video, do you recognize anyone in this video?
Yeah, myself, kind of the top of the screen. Trooper Zach Clark, we're the one with the camera taking photographs of the vehicle.
Now, with reference to this video from the Sallyport Garage of the Canton Police Department, what, if anything, did you learn over the course of this in regard to how that video is reported, or how it's, what, if anything, sort of activates that video?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Lowe.
As far as this video is concerned, is this one continuous time frame that we're looking at, or how is it?
Objection.
Sustained.
My understanding, it's motion
That
active.
means you can't answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can ask a different.
I'm not sure there was anything said.
No.
Oh, right. I'll strike if there was anything. But Mr. Lally, just ask a question, please.
With respect to this video, as far as the recording is set up, how is that activated, or how does it record?
Objection. Same question.
Yeah. How does he know that? It's sustained.
Have you watched this video or other videos from the Canton Police Department, Sallyport Garage?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to timing? As far as there is a timestamp on the video, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regard to the timestamp on this video or the other videos that you observed with regard to how time moves throughout the video?
The timestamp on the video tends to pause, indicating it's motion activated.
It tends to pause. I'll strike after.
run it to about 9:24. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Thank you very much. Now, Trooper, with regard to that taillight that was then taken by Ms. Hartnett to the lab, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point that was returned to the custody of the state police, your detective unit?
Correct.
And do you have that taillight housing with you today in court?
I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the trooper could retrieve that?
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Probably be easier that way. Sir, you can stay right there. Handing you an item, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
I recognize that to be the housing unit.
And as far as your recognizing of the housing unit, is there any sort of denotation or anything on the outside of that box indicating what's contained therein?
There's a State Police Crime Lab sticker with the number associated with it. It also indicates fragile, and evidence tape that is initialed and dated as well when it's sealed up. And the sticker also says passenger side TA, indicating taillight.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek to admit and introduce that as the next exhibit.
Do you want it out of the box first, Mr. Jackson?
We could just take a quick look.
Sure.
Sure.
With the court's permission, if the
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Trooper, you can go ahead and put that back in the box. Thank you very much.
Put it on the bag. We need to mark that, and we're going to mark it twice, folks. We're going to mark the bag within the box, and we'll mark the box as well. Thank you. Nancy.
I'm sorry, Trooper, if you could hand that to Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, hold on. Hold on, so it's gonna be 544 and 544A.
Your Honor, may I inquire, is the A the light and the 44 is the bag?
We're not even putting it right on the light because it's broken.
Understood.
So we're putting 544 on the bag, 544A on the box.
Understood, thank you.
You put that on the bag, please, sir.
$544A. Thank you.
544A.
Trooper, with respect to that item that's just been marked as evidence, is that essentially the condition that you observed it in both on January 29th and February 1st?
Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask just to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 147.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen that's been marked as Exhibit 147?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the right taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV, and you can see large pieces of it are missing.
Again, is that the same condition that you observed it both on February 1st as well as January 29th, obviously minus the snow and the ice?
Yeah, minus the snow and ice, sir, yes.
Thanks. Just doing, you can take that down, Mr. Officer. You can have the lights back up. Thank you. Now, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd of 2022. In the morning hours of that date, where did you go in regard to this investigation?
Sergeant Mechanic, Trooper David Achico, and myself went to 34 Fairview Road along with Trooper Evan Brandt from Crime Scene Services to essentially dig out the snow in pursuit for more evidence.
Now, as far as you mentioned, as far as dig out the snow in pursuit of other evidence, what, if any, tools or implements did you and the other troopers bring with you in order to effectuate that on February 3rd?
We just had kind of standard snow shovels.
And with respect to that, as far as going back to 34 Fairview Roads, and let me clarify as far as that's concerned. Prior to that date of February 3rd, 2022, had you been to 34 Fairview Road at any point in time in the course of your investigation?
No.
So that morning of February 3rd, that's the first time that you went?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, is that, how many times did you go to the area of 34 Fairview Road over the course of the next sort of days and weeks in regard to potential recovery of items?
So February 3rd, I retrieved items on the 8th, the 11th, and 18th, and we was out there on the 10th with Sergeant Mechanic as well.
Now, as far as any of those occasions that you just described, that you went to the area of 34 Fairview Road, on any of those occasions, were you by yourself?
No.
And with respect to those other occasions, what type of people or who was with you? I know you've mentioned on the 3rd, but beyond the 3rd, those other occasions that you described, who was with you?
On the 18th, I believe it was Trooper Chico, based on the handwriting on the evidence bag, kind of recognized his handwriting. And the other 2 dates, I don't recall who was out there with me.
Now, with respect to items that were located, starting with the 3rd, do you recall specifically what, if any, items were located on the 3rd?
We've located a black drinking straw, consistent with the one seen in the waterfall video of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the bar holding the glass. We located his hat that had the American flag that was deep underneath the snow. As we were digging, we discovered that. We further discovered other pieces of plastic as well.
Now, as far as these return trips on successive dates to 34 Fairview Road, what was the reasoning behind that, or what was sort of the plan in reference to why were there so many different dates that you returned to 34 Fairview Road with other troopers?
So after the 29th, there was close to 2 feet of snow that had fallen. And in the days and weeks that had followed, the temperatures ranged from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees. And there was about a half a dozen days mixed in of, heavy rain. So as the snow started to melt, more evidence started to present itself.
So there were items that you recovered on the 3rd and then items you recovered on successive dates that weren't visible or you didn't see on the 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could, keeping you on February 3rd, you mentioned that there was Trooper Evan Brent that was present with you during the search on that day as well?
Yes.
Now, in addition to going to 34 Fairview Road, where else did yourself and Trooper Brent go on that particular day?
We traveled to One Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And is that the first time that you had been to One Meadows Ave or Mr. O'Keefe's residence?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that residence, why is it that you and Trooper Brent went there on February 3rd?
We wanted to document Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle to show that there was no damage to it, as well as the garage doors.
And why did you want to document that?
During the review of Mr. O'Keefe's ring video, particularly the one above the garage that displays the driveway, on the 29th at approximately 5:07 a.m., Miss Reed's pulling her vehicle out of the garage door, backing up towards Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, and comes extremely close, if not slightly hitting the vehicle. So we want to at least go document that there was no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's car.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish that for the jury as far as what's been marked as Exhibit 6, video 153.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, with regard to this ring video, how was this obtained, if you know?
So we first observed it through Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on the Ring app, and then I wrote a search warrant for Ring itself.
And as far as the videos that you received from Ring, did they match what was on what was viewable being the Ring app on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
The videos on Mr. O'Keefe's app, yes, they was what Ring produced, matched.
So as far as any videos that were present that you received pursuant to the search warrant, or any videos that were not present, that was consistent with what you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's app on his phone?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could press play through here. Now, Trooper Proctor, with regard to this video, you've seen this before, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at the point from this video, are you able to discern who the operator of that vehicle is?
Based off the attire, Miss Reed driving.
Now, with respect to when that vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, if you could, there's a laser pointer out there in front of you on the desk. If you could, I would just ask you to draw the jury's attention to what, if any, vehicles you observe in this video and whose vehicles you believe them to be.
So right there, it's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and Miss Reed's vehicle.
Now, as far as when those vehicles come close or come into contact with each other, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is concerned, what, if anything, do you observe like on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at the time?
There's some snow you can see on the back window here, the bumper and the windows here is starting to be covered in snow.
And as far as when that vehicle comes close to or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, do you observe the snow to come off of the car at that point?
I do not know.
Now, with reference to the back area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, specifically in the area of the ground, as far as that area on the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in reference to any red pieces or any pieces of taillight or plastic or glass or anything in that area that you observed on this video?
So this area here is, you can see the white snow. There's no red pieces of taillight, which would show up in the contrast of the white snow.
Just go if you could run it from there for a moment. Now, as far as the damage area that you were discussing previous that you observed in the January 29th in the Sally Port, February 1st in the Sally Port, and then the item that was just marked as evidence. What, if anything, do you observe in the right rear passenger side taillight area of the defendant's vehicle from this video?
You can see the inconsistent lighting. If you compare it to the left versus the right, there's a gap right there.
If what you observed from that video, does that appear to be consistent with what you observed on January 29th at the Canton Police Department, February 1st, and in the item of evidence that was just marked?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you. Now, sir, you proceeded to 1 Meadows Ave for the first time on February 3rd, is that correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Brent from crime scene was with you and took some photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Trooper, I'm showing you a set of 10 photographs. You those, look up when you're finished. Trooper, just generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize them to be?
The first picture is the front door of Mr. O'Keefe's house, and it's also Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
I'm up to introduce and admit as the next 10 exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
It's 5:45 to 5:57.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just have permission to publish just a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Stillman, if I could have photograph 7752. And Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It's now been marked as Exhibit 546.
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse vehicle.
And with respect to this particular foreground here, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at there.
So that is Mr. O'Keefe's driveway. You see two garage doors there that lead into the house. And above those garage doors is the Ring camera.
Now, with respect to the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, from your viewing of the video from Exhibit 6, from the Ring video, video number 153, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where it is on this vehicle that there's contact, if any, between Ms. Reed's vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's.
It would have been in this general area here.
As far as your observations on that date,
What's the, hold on.
Maybe approach briefly.
Okay.
Sidebar? Sidebar. Sidebar. Sidebar number 7 for those counting at home.
Yep.
Yep. That's all we can say is yep.
Nope.
You are watching the Karen Reed murder trial coverage here on Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook. This is Really Cool News, and I'm Jim Finch here with Hank and here with Pope Phil. And we'll be your host this afternoon until about 4 or 4:30 Eastern Time. The trial does not have a hearing scheduled for tomorrow, so Wednesday, the defense is probably going to get its butt handed to it, as it will be an all-day voir dire without the presence of the jury. It'll be either Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. Oh dear. But then, tomorrow, you could witness all of us sleeping in, because we don't have to be up to cover the trial. What do you think about that, Hanky?
Yeah.
Yay.
No trial tomorrow, or just late start?
No trial tomorrow.
Okay.
No
Couldn't remember which days we had off this week.
But tomorrow night, we'll be having our Thursday night all-star panel on a Tuesday night again. That's right. Thursday on a Tuesday.
One of these days, we're going to teach Jim how to spell.
What do you think about that? Thursday on a Tuesday.
So you have your Taco Tuesday on Thursday now?
No, we'll probably have tacos both Tuesday and Thursday to make up the difference. But if Taco Bell would like to sponsor us, we'll eat tacos every day of the week. And that goes for Del Taco as well.
Fix them at the house a lot cheaper.
We're trying to get a sponsorship.
Okay. Get your grocery stores a sponsorship.
And they're much more delicious when they're prepared with love at Taco Bell.
Okay, if you call that love, woo.
Well, they put the love into that sour cream. They love that sour cream. Dax says Ortega will kick you in a can of beans.
Trooper, when you were in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's residence on February 3rd, 2022, you had occasion to make observations of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, damage did you observe to the driver's side rear area of the
I didn't observe any significant damage or any damage.
As far as the entirety of the vehicle, that was all photographed.
And something I've been craving.
Yes.
What's that, Hank?
Sloppy Joes.
Correct.
Slappy Joe.
I did not observe any damage.
Yes.
But not a sloppy Karen?
Photographs that I placed before you, have you had a chance
Nope.
to review those?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Do you recognize what's depicted?
My grocery order that's coming in this afternoon will have ground beef and
Mr. O'Keefe's
a can of
vehicle, as
sloppy
well as
Joe
the garage
mix.
doors.
I'm making ground beef chili right now.
No objection.
Okay.
It's gonna simmer all day long. But it'll be ready right before our nightly broadcast of the news at 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 o'clock where it counts, 4 o'clock Mountain, and 3 p.m. on the West Coast.
I'm going to be asleep by then.
It's a fun time in the OK Corral tonight.
Okay, if that's fun.
Fun, fun, fun. Talking about Floyd Wallace, Michael Elon, Shirley DeCastro.
It's 5:55.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish just a few of those to the jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7779. And Trooper, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen now as Exhibit 559?
Yes.
If you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in 559.
It's the rear bumper area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle,
That's the driver's side or the passenger side?
the driver's side.
And what, if any, damage did you observe in that area of the vehicle on February 3rd when you were there?
No damage.
Now, with respect, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7780. That's my answer. And sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what's now been marked as Exhibit 560?
Yes, those are the two garage doors of Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And what's contained up on that screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's garage doors on February 3rd?
Yes.
And with respect to those garage doors, what, if any, damage did you note or observe on those garage doors at any point when you were there on February 3rd?
I did not observe any damage to the garage doors.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Trooper Proctor, subsequent dates following February 3rd, specifically February 8th, 11th, and 18th. Did you have occasion to return to 34 Fairview Road on those days?
I did.
And you had mentioned a little bit about sort of changes in the weather. What, if anything, sort of evolved as far as the weather was concerned between the dates of February 3rd when you were there and February 8th, 11th, and 18th?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the weather pattern had kind of fluctuated from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees with a handful of days of heavy rain mixed in. So that caused a lot of snow to melt as well.
And with respect to each of those respective days of February 8th, 11th, and 18th, what, if anything, did you observe or recover, you and the other troopers that were present on those days?
Yeah, there's further evidence that was originally buried under the snow because of the warm temperature and the rain and the snow melting kind of revealed itself. More pieces of plastic, clear and red.
Now, with respect to the residents at 34 Fairview Road, each of these times that you were at the residence, including February 3rd, where in relation to the house were these items observed and recovered by you and the other troopers on those respective days?
So if you're looking at 34 Fairview, looking at the front of the house, it's to the left side of the property between like the flagpole and kind of the fire hydrant in that general area, the front and left of the property.
Now, with regard to these 3 subsequent dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, these items that were observed and recovered on those dates, where were they in relation to the roadway? Where were they in relation to the hydrant, the flagpole, other sort of markers in the area?
I don't specifically remember exactly if they were around the flagpole, because the CERT team came and shoveled an area around. So that stuff had melted first because there was a lot less snow, and then they created more piles. But as far as the general area was by the flagpole and fire hydrant, it wasn't like on the other side of the property. It was in that general area.
And just with respect to those items, were they generally found, or were they specifically found either on the grass or the roadway area?
Grass area.
Asphalt or grass is basically what I'm asking.
I'm sorry, grass area.
And with regard to each of those items that were recovered on those 3 successive dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, did you bring those items with you to court today as well?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, the bag. You recognize that bag, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's an evidence bag containing 3 smaller evidence bags.
And with the court's permission, if you could.
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Go ahead.
With the court's permission, may the witness remove the 3 smaller bags from the larger bag?
Yes.
Trooper, if I could just, in succession, if I could ask you to please open the bag with respect to February 8th first. And before you do that, I apologize. With respect to that bag, what, if any, indication is there as to the contents there?
It says taillight, 1 large piece of plastic, color red, 1 small piece of red plastic, and 1 piece of black plastic. Located 34 Fairview Road, front lawn, left side.
Thank you, sir. If you could please remove those. Thank you, sir. You can place those back in the bag. I'm also seeking to introduce you to the next exhibit. No objection.
Okay. Exhibit 563.
Sir, if I could ask you just to retrieve the bag that's marked, retrieve the bag of items that were seized on February 11th. And if you could read to the jury what the description is in regard to that evidence bag.
So it's 2 on the 11th. This one is described as glass fragments. You can't tell how many pieces. It's been taped over. The second bag from the 11th says 3 pieces of clear plastic, 5 pieces of red plastic.
And with the court's permission, may the witness remove those items from the back.
All right.
Smaller bag in here containing the glass. Cut that open as well.
I think that's sufficient.
All right, so Madam Clerk, are you moving to introduce it?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, Reporter, any objection? We can go ahead and open.
I want to object, but I don't know what's about that.
Go ahead and open it.
Yes, Your Honor. Right. These items appear to be just further on sealed up and wrapped up and
Do you want him to open every one, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, approach.
Yes.
Let's get step far.
All right, so go.
I don't need a moment. No objection.
How many pieces are in there?
1, 2, 7.
I feel like a spam sandwich today. That would be good for lunch. Fried spam sandwich.
The smaller bag.
Okay.
Will be 564. Thank you.
A little bit of salt and
Fried egg
pepper.
on it.
I don't like eggs.
You strange bastards.
Yes, it's a texture thing. I just don't like eggs. I don't like mushrooms either.
And Trooper, if you could, the other bag from the 11th, if you could open that up and remove those items. Sir, if you could put those back in the bag. Your Honor, call multiple seats introduced in the minutes of the next exhibit.
The 565.
And lastly, sir, with regard to the back from February 18th, again, if you could read to the jury what's indicated as far as the contents therein.
Several pieces of red and clear plastic.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove
Yes.
the items.
Oh, the judge is getting snippy.
Thank you, sir. If you could turn those items to the back. You're on the call, both the seats submitted as an exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 566.
Here's the original bag.
Trooper, with regard to each of those items from February 8th, 10th, and 11th, excuse me, forgive me, 8th, 11th, and 18th, those are all items that you recovered from the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was just displayed to the jury is that essentially the condition that they were in when you recovered them on those respective dates.
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention just briefly regarding the search warrants in regard to the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house. Was that one search warrant or more than one search warrant that you did in respect to those ring videos?
There was a second search warrant for the ring videos for Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And if you recall, what was the general time frame that was asked for in that warrant as far as from what date to what date?
The second one, I believe, was January 30th to the 3rd or the 4th, I believe.
Or was the first one essentially from the 24th to the 29th?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the video that you received in regard to the first search warrant to ring, what kind of information did you receive from Ring as far as what beyond sort of the video itself, what if any other information did you receive as far as accounts or activity or anything like that?
It was just confirming that the user account was under Mr. O'Keefe's email, and then there was an Excel file where you kind of have to transcribe. So that each video has about a 17-digit number associated with it, unique identifier. You take that 17-digit number and you got to convert it using these Excel files to get the date and time.
Now, with respect,
Yeah, I'm offended.
to
I'm
what you
cooking
received
chili
pursuant to the
right
search
now
warrant
from
Ring, is there
scratch.
any kind of
So
activity log? What I
that's
mean by
not
that,
junk food.
What if any information did you receive
Cannibalism.
as far as what sort of devices or how many different devices were able to
And welcome back, Pope.
access
What is it?
that?
Scratch and sniff.
Yeah, I wasn't able to
Oh, yes,
obtain
you'll be
a
scratching and sniffing.
activity log of who was using the device, what device was accessing the system. Something, if someone logged in, was not provided with any record of who was logging in on what day or time.
Now, are you familiar with the term, just as far as videos are concerned or electronic devices, what's referred to as a digital footprint?
Yes.
Now, with respect to some of these, or the Ring videos in totality that you received and that you also viewed pursuant to the app on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, were there certain time periods where you would have expected to see video in which there was no?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury sort of when those time periods were?
So the Ring camera above Mr. O'Keefe's garage, pretty sensitive, so it does not have Miss Reed arriving back at Mr. O'Keefe's house around 12:34 a.m. is approximately was when she should have arrived. The only video, there's a gap from approximately 11:45 p.m. on the 28th to about 5:07 a.m. on the 29th when Miss Reed's backing out It never has her pulling into the garage. And there's also a second video of Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, and Miss Reed looking at the broken taillight in the morning.
What, if any, follow-up or inquiry did you make of Ring in regard to those missing videos?
I inquired several different times as far as if a video is deleted, is there some type of a record?
That was his inquiry, but next question, I'll allow that.
Now, as far as that term that you used before, as far as a digital imprint, can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Essentially, a digital footprint is if, a video is created, it's going to leave some type of a record in the archives.
And what, if any, information did you receive from Ring as far as their videos system is concerned in regard to a digital footprint? Objection.
Not what anybody told you, but what you received.
That if a video is deleted.
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
We're going to strike that.
Upon your further inquiry of Ring, were you ever able to obtain any video from those specific sections where you anticipated video would be?
No.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 16th, 2024. Do you recall that date?
I do not, sir.
At some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of forensic evidence in relation to the taillight housing that was introduced earlier as an exhibit?
Yes.
And with respect to that, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with a Sergeant Brian Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
Yes.
And where was that?
In the DA's office.
And who, if anyone else, involved in this investigation as far as yourself, was Sergeant Buchanan with you there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Sergeant Gallerani do with respect to yourself and Sergeant Buchanan on that date in January of 2024?
Sergeant Buchanan and I voluntarily provided our DNA for comparison testing.
And again, taking me to my next point, that was a voluntary decision that both you and Sergeant Buchanan made as far as availing yourself or availing of that particular testing.
Correct.
And as far as the testing or this, you know how that was, or can you describe for the jury sort of how that sample was collected or how it was conducted?
Essentially, it's just a swab of the mouth under the tongue with like it's basically just like a little pad on a stick, and you get swabbed, and that's how the DNA or saliva is collected.
And as far as those samples that were collected from both yourself and Sergeant Buchanan on that particular day, where did they go from there as far as you know?
It was my understanding went to the Bodie lab in Virginia.
And I'm sorry, but I should have asked just prior to that, as far as when they left from the room that you were in with Sergeant Gallerani, did you take those swabs, or did Sergeant Gallerani take those swabs, or where did they go?
Sergeant Gallerani took possession of those items.
Thank you. Now, sir, with reference, over the course of your investigation, you interviewed a number of different witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And from the witnesses that you, were there witness interviews that were conducted outside of your presence in the sense that you weren't there for those particular witness interviews?
Yes.
And each of the interviews that you're aware of, whether they were conducted by you or outside of your presence, were done, with the exception of the currents, done with more than one trooper present, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to those witness interviews that you were present for, from the witnesses that you spoke with, along with other troopers that were present with you, who, if any, of those witnesses had you met, or were you did you know prior to the interview that you conducted?
Yeah, so all the witnesses that I had interviewed, the only individuals that I know or had met prior to this investigation was Julie, Chris Albert, and Colin Albert.
And how is it that you knew Julie Albert, Christopher Albert, and Colin?
So my sister, Courtney, her friend growing up, Jillian. Jillian's sister's Julie. My sister got to know Julie Albert, Julie Daniels, her maiden name, through her friend Jillian. Julie married Chris Albert. So my sister got to know Chris through Jillian and Julie. And then years down the road, my sister had Julie babysit my nephew. Julie would come from time to time and pick up my nephew from school. So that's how they kind of became friendly. And on occasion, they would be over my sister's house or at my parents' backyard, Julie and Chris and their kid Colin, and I would happen to be there.
Let me ask it this way: as far as where did you grow up?
Canton.
And did you graduate from Canton High School?
Yes.
And as far as any of the witnesses that you interviewed, even the Alberts that you were just talking about, Christopher, Julie, and Colin Albert, were they around the same ages as you or went to high school with you at the same time?
No.
How much older than you would Julie and Chris Albert?
At least 10 years.
And as far as Colin Albert, what's the age difference between yourself and him?
At least 20.
Fair to say around this time of January 2022, do you know how old Colin was or what level of school he was at that point?
Senior in high school, I believe.
Is that something that you learned through this investigation or something that you knew independently?
Something I learned through this investigation.
Now, obviously you grew up in Canton and your sister did as well?
Yes.
And your sister's name is Courtney, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the age difference between yourself and your sister Courtney?
She's 2 years older than me.
And how close are you and your sister?
She's probably one of my best friends. We talk about 5-6 times a day about anything and everything, as far as like mostly our children.
And she has, how many children does your sister have?
You got 2.
And about how old are they?
10 and 7.
And you have children as well?
I do.
And how old are they?
2 and 4.
Now, with respect to the conversation that you have with your sister about 5 or 6 times a day, how do you have those conversations? Is it via voice call or in person or text, or if you know?
Everything, FaceTime, phone calls, text messages. We're always kind of keeping each other up to date on mainly our kids.
Now, as far as Julie and Christopher Alberts, when did you interview them in relation to this incident?
Sometime in February. I'd have to look at my report for the exact date.
Sometime in, say, early to mid-February?
Yes.
And with respect to them, who, if anyone else, was present with you when you interviewed?
Sergeant Buchanan.
And do you recall where the interview took place?
Yes, it was at their home.
Now, prior to this date that you went over to interview Christopher and Julie Albert, had you ever been over to that house before?
No.
Had you ever been over to any home where Christopher and Julie Albert had resided then or previously prior to that date?
No.
Had Christopher or Julie Albert, to your knowledge, ever been over to your house?
No.
Now, with respect to Christopher and Julie Albert, and Colin Albert, will throw him in there as well, how would you sort of describe your relationship with them prior to January 29th, 2022?
I'd classify it as acquaintances.
All right. Mr. Lally, why don't we take our luncheon break?
Wow,
Dax,
exactly on the hour. That's impressive.
Yes, and Dax, no, my chili does not have ketchup in it. Folks, let's see how long this lunch break's gonna be. They've been going 30 minutes these days.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Counsel approach. Counsel?
Counsel's approaching. That is a sidebar.
Sidebar. Sidebar number
Sidebar
8.
8.
Number 8.
Sidebar 8.
Just as the shot clock was winding down for the first half.
We've got a sidebar here. So when they go to break, it depends on how long we have to fill. We're gonna do a music video to give everyone a chance to use the bathroom. Then we'll be back here either with a new drunk girl or Chili put out his daily video today. We may watch that for at least part of the time away from court.
Oh, that should be good. That should be good for a laugh.
Yeah, as long as we talk through it, we shouldn't get the copyright hit when he gets out, but we'll fight it anyway. Yeah, it's his June 10th broadcast from the 7th, and it goes actually it goes about 8 minutes. So we'll talk through that when we come back from the break. Also remember, we do have stream elements now, so while we're not monetized, you can tip us. It works like a super chat. You just pay directly through PayPal. PayPal takes a portion of it out from my business account just for tax purposes. But otherwise, I'll get the money from that. Open to anyone, and you can direct people like me, Pope Phil, or Hank to say things that we wouldn't normally say, or do voices. Pope Phil may even do a blessing for you.
I say things I would never think.
Never think. You can put words in his mouth if you want to. Words in his mouth. So, with that, let's see how...
words.
Let's take a look. Yeah, let's see how long this break is gonna go. And then we'll do our usual thing. But like I said, it depends on how long it'll go, but we are gonna play Chili's new video, not just because I need to do notes on it. And sometime this afternoon, I will be releasing all of the stories for tonight as dedicated videos. Then we'll be playing them on the newscast tonight. I'm trying to get down the new pattern. I recorded all the stories this morning before the show. I've been editing them during this show, and they'll be released sometime this afternoon in video form for anyone who just wants to watch the short stuff. For those inquiring, no ketchup in my chili. I do put lots of onion or lots of garlic in it. I put a lot of cumin, and I put a lot of chili powder. My secret, though, banana peppers. Pickled banana peppers.
Pickled banana peppers, all right.
Yes, because I can't use jalapenos because my dad complains too much, even though they've been cooked for like 10 hours and they're literally not hot anymore. But as soon as he finds out that there's peppers in it, are they jalapeno? No, Dad, they're not. They were jalapeno. It's too hot. Okay. Yeah. So I use banana peppers instead. I also put beans in it. So I know I'm horrible. Horrible. But we use...
Bad Jim.
Either use black beans or kidney beans. So yes, I know it's tomato soup instead of chili. But every time it's a different thing. We also serve it like nachos sometimes for Dad. We make a plate of tortilla chips, put the chili on it, and layer it with sour cream and cheese.
Ooh.
Sometimes it's like an ice cream sundae with several layers of chili, sour cream cheese, then more
So it's a
chili,
nacho
sour cream
grande.
cheese.
So it's a nacho grande.
Timo, no, I don't use it that hot because, again, my dad doesn't do hot. That's why I sneak the cumin in, because that gets you after you put it in your mouth. That's what she said.
Sneaky. You're sneaky.
Yes. Yes, I am. I support some of the pepper, the pickled juice in there for flavoring, because that always works out better.
If you say so.
It does. It adds flavoring to it.
Okay.
Yes. Dax, I use a little bit of black ground pepper. Yes, I do.
Fresh cracked pepper?
Sometimes. Depends on if we have any peppers to crack.
Recess for everybody.
45-minute recess, peoples. 45-minute recess.
Get your kickball teams picked now.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial
That's
watchers.
right.
This is a law and crime league.
So let us remove this stop screen.
Let us pray.
And we are going to go to some more 15 Bend. In fact, he's got 1 hour of background music now on his site.
Yeah.
I did not know that. But let's go for a tribute video with a thank you from 15th Bend to all of his fans. That goes a whole 6 minutes.
Yes.
Ooh, so let's hit this one. Copy link address. Put it in the browser. Then I will copy his address.
She puts the lotion on her skin.
This is going out. Please visit 15th Bend's site. I'm putting it in side chat right now.
Please go over, like, share, subscribe, hit a comment on a video, tell them we sent you.
Yes. Pull up this 6-minute video. And then if you really have to go, you can go.
Just remember to leave your notepads in your shirt.
And we'll see you in about 6 minutes.
Dear friend 15th, we're a family. We're here for you, just wait and see. We all support you, we are your friends. Yes, we love you, can't you see? For a few years now you've played guitar, and we can see that you've come so far. We love the times when you're streaming live. Those lovely songs warm our hearts. We hold you in our hearts. We love you, know you tease. From the first day, now and forevermore. We wish the best for you, wherever you may go. We hold you in our hearts, always. You gave a cricket which you loved the best. Broke a few fingers and you needed rest. We're truly blessed to have you in our lives. See how unwavering you are. from the first day, now and forevermore. When insomnia hits us, we have a way, a shortcut to dreamland, through a sonic sweet play. We need our sweet. Thank you. With a magical sound, your guitar it sings. Your songs are healing, restful sleep they bring. You touch our hearts. You do. We'll be there together. We hold you in our hearts. We bend, we do not break. From the first day, now and forevermore. We wish the best for you, wherever you may go. We hold you in our hearts, always, always.
15th, you have really grown and come a long way.
You're a heck of a guy.
It is awesome for us all to be part of your journey and seeing you discover new things to play.
Keep on making bangers, bro.
15th, our Canadian friend.
Life is like a roller coaster.
Woot woot.
Hey 15, just wanted to say you're awesome. I enjoy your music so much. Keep going strong, man.
Just want to say thanks for the jams and keep up the good work. We love you, man.
Best wishes from me. Stay in that left lane. And hammer down, my friend. You got it. Much love, brother.
Yo, this is fire, bro. I'm not gonna lie, my panties are wet.
15th bed. You have made Jesus believe in himself. Now, how many people can claim that? Maybe just you.
Well, that was a nice little fan tribute to 15th.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, Jim's potty break was a little longer than expected.
No, it was just me forgetting to unmute twice because my microphone and my mute was on. Or, yeah, the mute was on here in StreamYard, and the little light on my microphone was off, and I forgot. When I flipped one off, it should have flipped the other off as well.
Yes,
so, yes, folks, we're
we
flipping
are
people's off.
Yes.
We are professionals here. So, yes, we're going to do Chili DeCastro's latest update. Are we ready for this?
Oh, yes.
Are you ready to rumble? Wait, I can't say that. Are you ready to tumble? Are you ready to tumble, people?
Are you ready to tumble?
Tumble with Chili DeCastro and his prison manifesto, or his jail manifesto. Live here on reallycoolsite.org, broadcasting on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube.
YouTube. China, Russia, YouTube.
China, Russia, YouTube.
June 7th, 2024. My name is Chili DeCastro. I'm a journalist who's been unjustly imprisoned in the Clark County Detention Center in Las Vegas.
Unjustly, I say.
Welcome to Delete Laws. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it. This is my daily journalistic update. I try to check in with you guys as much as I can. They moved me to a medium security, and I think it's being reduced back to a minimum security now. It was pretty intense when I first got into this room. And over time, I was able to create some decent relationships, and I was able to meld in, and I didn't get myself killed because jail's no joke.
So does that mean he joined a prison gang?
Well, he bitched about it enough, so now he's being moved from medium minimum back to minimum. Yes. He only gave the guards like 20 notes saying, please get me out of here. I don't belong here. I'm not one of these people.
The other fellows are mean to me.
Remember, he was sticking erasers in his ears in order to sleep during the day. Yes. That is Chili DeCastro. And that's transformative, isn't it?
It is. Yes, it is.
Clark County Detention Center definitely has they're on top of it as far as their guards, but you're still inside of a dorm with 75 men, and the room's only 60 feet by 60 feet. So they put beds 2 feet apart. You're sleeping right next to a guy who's in prison or in jail here for attempted murder. Another guy's in jail for kidnapping. And the guy next to him is in jail.
You're in jail, sleeping next to a guy in jail.
So I was.
Yeah, and he's changed that. They used to be 4 feet apart. Now they're 2 feet apart.
Yeah.
That's a new thing. I don't know. Are they cramming people in there when in the minimum it was 4 feet? Wouldn't you want more space as you go up in, insecurity levels, just so people don't stab each other?
No, you want them to stab each other. It's the prison industrial complex. You got to have more people because, every day somebody's going out in the stretcher. Every day.
Well, if you're in maximum minimum, does that mean you're sharing a bed with someone you're that close?
Could be.
Mm-hmm.
They want to maximize profits.
That's right. Chili might have a warning about his exterior motives.
Definitely in a hairy situation there for a while, but truth be told, the guys around me, I actually started to get along just fine with them, and then day before yesterday, they came in and they grabbed all the guys who were here for violent crimes, and they moved everybody out of here who was in here for a violent crime. So now this dorm is now being filled full of homeless and crazy people. I'm back to that, just like it was when I first started. When I first was put in here and I was over in 5N, it was full of people who were homeless and crazy. And then I got put down in 2K, and it was full of people who were in jail for violent crimes. And now they moved all the violent.
Wait, so they appropriately put him in with homeless and crazy people.
Right.
Because he didn't have a home, and let's just say we feel he was crazy.
Yes.
Oh, I see how this works.
Crime people out now. I'm in jail again with a bunch of people who are homeless, crazy, or drug addicted. It's really an insane process that I'm going through. I wish there was something I could say about this process that's good, but I can't. I don't agree with the policies, procedures, and protocols that they put in place here. I have to say, and I guess I would say more accurately, that they do follow a very rigid set of policies, procedures, and protocols. So the old way of seeing people get beat up in jail is not happening. I haven't seen anybody get beat up. I've seen people get cuffed. I've seen people get thrown on the ground. But I idea that people get jumped in jails like they used to, it's changing. Definitely is changing in this jail. So there's a positive, I guess you would say.
So you mean all those speeches he made about having his rear end molested or whatever?
Yep.
They were just pointless?
5 guys looking up your butt. Yes.
Oh, for goodness sakes. I don't know, Pope. I thought he was looking forward to some of that action.
Well, I thought he was too, but then he got into jail and was complaining about the full body scan, which apparently equates to 5 guys bending you over and looking up your butt.
Well, didn't he say when he was brought in, the guy who was supposed to do that didn't? Just sort of waved him through?
Yep. Because, full body scan, again, at the Clark County Detention Center, which is a pretty, modern facility.
Well, you almost gave him a new term there. Dissension Center.
Yes, I almost did.
Yes, you did.
The other positive is that I've worked so hard on Constitutional Law Scholar to be able to create this new way to learn history. I really spend all of my time just working on Constitutional Law Scholar. That's where I spend the bulk of my time, is just learning Supreme Court justices. Now I've learned them all. I've read and researched every Supreme Court justice. And that was because of you guys. You guys sent me a book on Supreme Court justices, and I read it. And then I got another book on Supreme Court justices, and I read it. I got a book on the 13 colonies, and I read it. I got a book on Centennial America. I read it. I read Ayn Rand. I read Atlas Shrugged. I read Fountainhead. If you really want to read a great book, Fountainhead. Fountainhead is a great book. A really great book. I am Howard Rourke. I embody that guy. It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. When you know what you know, and you believe in what you know, and you're confident in what you know, that makes you Howard Rourke. Unapologetic.
Howard Rourke.
Yeah, I don't know.
Fountainhead.
Yeah, I don't know.
Look that one up. Anyone in side chat know that one? New hero for DeCastro. I'm doing notes at the same time. I'm cheating here.
Okay.
Just like I was editing videos earlier.
And just, wow. If you've never read Ayn Rand's books before, you're in for a real treat if you read those. I really don't have a lot of
no, you're not.
33 days. 33 days to go before the appeal on July 10th. That's what's going on right now. We're 33 days away, so put it on your calendar. July 10th in the Justice Court. My appeal will be heard. Hopefully this case is overturned. But you know what? If it's not overturned, then we go to the Nevada State Supreme Court. And if we go to the Nevada State Supreme Court, there's then 7 judges. And I guarantee you those 7 judges are not going to abolish the First Amendment here in Nevada. So if this judge rules against us on July 10th, then I believe in all of my being that it will be overturned by the Nevada State Supreme Court. And that will give us state standing. It'll be a much bigger case if we get to the Nevada State Supreme Court. So, and then my release
no, it won't.
around July 20th.
So
It won't get there. It won't get there. So okay.
If it doesn't get overturned and it goes to the Nevada State Supreme Court and he says it overturns there, what good will standing do him if it's overturned? I mean,
Chili sees everything as a grift, right? So his grift is not the ones that were typical of seeing with the 1A audits of, hey, pay my speeding ticket for me.
now
Or help me with bail.
if the Nevada State Supreme Court says no way, then can he appeal directly to the Supreme Court, or does it have to go up the level through the feds?
You would have to try and get it into federal court. The hurdle, however, is what they're arguing is there's a constitutional issue with the way that he was prosecuted, which is they feel like the First Amendment is a valid defense. Now,
Right.
the trial court said, no, that's not a valid defense. So they appealed it. So if the appeal court goes, no, that's not a valid defense, right? Then you're still trying to get that argument in front of the state Supreme Court. Now, if the state Supreme Court says, no, that's not a valid defense, there would have to be a compelling issue for the federal appeals court to go, yeah, we really should take this up. It's a misdemeanor charge of obstruction and interference.
Yes. Which is going to absolutely go nowhere with the
Right.
Supreme Court.
Right.
Because
so he'll lose in federal court, and there's no way that the U.S. Supreme Court is going to grant certiorari on a misdemeanor charge of obstruction and interference with official, or with a obstruction and interference, right? So,
right.
You know, it's resisting. No.
There's literally no groundbreaking things
No.
or no. He's not doing a DMA and getting case law out of this. He's literally just being chilly.
Yes. And he thinks that now the interesting part will be on his next trial, because he's going to try the same thing in his next trial, right? That this is a First Amendment issue, but on the film, on his film even, and I probably on the body cameras, is the actual press standing behind the police line,
right?
Going, "You're a fucking moron." So
the guy giving him the side eye, holding the camera, going, huh?
Exactly. So
Chili
when he
marches
tries
through the crime scene tape.
Yeah. So when he tries this on his next case, right, it's gonna be laughable, like more than it already is.
So we're having a party at Chili's house to celebrate his next loss.
Yes, we will. But of course, you know, it takes 7 years, Chili, 7 years to get through court. So enjoy your President's Day.
Now remember, when he's found innocent by this next layer of courts, he says that his record will be expunged, and he will not have any criminal record whatsoever ever again.
Well, again, Chili is mistaken. So you're appealing, right? And if you win your appeal, what do you win, Bob? A new trial.
A new trial.
Well, and so the appeal would go, yeah, you're right. There was an error in the court, and the court's going to have to fix that error. So they'll send it back to the court and say you need to get a new trial, and you need to agree to these facts, right? So in his case, you know, they're saying he's trying to say First Amendment's a valid defense, so they would go back to the trial court and say, well, you can consider this as a defense. Doesn't mean he's going to win, just means he has a way to argue that defense. So,
we're
okay, Chili.
We're in the home stretch here. It has not been fun. It has not been easy. It's been very difficult, very hard. The food is atrociously bad. Thank you guys. Man, I asked you guys to send me some iCare gift packages, and you did. And I got to say thank you for that. And
I thought he was trading that for water.
Alan and Gloria and V. Boyer.
He said Gloria. He said Gloria. I don't know. Will he say Coke Dog? I mean, Coke Dog.
Coke Dog! Cokey Coke Dog!
Cokey Dog. Cokey Dog.
What about Felicia?
She's disappeared because she wasn't real. I mean,
well, we thought Gloria disappeared too.
No, Gloria's been in literally every chat that they've had, but Deborah disappeared.
And gosh, and the guys who sent me letters, and Carl, who's continually sending me letters, and I just got to say thank you to all you guys. Thanks so much for supporting me. And Bruce, I appreciate you, man. And I'm sorry I can't write back everybody. I get a lot of mail. But send me another letter anyway. I'll read it. It gives me just a few minutes or I get to smile because I know someone took the time to write down on a piece of paper to me. And then this woman sent me this excerpt of a book. I think her name was Linda. Man, Linda.
Linda?
It's intense. It was intense. It was intense. I read it. I passed that letter around to everybody in the dorm. It was about how it's demoralizing to be strip searched. And I'll read the whole letter when I get out of here. I kept it. I put it in my stuff so you guys will get to. I'll share it with you as soon as I'm out. So put it on your calendar. 33 days till July 10th. And you know what? We're gonna win. We're gonna win on appeal. This case is gonna be overturned, and then I'm gonna get retribution by filing my legal paperwork against the county for wrongfully imprisoning me. I should never have been put in jail for this. This is ridiculous. All right, I don't want to stay plain bitch. I want to stay positive.
He's gonna get his retribution, folks. His
Retribution, yes. Because that's not a threat at all. That's not a threat at all.
He's gonna punish the county and punish the judge and punish everyone. And go to jail because he's found guilty in the next case. I mean, he shall have his vengeance, according to Chili de Castro.
Vengeance will be mine, I tell you, mine.
Yes, and good morning, Serial. Welcome to the show. Things went so well that we're watching the last 3 or 2 minutes of Chili, and then we're going to Drunk Girl because we still have some time to kill. Oh, 2 minutes or a minute and a half of Chili.
My buddy Brian and my buddy Michael are going to go on my channel live and cover pullovers, and make sure you invoke your Fifth Amendment right when you get pulled over by these coppers in our country. All right, don't talk to cops. Listen, I gotta go. They're going to cut me off. I love you guys. I'll see you on the next one. Later, gators.
And look, they show the fundraiser, but they don't give the URL, and this one never gets money from being shown. The other one does. The all money goes to lawyer one.
Gotcha.
That one gets funding, but this one hardly ever gets money straight from being mentioned. Yeah, this is lawyer fund. Well, this one might, because it's lawyer fund only. I have to look. But yes. Lawyer fund only, all stuff goes to lawyers and never gets URLs given out.
Isn't that the sequel to All Pets Go to Heaven? All funds go to lawyer? All funds go to lawyer?
Oh, I thought you meant all lawyers go to hell.
Well, that too, but...
All lawyers go to hell. Baby.
Go to hell, you lawyers!
Lawyers, we don't like them.
Unless
then we love them.
Unless they're in our chat, in which case they're fine, upstanding people.
We're all fine, upstanding people. So, let's see. What do we have next? We did have a MERB, but MERB, I don't know. It might make people go away, so we're not going to get that.
Speaking of lawyers that need to go to hell.
MERB? But he's lovable. Everyone loves MERB.
Sure. Whatever you say, Jim.
Everybody loves MERB. Why don't we try this one? It's 17 minutes long. I have not seen this one. I do not know what's on it. I can't be held responsible for it. So, on to Drunk Girl. Already in progress.
Does not matter.
Don't talk to him. Just be quiet.
Stop.
Okay.
And she's sitting there telling you to be calm because she's not the one going to jail right now.
They're not taking my car.
Oh, yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No way. No way.
Yes.
No.
3303, send me a code 10. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Why are you switching seats here?
This is my car. I'm sorry. This is my car.
So why are you in the back seat now? I'm literally walking up to the car, watching you get into the back seat, and you were just driving doing 90 down Del Prado.
I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. This is my car, okay? This is my car.
I understand this is your car.
Sorry. We're just trying to get home because we're
Doing 90?
I'm really sorry. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're just trying to go home. Our parents have been calling us since 2 a.m.
Wait, it's like the twin Captain Kirks. Which one is the real
Right.
one?
Right.
Yes. I wasn't driving. I was.
I know
wasn't
what'll fool him.
I was.
I know what'll fool him. Let's pull over and switch seats.
Yeah, when one's brown-haired and wears glasses while the other's blonde and doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay. Kids today.
to get home.
Okay. Give me your license and registration.
I'll give you my license and
No,
registration.
no. It does not work like that.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, I'm sorry.
She was the one that was driving. I seen her
I
driving.
understand that, but
Okay.
this is my car.
It doesn't matter whose car it is.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
You can't take a citation or anything or an arrest for her. She has to do that.
Okay.
You weren't the one that was driving that I observed driving, in which if I go to court, I would have to testify for that.
Okay.
I'm not going to lie in court. I'm not going to perjure myself.
I understand
That's a misdemeanor in the state of Florida. And I'm not going to risk my job for that, nor my certification.
No, of course, I understand that.
You want them out?
Yeah.
You don't want to step out of the car?
Do we really need to step out?
Absolutely. Stand
Yeah,
over here
93,
in the back of the car.
93 miles an
So why
hour.
did you guys switch seats?
Probably.
She's my sister. I'm 17. I have my. No, she's 17. This is my car. It's under my name. My registration. Everything is under my name.
So you thought it would be a good idea to just switch seats?
I did think. I didn't want my sister to get in trouble.
For what?
Because I have my learner's permit. I don't have my license. She does, yeah. I have my license, so I'm 18 years old. And this car's under my name. And everything's under my name.
You're 17 years old and you get pulled over. That's all it is a ticket.
I understand that, but we were just trying to get home.
You been drinking tonight?
No,
You sure you haven't?
barely. No.
What's barely? I don't know.
I just took one drink. That's why my sister was driving.
All right, what I'm going to do, okay, I'm going to ask you to participate in field sobriety exercises. Okay, are you willing to participate?
Yes, what is that?
Okay,
So I wasn't drinking, then I was barely drinking, and now it's only one.
Yeah, does it count if it's
Yeah, how does-
decided to switch over?
I just didn't want her to
How
get
does
in trouble.
barely weight drinking work?
That's too late for that.
Okay.
All right.
Not sure.
Now, are you willing to participate in field sobriety?
Yeah.
Okay. What I want you to do is see this LED pin?
Yes.
Okay, I want you to follow it with your eyes only. You understand so far?
Yes.
Do you have any questions?
No.
All right. So what I want you to do, okay, we're going to use this line here, okay? You're going to take 9 heel-toe steps. I'm going to demonstrate it as well here, okay? You're going to be looking down at your feet. You're going to hold your hands down at your sides, okay, over here, okay? No using your arms for balance or anything like that. Keep your hands down at your sides. You're going to, while you're taking these steps, you're going to count out each step, okay? Okay?
I'm really nervous right now. I've never been stopped ever in my entire life. So
Okay.
I'm really nervous right
Okay. All right. Let's get back into the position I explained here, okay? Left foot on the line, right foot in front of your left foot. Okay? All right. Hold that position. Don't start yet. Okay? You want to go back a little bit? There you go. All right. Left foot on the line, put your right there. Okay. Stay in that position, do not move, okay? I'm going to explain now, okay? What you're going to do, you're going to take 9 heel-toe steps, okay? Do you understand so far? Do you have any questions? Okay, you may begin. Whoops.
now.
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
And I'm assuming your parents both know where.
No what?
Do they know where you guys were?
Yeah, they knew we were at a party and we had a curfew, so we were just trying to get home because they were not already calling us. So.
Well, you guys were
So
out 3
doing
hours past your
93
curfew?
miles an hour
Why?
to get back home for curfew.
And we our phones weren't on us. They were in a room, so we were just outside hanging with our friends. And then when we went back inside,
That
we
may
realized
actually make sense to
our
me.
phones were blown up with text messages and stuff.
30, 31, 32.
Is he just gonna make her walk home? Yeah, just keep walking. Let's see how far she'll go.
Are you done? Or are you gonna keep going?
I don't know how long was I supposed to go.
You said you understood the instructions he told you, right?
Okay.
But I didn't know. This is my first time being stopped, so I don't know.
Well, I explained this to you.
Well, if 9 was good, I thought 3 times as many would be better.
You're really nervous?
I've never been stopped before. Like ever in my entire life.
Let's go back by the car.
Let's go back here.
How far is the car? Okay.
No, you can just walk back to the car.
All right. This one last one that we have, okay, it's going to be the one leg stand.
Okay.
All right, so what I want you to do, no using your arms for balance, no swaying, okay? Keep your hands down at your sides, look down at your foot off the ground 6 inches, okay? And then you're going to count out 1001, 1002, 1003, and so on until I tell you to stop. Do you understand so far? Do you have any questions? Okay?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay, you may begin.
3052. Looking at your foot.
Based on my indicators here, okay, they're like I smell the alcohol when I'm speaking with you. Okay, even talking right now, you have bloodshot, watery eyes. What I'm going to do is you're under arrest for DUI. Okay, because the reason being,
arrest right now?
yes, you are for driving under the influence. Why? Because you were because here's the thing, she was driving, you switched seats with her, and you were in possession of a vehicle that was.
So you don't have to explain it to her. She's under arrest. She's under arrest. This is why you don't do that, because now she's in physical control of the car, and now she's getting arrested for DUI. And then you're driving without an actual license, so you're both in the wrong here.
No, I'm not fine. I'm not fine right now. You're fine. Do not panic. Just take a deep breath in and
Stop moving. Stop moving.
breathe in and breathe out. You're fine. Can I get my phone to call my dad?
I'll get your phone. I'll get your phone. Yeah.
Let me grab a pair of gloves and I'll search her.
Yeah, I don't want to be under arrest.
Here's the thing. You switch seats. You switch seats with her.
To protect my sister. She's
It doesn't.
my sister.
It does not matter. It does not matter. You became in possession of that vehicle.
Okay, I understand.
Okay. I watched you as I'm walking up. I watched you. You switched positions with her,
I get
and
it,
you became in possession of the vehicle at that
I
point.
didn't want her to be in trouble.
You
She's
should have
my
just said.
sister.
It doesn't matter. You
Don't
should have
talk
just
to me.
stayed put.
Don't talk
be
to
here
me.
right now if it
Just
wasn't
be
for that.
quiet.
Stop.
Okay.
Do you have anything on you at all?
No, I don't.
Okay. I do have to search you though, okay?
Okay, it's fine. Do I really have to be in these cuffs?
Yes,
right
you do. Do you have a bra on or no?
now? No, I don't.
Listen, this is why you don't switch seats with your sister. Okay? If she was at fault and she's not supposed to be driving, now you're taking the rep by getting a DUI because you're in control of the car. You see where I'm coming from?
Yes.
All right, so that's why you don't do that. And she's sitting there telling you to be calm because she's not the one going to jail right now. Did he lock these? I think he did. Is there anything tucked in your shoes at all?
No. Can she please call my dad?
She will be able to. All right, just sit here for a minute.
Okay.
All right. So now, I'm now requesting that you submit to a lawful test of your breath for the purpose of determining its alcohol concentration. Okay. Will you take the test? Yes or no?
Get your BACs in, folks.
Yes, you have to answer yes or no.
No.
Okay. So you're refusing to take the test?
Just give me
Go
the
with the U.
I need.
.215.
Okay, listen.
I have to take that.
It's not. It's up to you. Okay.
If I don't, what happens?
Okay, your license could be suspended. Okay. So hold on. Let me.
I will.
Okay. So let me ask you this again. Okay. Plain as day. It's a closed-ended question. Will you take the test? Yes or no?
I don't know what to say right now.
It's a simple yes or no. You're an adult.
Listen, okay.
Okay. You're
so
an
it's a
adult.
simple yes or no.
I
If you
don't know what to
Yeah,
say.
listen,
not that
if
hard.
You say no, then he has to read you something else. Okay.
I don't. Yeah.
So yes or no right now. Yes or no.
I don't know.
It's not. I can't do. I don't know. If you.
Okay, quickly BACs. We got Timo with 0.160, Serial with 0.189, Gothic Sparrow with 0.125. Virgo Wraith thinks she's a lightweight at 0.091. Get them in quickly, folks, before we find out. And you guys were at what?
011.
011?
Yeah.
Hank is making a mind assessment, and after we hear the number, he'll tell us whether he was correct or not.
Okay. And what about you? Your standard, Pope Phil?
My standard. I go with the use. You know, I know what I like, and I stick with it. So 0.215.
Okay.
Eventually, it's got to
All right,
be.
yeah. I meant 0.11, not 0.011.
Okay, 0.11. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else with BAC?
I mean,
get them in
I
now.
think you get a
got
point.
whole 20 seconds.
I think you get a .011 from just looking at a bottle of liquor.
Or vanilla extract. Remember, they're doing that now, too.
Yes, and mouthwash.
Oh, boy.
Mouthwash has been an alcoholic's favorite thing to...
Yes.
Abby Poland is at .203. Crusty Old Witch at .14. Mike Barnes, .13. And Sirio says, well, then I'm always a little drunk, Hank. How much mouthwash is she drinking?
I think she's just looking at vanilla extract.
Stop right now. Stop.
I think
Okay.
most of the mouthwashes now have stopped using alcohol.
Yeah, they have.
For DUI, that's it. That's into that. Okay. Now the next part.
If she says no, just read that for her.
I'm gonna try this again with you. Okay. Will you take the test? Yes or no?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go. Thank you.
Yes, no, maybe.
So I'm just gonna have you sign this as well. Basically, what this is a citation for doing 93 and a 45 unlawful speed. Okay. If I wouldn't stop you, you would have hit 100 easily.
Did you tell her to switch seats with you? Yeah? See why that was a bad idea? Now your sister's taking the rap and she's going to jail for a DUI. On the same token, if she knows you're not supposed to be driving, she shouldn't have been drinking tonight thinking that you were going to have to drive her home. Okay? You guys have both kind of in the wrong here. Yep, you're going to have to call mom or dad to come pick you up, let them know what's going on.
Can I get back home?
Yep. Did you respond to them before you were getting back home, or you were just trying to get back home without even...
Before. Mom.
Okay, Mike. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you're the driver with somebody who's on their permit and you're drunk, what would the charge be, I wonder? So I don't think it would be a DUI, but I don't think it's legal either.
If you're the permitted person, or if you were the person
No, if you're the person, if you're the licensed person with a permitted person driving.
Yes.
Okay.
And that permitted person is drunk. I would say probably some sort of contributing to a delinquency charge.
And I just got my mouthwash out. Antiseptic mouthwash, generic kind. Inactive ingredients: water, alcohol 21.8%. So it still uses alcohol.
Chug it, chug it, chug it, chug it.
Yes, it's Top Care Everyday Antiseptic Mouthwash compared to Listerine. So, yeah.
But you're allergic to alcohol.
I am not. I just don't like drinking it.
No, I'm allergic to alcohol.
Yes, he's allergic to alcohol. I just don't like it. Though this minty fresh does taste good. I may just rinse out while on air. And yes, I will spit it out if I do.
You can tell her the truth that you were driving and that you switched seats, or...
I was the one driving, and then we switched seats and they stopped, so... And she was taking the fault for me. You come. Only you.
Well, who else is she wanting to bring that you're freaking out about? Your dad? Because he's going to be pissed, probably, right?
Okay, well, you need to get in the car right now.
That's probably not a good way to talk to your mom. I'm assuming your mom's a little more lenient than your dad, huh?
We were speeding because we were trying to get home because you guys kept calling and texting.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Can you tell me the percent? Where's my daughter?
The other one?
Yep.
The other officer is taking her over to the jail.
Why?
For DUI.
Okay, what's the percent?
What do you mean, what's the percent?
Of the...
They do that when they get to the station.
No, but she didn't do it. Why are you taking her? Because you didn't do it right here, right now.
I'm sorry, are you going to let me finish, or are you going to interrupt me?
Ya cállate la boca. Cállate la boca. Tú cálmate.
Because if you want to ask me, I'll answer it for you, but you got to listen.
Okay, so she did the breath
Once they get to, I don't know if she agreed to it or not, but she did the walk-in turn and the evaluations on the roadside here.
That's different. But she didn't do that. They're not taking my car.
Oh, yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Why didn't
because
they
she's under
picking it up?
Because she's under arrest, and when somebody's placed under arrest for a DUI, we have to tow the car. That is our department.
No,
that is our department policy. Absolutely.
No way.
Yes.
No way.
They don't allow the parents to pick up the car?
No, sorry, they do not. You can pick it up once he tows it. You can work that out with him. If you want to go to the tow yard and prove that it's your car, then you can take it.
Well,
So if you want to be, listen, I understand you're upset, but don't be upset with us. Be upset with your daughter. She's the one who's in trouble, okay?
she's not in trouble.
Okay.
She didn't do no, but she could only do that thing. She was nervous.
All right.
That's it.
Okay.
She's not a drinker. My daughter's
Denial much, asshole?
Okay, yeah. She
Yeah.
might have like a drink, but she's not a drinker. Like she'll get drunk or something.
Okay.
Not a
You
drinker.
should have called me.
No, it's
Not
not.
my
she's
little
a
bitch.
adult.
She's a saint.
For
She would never do that.
Yeah. So, which is a big mistake on their part, on both of them, because if she's not legally supposed to be driving,
she has her learners only.
Right, which I think she got a court date for that as well. So I think they both technically, hers is still technically an arrest. She just has to show up to court on a date and a time rather than us physically taking her to jail. With DUIs, that's a physical arrest, so we have to physically take them to jail, and she has to be booked. So they did do the roadside sobriety. Obviously, she did not pass that. That's why she got arrested for DUI. I don't know if she agreed to provide a breath sample or not. I was the last one here to do the tow for them and to make sure she gets picked up. Okay.
Anybody else? Oh, no. I thought they were with somebody else.
No, nope. Just them two were in the car.
Okay.
So, and also in the state of Florida, I mean, this is where they made the mistake, is if the other daughter wasn't actually driving, she shouldn't have switched seats, because then now she's in physical control of the vehicle. And once you're in physical control of the vehicle, that's enough to arrest somebody for DUI. You have the keys, you're sitting in the driver's seat. You know what I mean? You're welcome. I mean, I get it. They're young. They're out having fun. But technically, even at 18, she shouldn't.
I know.
Except for. All right. We'll have a better night. Thank you. Hey, sorry, I'm dealing with a very upset mom and dad here. No, the tow truck's already here. And parents are here to get the other daughter. They're just pissed because
Yeah,
the guy's
upset
like, "You're
with
not
the
towing my
police
car."
instead of
Yeah, I
upset
am.
with their fucking drinking daughter.
Yeah. I mean, seriously. Your kid drove drunk. Well, your kid technically was in possession of the vehicle while drunk, while the one who wasn't supposed to be driving, or while being the role model for the one who was learning to drive. So,
Yeah.
Right.
And 93 miles an hour, depending on what the speed limit is, in most states would probably be criminal speed.
yeah, what happens to your permit if you get a ticket for doing like 95 and a 45 before you even have a license?
Yeah.
I don't think she's getting that license anytime soon, but yeah, I could be wrong.
Unless it's Wisconsin, then they'll give it to her right away.
Wisconsin, they'll probably give her a bonus towards getting her license.
Well, in Pennsylvania, the fine would be something like $150, but then they tack on another $200 or $300 in like paying for the ambulance service to be there, or paying for all these other things. And because she was doing such an extreme, if this was a 45 miles an hour, you're doing 50 miles over the speed limit, they would then double the base ticket and add more charges to it. You know, more fines to it, basically. So she's looking at a $700 fine right here just alone. And that's for the non-drunk one.
And Cicero, all the cam videos that show the people getting their DUIs and getting a very soft tap on the wrist in Wisconsin. Yeah.
You have good cheese and brats, though, Cicero. I will grant Wisconsin.
Cheese and brats. Well, let's watch the last.
Hey, this is your third DUI. Well, let's suspend your license for a week and give you a $500 fine.
Yeah,
Nope, but we're gonna include 3 months of probation.
And we're gonna feed you while out the jail. You can have some brats and some cheese.
This is all. Basically, I've towed it. Makes sense. It's on my truck. He's the registered owner. Okay, take it.
Okay, if he paid it and you want to release it to him, that's totally up to your call. The car's released to you at this point. I did my part. The tow sheet's done.
Thanks, Pop.
You're welcome. Good night.
Come on, give us a BAC.
You want to step up for me here?
Well, she was being wishy-washy about blowing. She might not have.
There we go. 0.138.
Okay? Yeah, our parents are going to come pick her up.
And they dismissed the case with no record. So she got off her easy.
In Florida. Yeah.
In Florida.
Going, Ron. Nice going, Ron.
Nice going. So they got off and the dad paid for the tow, so he had the car back on scene. So I bet you they were right out driving immediately afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Let's push this up.
Hey, we got 93. We got 93 miles an hour before and a slap on the wrist. Let's see what it'll do with the 150.
What timing? The court is back in session. If I
Yay.
remember on mute. And Cecilia says hello to everyone as she's digging her claws into my arm.
Bite him. Bite him. Bite him.
Who's a good kitty? Who's a good kitty?
Begin, Mr. Lally, as you approach the podium there. When I tell you that I strike something from the record, I know I've told you before, that means you're not to consider it, okay? Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, with reference to, I believe before we broke, we were talking a bit about Julie Albert and Christopher Albert, correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship, if any, between Julie Albert and Christopher Albert prior to January 29, 2022?
Loose acquaintances.
People that you knew through your sister, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to
Yes, Serial, you can get
the occasions that you would
Serial,
say
yes,
where
you can get
may
your
have been at the same
sidebars
place at the
in.
same time at a family function or something like that. Over what period of time are we talking about, and about how many different instances of that occurred over those years?
Like I had mentioned,
I
they never know
don't
my
want to
house.
know,
It was
Gia.
either
I don't
at my
want to know.
sister's home or at my parents' house over the course of maybe 10 years.
And Serial says 12 sidebars. 12 sidebars. We're at 8 right now, and we've got another 3 hours to go, or 2.5 hours to go. We may get there
Might have been at the same function half a dozen times.
Did not go to 4:30?
And at those times that you were at
They
the same
may be
function,
going to
half a dozen
4:30.
times or so,
It's 2 o'clock
how
now,
much
so they've got about
interaction did
2.5
you have,
hours left.
with either Christopher Albert or Julie Albert, or even Colin Albert at those functions?
Just casual conversation, be cordial, and just typical conversations, hi, how's it going, things of that nature.
Now, with reference to these experiences or relationships, or lack thereof, that you had with Christopher and Julie Albert, what, if any, conversations did you have with your supervisors, as far as superior officers within your unit, in regard to
I explained the connection with my sister to the Albert family.
And who did you explain that to?
That would be Sergeant Mechanic, Lieutenant Fanning, and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
All right, Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, maybe approach the microphone a little closer.
And just with respect to those disclosures, what specifically did you tell either Sergeant Mechanic or Lieutenant Fanning or Lieutenant Tully?
Basically that the Alberts are my sister's friends, that I've been at some functions with them, and the only kind of connection with the Albert family is through my sister.
And just when you say the Alberts, as far as who specifically within the Alberts are you talking about that had a friendship with your sister?
Julie, Chris, and their son Colin.
Now, with regard to the investigation that you were conducting and the interviews that you conducted, what, if any, impact did those relationships have with regard to your interviews of them specifically or the investigation in total?
Zero. Absolutely zero impact on this investigation.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It's a text message thread
Paper with some printing on it.
labeled Proctor Friends.
Now, over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, are you aware that there were iCloud data that was obtained from your personal cell phone?
Yes.
And different text strings from that iCloud data from your personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to what has just been placed before you, is that an excerpt or a piece from those particular messages?
It is.
And from the front page of that, can you tell the jury who are sort of the participants in this particular text communication?
There's several numbers that aren't identified. The three that are under kind of nicknames me and my buddies have for each other.
And generally speaking, just as far as the participants in this text communication, who are these people to you, and how do you know them? How long have you known them? Who are they?
The members on this text thread are close friends from junior high, first grade even.
So people you've known for years, is that correct?
Correct.
And do each of them live, or do any of them live within the general area at this time?
Some of them do, yes.
And so when some of them do, some of them do not, is that correct?
Correct.
And the ones that do not, how far away do they live?
As far away as Tennessee.
Now, with reference to this, there's an indication as far as the first message sent or last message sent from this particular text chain, correct?
I'm sorry, repeat the question, please.
Sure. Sort of towards the middle of the first page. Help direct your attention to that area. Is there any indication as far as the first message sent and the last message sent with respect to this text chain?
On the first page, yes.
And what is indicated as far as the first message and the last message?
The first message is, I need to brandish a gun more often. The last is, Chip, name of that BPD cop.
No, I'm sorry, sir. If I could direct your attention to the first page in this packet, page 2527, you see conversation details. I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
So if I could direct your attention to the right.
Okay.
You see what I was talking about now?
I do, sir.
And from that area labeled conversation details, there's a first message sent date and time and a last message sent date and time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is the first message sent date and time?
It's 10/18 of 2021 at 8:48 a.m. The last message sent is 8:31 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
And is there also within that conversation details an indication as far as number of messages over that time frame within this communication?
There is.
And what does it list for number of messages?
It's 38,707.
Dear
Fair to
God.
say the packet that you have before you does not contain all 38,707 messages, correct?
That's correct.
The first message that you had, I believe, alluded to in reference to the first one listed within this communication, what date and time is that?
That was January 29th, 2022 at 10:36 p.m.
And who is that message from?
My friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what, if anything, did he send to the group?
I need to brandish a gun more often.
And if you know, what is that in reference to?
He just recently moved to Tennessee, and he was kind of, I think, making a joke as kind of the lifestyle down there where guns are more prominent or more common to be carried around there. So I interpreted that as a joke in that nature.
And the next message, sir, from that same page, 2527?
The next one is, it's bold.
And is there a name associated with that number that's in these?
No.
Do you know who that person is?
I don't.
And the next message, sir, from 10:52 p.m.?
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And Chip, who is that referring to, sir?
That is one of my nicknames I've had since maybe high school.
So a nickname that would be familiar amongst these group of friends in particular?
Yes.
And this time period when these text messages begin, sometime after 10:30 or 10:50 p.m. on January 29th, where are you and what are you doing in reference around that time period?
At this point in time, on the 29th, I'm home.
And that last text message, do you respond to that at approximately 10:53 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was your response?
John O'Keefe.
And the next message down from there, also at 10:53 p.m.?
Yes. He took custody of his sister's kids.
That's your response. There's another response above that, is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that say?
How old?
And you respond as far as he took custody of his sister's kids, correct?
Correct.
Skipping down a couple, do you see an entry at 10:53:49 p.m.?
Yes.
And that's from a 617 number, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the response there?
Oh man, that's rough.
And following that, do you respond to the earlier query as far as age?
I do.
And what did you say?
Mid-40s.
Now, the next message below that, as far as indication of mid-40s, what is that?
His age.
No, I understand that. I'm sorry. The next message underneath that, sir.
I'm sorry. It's a Facebook link.
And do you recall what that Facebook link is to?
It's to John O'Keefe.
And is that something you sent or one of your friends sent?
One of my friends sent.
And the next message below, turning to now page 2529 at the top there. What is the next message that's sent?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
And as far as the book, what did you understand that to mean?
Sure.
Sidebar, get your sidebar here. Sidebar, here we go. It's number 9 for the day, folks. Number 9. Number 9. Nice to say they're gun-humping hillbillies. Glad I didn't see this side chat. Gia says 23 sidebars today. I only have graphics up to 20, so I don't know. It looks like Turtle Boy has moved from the back row to the front row, and he's wearing a nice pink shirt today. A pink shirt in honor of Turtle Boy. Looks like no one else of note is in the courtroom today. We don't see any special guests that we can identify for Karen Reed's family. But you never know. If we're having 23 sidebars, we may break all sorts of records today.
Yep,
remember, folks,
possibly.
we're not here tomorrow. Tomorrow's a day off from court. we'll be sleeping in or working on the website. We've got a lot of things going on with the site right now, and we'll be opening our own Patreon very soon, as I've had some requests to see the closing animations we've been using lately on the newscast. One of them, we saw two of them this morning, our Trolls and our Pope Phil. We'll be doing an extended edition of the Pope Phil one that you can actually read on the Patreon once we get it set up. Crusty Old Witch is saying 17. 17 for the old record. Yes, that was set the last time we were here. Mrs. Tom, I don't want to know about anything ring and light with Turtle Boy. I do know that the ex-girlfriend had a ring camera that apparently went off while they were being intimate. Yes.
And a ring camera will no longer talk to her.
Yes. For what it captured. He may have a ring light because he was broadcasting earlier outside of the facility, I believe. But I don't know. Butter burgers are the best burgers. I've never had Culver's. Have you had Culver's, Hank?
No. Is that a brand of like burgers to buy at the pre-made patties at the grocery store, or is that a restaurant?
It's a restaurant. It's a chain of restaurants in the Midwest. I believe they're known for their frozen custards and all sorts of stuff.
10-minute break.
I haven't heard them before.
And we are taking a 10-minute break, folks. A 10-minute break. So as usual, we will play a musical tune, and we'll be back on the flip side. But let's first see if they actually take the break or not. And yes, cereal, I've never had Culver's. I don't remember it. I have had Jack in the Box, and I even had Monterey Jacks when they lost the license in the Northwest for a couple of years in the 80s. They were serving Salisbury steak meals.
So, do you have that copy for me?
All right.
Well, they are taking an actual break here.
Yeah.
So, let's put on a song. Everyone, you're going to be back in about, let's see. Oh, let's scroll up or scroll down. 4 minutes and 5 seconds. So, see you on the flip side, and don't drink too much mouthwash, because it'll only give you minty breath. Well, Hank, during the commercial or during the song, we had Sirio asking, "What is Whataburger?"
Whataburger is a burger restaurant that has really good hamburgers. Their fries, malts. It's just great place to have a burger and fries.
They're Texas-based, aren't they?
They're not just Texas.
Okay. And Pope Phil, if you're
Not
back,
sure.
Yes.
go ahead. Go ahead, Hank, first.
I'm not sure how far their reach goes out, but I know they're not just Texas.
Well, now explain Culver's for us, Pope Phil, for those who don't know.
That's a Wisconsin-based place, and they do. They're famous for their butter burgers, and they claim to do them fresh. Use fresh meat all the time. They have
Fresh
really
meat
good,
all the time?
yes, and they have really good cheese curd, and they do frozen custard instead of ice cream.
That's what I was saying. Custard instead of ice cream.
Yes, frozen custard.
All of which I can't have until May 18th of 2025.
You can have frozen fruit bars of any fruit you're allergic to.
Okay, so all of them.
And
have frozen fruit bars.
And according to Verbo Boss, if you're a vegetarian and you eat Culver's, it will not be good results.
Okay, then. That's right. She said she had digestive issues in her pants.
Yes.
Right.
I don't know. I've never even heard. I might have heard of Culver's in passing, but never been to one.
Mostly a Midwest.
Jack in the Box. Jack in the Box did a butter burger not too long ago. Fuck, that thing was greasy.
Yes, Culver's is greasy. I will grant you that. Yes, it is a good greasy burger.
You know, the best thing at Jack in the Box when it became Monterey Jack's and was basically serving TV dinners was the nachos. You could get a giant thing of nachos and eat it like Saturday or Friday afternoon into Saturday morning. And then the soda, you'd get a big gulp from 7-Eleven. And that would last you, well, at least it used to last me, at least until the end of Saturday. Of course, I was hyped up on all that sugar.
Well, Jack in the Box, I'm not a huge fan of Jack in the Box. They've gone downhill, but they've had some great marketing ideas. Like they've got their Midnight Munchies that's basically catering towards stoners with their munchies.
Right. And their tacos are legendary.
I don't know why.
Well, it was like it's like when Burger King used to have tacos, and they were the worst things on earth, but they were still legendary.
Well, I know people that swear by the Taco Bell. The only thing their tacos have going for them is they're 2 for $1.
Yeah. Well, Burger King's
And your point is?
I'm just flavor. I mean, they're edible. It's just I'm not seeing why.
Hank's breaking up, or is it me?
Yep. Nope.
Yep. No.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Jack,
Yes,
it's the
we
Jack
can.
in the Box or conspiracy that are trying to silence Hank in his dissent.
Yeah. Well, I remember the Burger King ones were so deep fried, it was like a taco pierogi, basically. It was like a taco shell with this lump of stuff in the middle. The bulge in the middle like a pierogi. So
Yeah.
They
do have the mini tacos, and you get the mini tacos with cheese dipping sauce are really good. It's like
Here you go.
it's kind of like nachos.
Right.
It's really like nachos, loaded mini tacos.
Ooh. I have not tried Taco Bell lately, Crusty Old Witch, so tell us about it. Though I would love to actually find a taco truck here in the middle of central Pennsylvania.
Oh yeah, taco trucks. Yum.
Taco
We have
trucks.
several.
Well, we got
a lot of food trucks, but I don't know any of them that serve tacos.
Well, what do they mainly serve?
A whole lot of stuff. My favorite one to go to is Schnitzels.
What's that one?
Schnitzels?
Yes.
German. It's a German dish. It's the schnitzel itself is a breaded, tenderized pork loin that's fried.
When I had
And
jury, or go ahead.
They'll serve them. With sides as a plate, or they'll put them on schnitzel sandwiches with the different gravies and all.
When I had the jury duty selection the other week, I didn't see it until I was pulling out and it was too late to stop. They had a truck for gourmet hot dogs, which would have been good. And sometimes they have the grilled cheese truck that comes around with all sorts of different grilled cheeses. But that's as fancy as we get in this part of the boonies.
When we were in Chile, they have hot dog trucks everywhere. They call them They call them completos.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can go. Oh, they're delicious. Yeah, that's fabulous.
They've got the best hot dog. It's not a truck. It's a trailer that they have. It's at the Lowe's, right at the exit.
Okay.
Oh man. Sometimes I go to Lowe's when I don't need to buy anything from Lowe's just to get a hot dog.
They have a sandwich place outside of our Lowe's now, or it's been like standard for this area. If you go to the Lowe's, there's always something, and they're pretty good sandwiches. And I just forgot the name of the place.
Yeah, it's not all the Lowe's have the hot dogs, but all of them have some form of food cart by the exit. Home Depot was copying them.
Go ahead.
But Home Depot was copying them, but they stopped. At least the local ones have.
Connie says, Whataburger makes half-pound burgers, and they have it in Las Vegas. I did see that a Whataburger was going in Vegas, on the Strip, in fact.
Not surprised.
But I think they also have a Wahlburgers on the Strip, which I've never had.
Yeah.
Yeah. A little overhyped.
Yeah. Yeah, if it wasn't for the actor Wahlburgers, I don't think they would have made a national chain.
And the TV show.
Well, yeah. The restaurant named after their mother. That one I hear is pretty good to go to if you're in the Boston area.
Okay. We have a Fat Burger pop-up of all places like 10 miles north of us in the middle of nowhere. There's a Fat Burger at a gas station. They have the grills and all that, and
I don't know if they're still open, but there was one that opened up that pissed off all the Southern Baptists. It was Fat Ass Burgers.
Well, the fat burger, if you get the maximum patties, it's like having a slice of meatloaf, basically, because they're smashed
Oh yeah.
burgers stacked on each other. So it's like it's hamburger cake, basically. They're making hamburger and cheesecake. It's wonderful. If you can take all those calories and don't want to eat for the next 3 days.
Yeah.
I
I have done smoked and grilled meatloaf.
Right.
But I still
just put
prefer
it-
to just do. I just do it. I put it on the grill, and it's not in the loaf pans like you do in the oven.
Right. I think we've hardly
Usually,
ever
at
used.
most, I wrap them in tin foil.
Thank you. I was just awarded a present. 2 Reese's Fast Break bars and some Hers cheese curls. So thank you to my mom for that. Of course, I'm not eating anything right now because I have a cough drop in, but yeah. They're supposed to be back from break any minute now. It was supposed to be a 15-minute break. Is it on pause? Let's see. It's still an officer family, but wait, it looks
At
like they're
10:56
back.
p.m. Is that correct?
They've been back for a couple of minutes now. It was somehow paused.
Hey Cicero, everybody loves my sweaty chocolate balls.
There you go. Let's join them
Sweaty
in progress.
balls. I love a good sweaty ball in my mouth.
And it looks like they had a sidebar too. So that is sidebar number 10 that we missed out on while they were at break.
Sidebar 10. Sidebar 10. Now serving number 10 at
Well, they had one before the break and one after the break, and I don't think you caught the one before the break either.
I did get the one that was number 9.
Okay.
That's your mic. Still in the vote?
Yes, sir.
Seems like Karen Reed is happy after that last break.
Maybe she smoked her lunch.
Ooh.
Procedure on?
Yes.
Trooper, if I could direct you back to page 2529 within that packet before you. And below that text stating what's that, I don't have the book anymore. You respond, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you say there?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And sir, if I could direct your attention again within that same packet to 2532. And there's a message there sent at 10:56 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who's that from?
A friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what does he say in that text?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And you respond at 10:56 as well as 10:57. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is it that you respond?
My first response was nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
And what, if anything, were you saying, or what was the purpose of that text in regard to the homeowner?
I was just letting him know that essentially Mr. O'Keefe is a Boston cop and the homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
Now, if I could turn your attention to 2533. And top of the page, sir, if you could read through that page as far as who's texting and what are they saying?
Again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself.
Chief
I hope not, but I
has
can't
put his
see
head
it.
in my lap and
I
has fallen
responded with,
asleep while standing
She
up.
waffled him.
Oh boy.
I looked at his body at the hospital.
Who's a
He
good
was
boy?
banged
Who's
up.
a good boy?
Now, as far as the next text from a 781 number, what does that say?
Did he get beat up?
And you responded to that, is that correct?
I did.
The objection is sustained as to form.
What, if any, response did you provide to that?
Nope.
Objection. The objection was to the former question and the answer.
I'll strike it.
Now, turning your attention to 2534. And from this page, sir, if you could, again, just read through as far as indicating to the jury who's speaking and what is being said.
From the start of the first text, so the owner of the house?
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him? That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
And those last two are your responses, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the following text messages are from your friends, is that correct?
Yes.
What do they say?
Bear, let's focus. What does she waffle to mean? What's the story? I responded, she hit him with her car.
And the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2535. Again, if you could start at the top of the page and read through that page and just indicate to the jury who is talking and what is being said.
Okay. My friend in Tennessee states, okay, that's fucked up. I respond, intentional or not. Then another response, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him, question mark. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. And then I respond, they arrived at the house together, gone to an argument.
I think we'll speak out loud or out of turn.
The objection's overruled.
Your Honor,
But
if I could say this, there needs to be an identifier of who's
I understand what you think the mix-up is. So, Mr. Lally, go back.
Thank you.
Sir, if you could please, again, start at the top of the page and just indicate.
No, just after the gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway, correct, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
I respond, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. I follow that up. They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left. 781 number responds with, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton, the other one involved.
And how do you respond to that, sir?
There's several other messages before I issue a response.
Objection again. Bottom of the page.
So it's not an objection, but Mr. Lally, why don't you point him?
So, sir, at the bottom of page 2535, you have a response, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that response?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
Objection.
So it's going to be a matter you can address on cross.
There has to be some accuracy with the reading.
So I understand. So, Mr. Lally, why don't you go point for your witness?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was going to be sidebar 11, but it was just approaching the witness, not the judge.
Okay. It's a HTML link. whiteout / Proctor iCloud / group chat Feb 2022. So you point out.
Can I see what you have for a second, please?
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Lally, it's on there. Why don't you go show your witness? Why don't you just read it, Mr. Lally, and tell us who you attribute it to?
Sure. So, sir, what I'm asking you about is the bottom of page 2535, 2535. You indicated Biff him, correct?
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
Wrong is I'm talking about the homeowner, Mr. Albert. I had mentioned the compelling evidence against Ms. Reed at this point indicated that Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death. The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
Sir, at some point, if I could turn your attention to page 2540. And there's a photograph that's shared within this text communication, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it indicate who shared that photograph? From the prior page, possible.
The number ending in 5051.
And who is depicted in that photograph that was shared within the group text?
It's Miss Reed being escorted out of the State Police Milton Barracks.
And these are all from February 1st of 2022, around that time frame, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct you to page 2543. And sir, if I could direct you to the top of the page and ask you to read through that page, indicating who's speaking and what the content of those communications are.
Okay. Number ending in 4146. Question is that chick a smoke? Again, 4146 question mark. I respond EH. I respond again, nut bag, as Chief would say. I also respond with she's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to?
Again, to Ms. Reed's some medical conditions there. Again, unprofessional comments I should not have made, that I'm not proud of.
As far as attitudes expressed within these text messages and other text messages, what, if any, impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned regarding this?
These juvenile, unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation. They said these are unprofessional comments, but they absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it.
Your Honor, may I approach this retreat?
Yes.
Now, Trooper Proctor, contained within, we've seen text messages amongst yourself and a variety of different people from that same sort of iCloud area of your personal phone, correct?
Correct.
And among those, are there communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
And how would you characterize, or what was the general content of communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
One communication was to coordinate interview times for firefighters and police officers and to set up a conference room where those interviews could be conducted. Obviously, the presence of Canton detectives or any police officers were not going to be sitting in on these interviews. Another communication was to inquire of relevant security videos that are in the area. Their local department, they know the area very well, so I had reached out and asked if there's some good cameras in the area that I had of kind of interest in.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you another document. Just ask if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
Text communications between my sister and I.
That's your sister, Courtney, is that correct?
That's correct.
And similar to what I'd asked you about the prior packet, as far as a first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, what is indicated on this first page?
First message sent, date, time, December 10th, 2021 at 9:33 p.m. Last message sent, 8:30, 2022 at 8:48 p.m.
And 8:30, that's August 30th, is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, August 30th, 2022.
And similarly to the other messages, is there an indication as far as how many number of messages were sent between yourself and your sister over that time period?
2,865.
And fair to say that the documents in front of you do not contain 2,865 messages?
Correct.
Now, just in reference to the first message on page 2662, the first page in this packet, do you see that from December 10th of 2021 at approximately 9:33 p.m.?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
A text message from my sister.
What does it say?
I called earlier, Dolph earlier, and Mom was puking in the background.
And do you recall what that was in regard to?
From the sounds of it, my mother had the stomach bug.
He's just out on a bender.
On a bender? On a bender?
Uh-huh.
Ah, that's horrible.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page
Yes, she's got
2667.
the bends from a bender.
The bend and hurls.
And these are text messages from January 29th, 2022, between yourself and your sister Courtney, correct?
Correct.
And if you could read from the top of the page through the end, and please indicate to the jury as far as who's talking and who's saying what.
So I texted my sister at work, "What's up?" She responds, "What? Why?" I respond, "I just found it frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton this morning. Actually just interviewed Jen McCabe, said she knows you."
And the knows you, who are you referring to?
My sister.
And how did your sister respond to that?
Cut the shit. I responded, "You." There was a typo correction with my response to you. She responded, "Yeah, she knows Jack very well. She's really good friends with Julie." My sister continues on. Her sister is married to Brian Albert. My sister asks, "You still working?" ? I says, yeah, gonna be out for a while. Homicide.
And as far as your answers to those questions, or as far as your communications that you had with your sister at this time on the afternoon of January 29th, what were those in regard to, or why were you communicating that to your sister?
At that time, it was just kind of in the news. I was just kind of letting her know I was out working. She didn't share anything specific. I wouldn't share anything specific on cases with my family or anyone. It was just kind of an overall innocent conversation.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2669. Again, if you could read from that page as far as who was talking and what the content is.
All right. My sister starts off, "The Canton thing is a homicide." I respond, "This is at 3 in the afternoon on the 29th. Don't say a word to anyone. She said, of course not. I respond, in the very least, it's suspicious. She responds, this is your livelihood. And then I would never miss with that. 3:07, I respond, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them.
I'd like to direct your attention to page 2672. These are messages from February 1st, 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And the one at the top starts about February 1st, 5:57 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read through as far as who's speaking and what the content of those messages are.
I texted my sister, what's up? She responded, nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond, get Elizabeth one. Elizabeth's my wife. And my sister responds, because I guess her and Chris were friends with John, and she's so proud of you for leading this. And then she writes, Elizabeth, question mark? I respond with, she's been stuck with the kids for the last 10 nights. My sister responded, yeah, but she knew what life is like married to a cop.
And sir, as far as the gift that's mentioned, as far as Julie Albert, is that anything that you have received at any point in time?
I never received a gift. I never asked for a gift. My wife never received a gift. She never asked for a gift.
How would you describe this context of this conversation, or why that's being discussed at this time?
Again, I don't know the thought process of my sister and Julie as far as bringing that idea of a gift into play. Like I said, I didn't ask for one. I never received one. The same with my wife.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2676. And again, if I could ask you to start at the top of the page and read through and just indicate as far as who is saying, who is speaking and what they're talking.
I start out, we write like 8 to 12 warrants on each case. My sister responded, no, I have no idea what the hell you do or how it works. I responded on the 10th at 7:36 p.m. I'm starving, but I also just want to go home. Thanks, though. My sister responds, yeah, but is dinner going to be waiting? She responded with, ha, ha, ha. And then I responded, yep. And then my sister responded with, okay, it's fine. Mom and I just don't want to go home.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
And we know the document, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is private messages between my wife and I.
Again, what is your wife's name?
Elizabeth.
And what, if anything, does that indicate as far as dates and times and number of messages involved?
Okay, so the first message sent 5/20/2022 at 6:19 p.m. The last message sent 8/31/2022 at 9:16 p.m.
And what, if any, indication does it give as far as number of messages within that text chain?
1,632.
And of those 1,162, there's one message that's listed on that, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time of that message, and what does it say, and who's speaking?
This is me speaking on June 9th, 2022 at 4:56 p.m. I text my wife, waiting to lock this whack job up.
And what are you referring to in that text, sir?
I'm referring to the arrest after Ms. Reed was indicted by the grand jury.
Locking
And again,
up. You're
as far as
the
terminology,
defendant.
that you use in that text message to your wife. Why is that?
Because she's a whack job.
Again, unprofessional messages I should not have sent. I don't have an explanation other than they're regrettable and it's something I'm not proud of, the language I used.
I approach to retrieve your arm.
Yes. All right, so Trooper Proctor, the jurors can't hear you. So speak directly into your microphone the way I'm doing, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Still think it's kind of weird that we hear him, the witnesses just fine, but their jurors can't hear them.
I think it's
Sounds
the
like a-
setup of the courtroom where we're getting the direct feed from the microphone, but they can't hear it all the way out there.
Yeah, they just need better speakers.
Yeah, but remember, they were forced into this room because Karen Reed's demands. They had all that stuff in the more modern courtroom, so she started demanding things at the last moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sidebar, get your sidebar. We've got a
Sidebar 11.
sidebar. That's right. Can we beat 17? We've only got an hour and a half left.
Entirely possible.
Sidebars.
Fresh hot sidebar here. Fresh hot sidebar.
Fresh hot sidebar. What's in your sidebars, Pope Bill?
We have beef. We have chicken. We have shrimp. We have lobster.
Wait, all in one bar?
No, you can get your choice.
Of shrimp and beef and chicken and lobster. Lobster bars.
Lobster bars.
Always
Very
fresh, always fresh, never frozen, including in the bitter confines of Idaho?
Yes. Of Idaho.
Unmuted.
Well, Idaho or Ohio.
Have you ever had a lobster taco?
A lobster taco?
I've not had a lobster taco,
Now,
but
Trooper Proctor,
when we went to
with,
Fenway, I did have
conversations
lobster
that's,
rolls, and they are delicious.
Within the same text communications from your personal phone with colleagues of yours at the state police?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, but lobster tacos are similar ingredients as like shrimp tacos and the fish tacos, but lobster.
Right.
Sorry.
But I really want to try is a Krabby Patty.
Used to be able to get make crab patties, but haven't made them in ages. Crab meat's just too damned expensive now.
Yes, yes it is.
And I don't trust the fake. Well, even the fake crab is expensive now.
That is true. Yes. We used to do like a crab salad on English muffins with some provolone cheese and then broil them.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, the only place I've used the fake crab is at Genghis Grill. They have crab meat in there to add to your. It's one of those places where you go and you put all the ingredients into a bowl and then they cook it for you.
Yeah, we call it hoo-ha, but yeah, I know you're Mongolian grill.
Yep. And I've learned the trick to those is go get your put your proteins on last because the proteins can stack real fucking high without falling out of the bowl.
Right. I just get 2, but even though you're not supposed to.
Yeah,
Yes.
Genghis Grill, they give you a bowl.
You went on the document, sir. Before I get into that,
Okay.
if I
But you go
turn
get
your
the bowl.
attention back to some of the comments on the language used in the January 29th and February 1st or 2nd text communications among your friend group. With reference to that particular time frame in the language that you used, what sort of information have you gathered to that point, and why would you say or use that particular language particularly in your descriptions of the defendant?
So this is, 16, 18 hours later, and I conducted multiple interviews.
Speak up.
Conducted multiple interviews. We knew Mr. O'Keefe never went into Fairview Road. We knew there was one shoe at the scene, one shoe at the hospital. Based off Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, Miss Reed's statements when Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed her, her broken taillight, the missing taillight, some taillight pieces found at the scene, the compelling evidence pointing directly at Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle led me to make those comments. Whether, like I said, they weren't professional comments, but based on the day's investigation, it was clear that Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the documents before you, do you recognize those?
I do.
And as far as the participants in that particular conversation, who are the participants listed there?
It's Trooper David DeChico and myself.
And Trooper DeChico and yourself both work within the same unit with the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And beyond the professional relationship you have with yourself, between yourself and Trooper DeChico, how would you characterize your relationship, generally speaking?
We're buddies, we golf together, hang outside of work, our kids play together. So I'd say, we're friends.
Now, within the, again, as far as the first message sent, date and time, and last message sent, date and time within this conversation, if you could describe that for the jury.
First message sent, date and time, March 17th, 2022, 11:08 a.m. Last message sent, date and time, August 18th, 2022, 6:08 a.m.
And again, the number of messages listed within this text chain?
87.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain 87 text messages, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, just in general terms, if you have an opportunity to just look at the first couple pages there, fair to say those are just sort of jokes that you have going back and forth between yourself and Trooper DeChico, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention specifically to page 2632. And these are text messages starting on April 28, 2022 at 10:52 in the morning. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the time again, sir?
April 28, 2022, 10:52 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And again, sir, with reference to this page, if you could read the content to the jury and please indicate whom is speaking at each respective times.
Okay. I start out without a doubt. He's got diarrhea of the mouth too. Trooper DeChico, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. I respond, Yuri and I had two conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. Trooper DeChico responds, not good enough, should have had me or Jeff do it. I respond, if you two did it, she would have made it accidental or natural causes.
And can you explain the context of those communications, or what exactly is it that you and Trooper DeChico are talking about in that communication?
Okay, so the ME is the medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. Our office, it's kind of a little bit of a locker room.
Hold on, wait for the ambulance and then speak up. The jurors can't hear you way back where the court officer's standing.
Well, turn up the speakers for them, damn it.
So like I said, the ME stands for medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. I guess I'll address the conference calls Sergeant Buchanan and I had with the medical examiner. The doctor had some questions as to the facts and evidence, kind of what had transpired, which is common. You know, even if it's a homicide, I've had many calls with the medical examiner's office, even if it's a suicide or overdose, always with a homicide, the doctor wants to know what transpired. Trooper DeChico and myself, we kind of like to bust each other's chops, go back and forth. So that's what he meant by saying, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. The original determination came back.
Sustained. Next question, Mr. Marley.
Now, as far as attending the autopsy, is that something that typically someone within your office would do, within your unit would do with regard to any sort of death investigation?
Yes.
And do you know who attended the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe in this specific case?
Trooper Connor Keefe.
And so as far as Trooper DeChico's reference to you not going in, or Sergeant Buchanan not going in, is that what you believe Trooper DeChico was referring to in that message?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You indicated that you and Trooper DeChico bust each other's chops. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And can you describe a little more, expound upon that as far as the nature of your relationship and sort of the text messages that you exchange in this and then other communications that you have?
Basically just, kind of needling each other, and him doing that is by saying, texting me, rookie move, not going into meeting with the medical examiner. So that's a perfect example of him kind of just needling me, which we do on a daily basis.
And as far as your interpretation of that, did you interpret that as a serious comment or something said in jest?
I interpreted that as a typical joke from Trooper DeChico.
May I approach Trooper Treef?
Yes.
I'm guessing they're having to go through all these because the defense is going to want to go into them.
Yeah, basically, this trooper has a current internal affairs investigation against him for statements he's apparently made. They don't really know how bad it is or what punishment he's facing, but they're addressing it head on.
Yes.
You recognize that?
Text messages between myself and Trooper DeChico.
And again, what is the first message sent?
Yeah, I would imagine they don't like their investigators.
Number of messages contained therein.
Running their time, April 28th,
running their
2022
gums
at
about
1:09
the active
p.m.
investigations.
Last message sent, date and time.
Even to friends and family.
April 28th, 2022, 4:45 p.m.
And the number of messages, sir?
4.
And if you could read the contents of those messages contained therein. Please indicate who's speaking.
Ooh, Gia has posted her sloppy Joe recipe or sloppy Joe recipe.
She was a whack job.
I now have a copy.
And if you ask your mommy really nice,
Chico
she might make it
responds,
for you
"Dear
one
God,
day.
WTF?
Probably not.
What the hell is inconclusive about the whole thing?"
And as far as your indication there, as far as she was a whack job, who are you referring to there?
Miss Reed.
Now, as far as the undetermined of what you're talking about, what is sort of the content or the context of this conversation?
That would be the manner of death was determined to be undetermined by the medical examiner's office.
And so I ask you again, as far as your reference there in the bottom of the first page, as far as she was a whack job, whom do you believe you're referring to there?
Again,
Reed or the medical examiner?
Miss Reed.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And while we've got a slight break, remember we're going to either 4 or 4:30 today. We will be back tonight at 6 o'clock Eastern with our newscast. Then we are off from the trial tomorrow because I believe it's a day off in the court. We'll be back then, 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night with our newscast. Then at 8 o'clock Eastern, it's the Thursday All-Star panel on a Tuesday. That's 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. where it counts, 6 p.m. Mountain, and 5 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow night, where we'll be having a discussion of all the news that's fit to print and then some that's not.
You just call it Talk Show Tuesdays.
Well, it's only going to last another week or two, depending on how this court goes. Also, all of our daily news stories have been posted both on YouTube and in our Discord server, updated to links from them, or you can just wait for the newscast tonight to see them all while being entertained by me. Me. Again, 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. where it counts, 4 p.m. Mountain, and 3 p.m. Pacific tonight for the newscast.
Wait a minute. Chili's lawyer is your special guest?
No special guests.
You said me.
Me? No, he and me have divorced. He and me are no more.
I thought maybe me was coming on to spill the beans.
Well, he might, now that Chili is saying he's incompetent. Maybe we can hire me to come on board and spill the beans.
I think he's still covered by
Go ahead, Hank.
attorney-client privilege.
Well, that's horrible. Horrible.
I thought it was covered in Nutella, but...
No, that's Chili the moment he gets out of jail.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's available in their commissary.
And that reminds me to go check the links.
I take just a second for the council. Gonna pay you folks briefly on this packet.
We've got a sidebar. Sidebar, people.
Woo-hoo!
12. Who had 12 again?
I did. And Shuggy.
And Shuggy had 12.
He ruined it for me.
Yes, don't worry. It'll get to my 13 later.
No, well, it's gonna hold here. It's gonna hold here, I tell you. It's gonna hold, I tell you.
Got an hour and 15 minutes left, folks. Will we stay at 12?
It might.
Or will we go to
might make it
13?
higher.
Might be higher. How can it get higher than that?
Well, we've had several back-to-back-to-back. I mean, in the first hour, there was 3 sidebars.
That's right.
In the first
not gonna
hour,
let it go, Timo.
they spent more time in sidebars than they spent out of sidebar.
Cicero had 12 too.
And Gia has now posted her recipe. And Gia's recipe book copy, we can see what her recipe book looks like over in general chat on my Discord server. You can get the link to that in the scroll below. It's a safe space, kind of, even though Hank's occasionally there.
And Heidi had 12.
Heidi had 12 too. Okay.
So we're all rooting for just no more sidebars.
Well, speaking of rooting and tooting,
you've got a Discord, Jim?
Yes, I do. In fact, you're on it. You just haven't been there for a while. In fact, you are a moderator on my Discord.
You're doing a bang-up job, too.
Yes. Well, Pope Phil II is clergy. He's got special things when you mention the papalrati. Things happen for nobody else on my server. There's all sorts of surprises over on my Discord server.
Just type in papalrati.
And things happen.
The papalrati?
Papal.
And I will be right back. I hear a cat a-calling. And no, that's not saying I have to go use the bathroom. Someone's howling out there. Be right back.
And another fine...
Got a cat calling Ralph.
Jim's making cat calls. Yeah, just rub it in, crusty old witch. With 13. We're in a race to the finish as we have a fine close-up of Karen Reed, who's looking mighty Karen Reedish today.
She's looking a little sweaty today. She's got some sweaty balls on, don't she? She might
Sweaty
like your salted, sweaty balls.
She might have had a tasty, salty, sweaty ball roll for lunch.
Her hair is out of place. She may have had a roll in the hay. A hay roll.
You are unmuted.
An Aiden special?
Every time we travel.
That's right.
Every time we travel and we see a hay bale in the field, that's when we put. Hi.
Hey.
Hey. You those look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread between myself, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Kokowski.
And Trooper Kaskowski is another trooper within your unit in the state police, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read from the first message sent, date and time, and the last message sent, date and time.
First message sent, date and time, 5/24/2022, 9:21 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/24/2022, 4:56 p.m.
And as far as the number of messages indicated within this text chain between yourself, Trooper Kakowski, and Trooper DeChico?
494.
Fair to say the documents before you do not contain 494 text messages, correct?
Correct.
Just in reference to that first page 2635, first message sent, that's May 24th, 2022, around 9:21 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a message sent from Trooper Kaskowski, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that?
Appears to be a picture of a toy Santa Claus.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2644. If I could direct you to the bottom of the page, sir, you see the text from yourself at June 9th, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
Yes.
Very bottom of the page. And Your Honor, may I approach just to point it out?
Yes.
Yeah, I see it, sir. Okay.
If you could read what you wrote on June 9th, 2022, around that time, sir.
If you like women who shit themselves.
Again, sir, what is it that you're referring to there?
Again, a regrettable comment I made about Miss Reed's medical condition.
Now, if I could direct you to the following page, 2645. And again, if you could read from that page as far as who is, indicate to the jury who is speaking and what is being said on page 2645.
I'm speaking right now. The statement she made tonight at H7 was mental. Thank Christ it was on BWC, which is body worn camera. Trooper Kukowski responds, that's her. Smoke. Trooper Kukowski again, what'd she say? I respond, said the Alberts beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross. Trooper DeChico.
How would that?
Oh, fuck her, bitch.
Who knows?
Unless she parked in the basement.
Thank you, sir. May I approach to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
But you know that
Sir, with
the
reference to that
prosecution's
last
going
bit
to
as
be
far
with
as
him
June
till
9th,
close today.
2022, what was going on that day in reference to this matter again?
Miss Reed was being processed at the Milton Barracks.
Thank you. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to give another set of documents. Do you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread with members from my office, troopers.
And who are the troopers that are listed within that?
Trooper Chris Moore, Trooper Jeff Kukowski, Lieutenant John Fanning, Trooper Dave DeChico, and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan.
And what is the first message sent, date and time?
That would be 5/26/2022 at 8:19 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/26/2022, 5:36 p.m.
And what is listed as far as the number of messages within this chain?
651.
And it's fair to say the documents before you do not contain all 651 of those messages within this chain. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2682. You see a message sent from Trooper DeChico on August 17th, 2022 at 9:42 p.m.
Yes.
And is that an image contained on the next page, which is 2683?
Yes, it is.
And what is the image of?
That is a picture of Mr. Yannetti, appears to be from quite some time ago.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2684. And there's a response from you, August 17th, 2022 at 9:44 p.m. Is that correct?
Sorry, sir, go with the date and time again, please.
Sure. Page 2684, 8/17/2022, 9:44 p.m.
Yes,
You see there's like sort of three responses from you.
I have you now.
If you could just read the three responses from yourself, sir.
Okay, so these came from me. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Now, with reference
No
to
nudes?
the investigation
Oh,
at
God.
this point, when you're talking about his client's phone, who are you referring to?
Miss Reed.
And with regards to the phone at that point, can you describe for the jury sort of what's going on during this time period of August 17th, 2022 in regard to Ms. Reed's phone?
So after obtaining a search warrant for Miss Reed's phone, we weren't able to extract any data from it until August of 2023. Troopers in my office knew I was going through the phone that evening. I was most interested in location data, text messages, Google searches. That was the update I gave the troopers in the office. It was a distasteful joke. I should have gave a proper update instead of that. I wasn't able to go through the phone as thoroughly as possible because I came across some text between an attorney and Ms. Reed, so I had to stop going through her phone, and I made my supervisors aware of those communications.
Now, just in reference to what you had just said, this is in August of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
So after a search warrant is obtained for the defendant's phone, where did it go? You indicated you gave it to Trooper Garino, and where did it go from there?
Trooper Garino essentially hooks it up to a device called Gray Key, where he tries every possible combination passcodes in order to access the data contained in the phone.
And at that time, when you retrieved it pursuant to the search warrant, you didn't have the passcode to the defendant's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
So that device is designed to sort of go through numbers and try to find a combination to get into the phone, correct?
Correct.
And so from the time that you had seized it in late January or on January 29th, 2022, until this date in August of 2022, had you been able to get into the phone or see anything in the phone in those intervening months or 7 months between January and August?
No.
And so then at this time that you're sending this text message in August of 2022, is that around the time that you were first able to access the phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, that was the first time we were able to have access to the phone.
And with reference to your access to the phone, were you looking for nudes or anything like that in regard to the defendant?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Like I stated, I was most interested in Miss Reed's location data, text communications, Google searches, things of that nature. More evidence contained within the phone.
And so, sir, you mentioned at some point you came across some information that caused you to sort of freeze your looking through the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that specific time period in August of 2022, when was the next time that you or any troopers from your office were able to actually look at any extraction of the defendant's phone?
So once I came across that text communication that took place on the 29th between Ms. Reed and an attorney, the phone had to be sent off to what they call a taint team to remove any attorney-client privilege information from the phone, and then it would be returned to us, as well as defense received a copy of that as well. I'm not positive on the time. It was quite a long turnaround for that process to have been completed.
Sometime at least in the spring or summer of 2023. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
May I approach to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to see you at sidebar so I don't interrupt your cross.
Sidebar. Hank is now winning.
It's rigged, I tell you, rigged.
So yes, Turtle Boy is posting that this is over because the jurors have rolled their eyes. There's no coming back from this, and the case should just end right now.
Oh, okay. So the trooper being unprofessional somehow equates to something.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Meanwhile, Mr. Turtle Boy calls his partner, the previous officer, officer, Trooper Buchek, he calls him Bukkake, which is a very graphic sexual act.
Oh, yeah.
That's what all the Turtle Boy people call that one trooper, as Kate
Gotcha.
just pointed out in the tweet I am posting. And folks, if you don't have Twitter, we do collect the tweets automatically over on my server under the Gia Reads Mean Tweets area. You can see the gist of the tweets going out. Sometimes it doesn't capture everything, but yeah.
Occasionally it does.
It does most of the time. If you don't want to be bothered with Twitter, we have it right there for you. We may be adding Facebook groups to it since Turtle Boy has a bunch of them.
Oh, nice. What could possibly go wrong?
Turtle Boy does have a good point on this one. At no point in the examination of Proctor did they talk about the actual investigation, other than passing stuff. It was all addressing all of this negative context about Proctor.
I thought at the beginning they talked about the investigation.
Just a little of it, but the rest of it focused on his inappropriate comments. Though they were peppering it in as they were going through those comments. Like they'd say something outrageous and then something about the investigation, then outrageous, then something about the investigation. So they were trying to buffer it, it felt like.
Okay.
But yeah, according to Turtle Boy, this is over. They should just let her go because the lead investigator is a butthead.
Okay, it doesn't work like that, but okay.
Yeah.
I am somewhat surprised if he still has a job.
Yeah.
Well, he is under internal affairs investigation. They are not allowed to talk about it right now because they were supposed to have a hearing on what they could talk about before he even got on the stand. But yeah.
Well, they might have had that hearing not on the record.
Right. But do you throw out all... I mean, they're basically trying to turn this guy into Mark Furman. Do you throw out everything because he acted inappropriately?
No, but that's why the prosecution is doing what they're doing right now. I mean, if you ask the LA prosecution if they would have much rather pulled the pin on the Furman grenade themselves, I think they would have said, yes, that was a technical error on our part.
Well, the problem, the LA prosecutor, she thought she had a victory, so she didn't even bother.
Well, it's
she
sort
thought
of
it
like
was a slam dunk case.
sort of like the defense in this case. Their witnesses, their expert witnesses, are the ones from the federal investigation. They didn't go out and get their own, except for this doctor that they're trying to get in at the last minute.
Right.
They don't have their own investigators. They didn't pay for them. They're relying on this inconclusive federal investigation that literally went nowhere, indicted nobody, found no wrongdoing, and with all of Turtle Boy's claims that the FBI was going to come in, swoop in, arrest the prosecutors, arrest all the witnesses, and send people to jail, the only two people involved in this case who are facing indictments, and one's on trial right now, is Karen Reed and Turtle Boy. Those are the two facing any sort of charges.
Right.
Yeah. Karen Reed.
You are unmuted.
All right, so just before
I'm not gonna.
you start,
I'm
then,
not
so
going
we'll
to call it a
finish
slam dunk
for-
case that she's definitely going to
we're
get found
trying to
guilty,
figure out
but
this time I'm going to meet with the
I
lawyers
don't
that-
see Turtle Boy making it out of this one without some
trying
jail
to
time.
work all that out, but as it looks right now, I thought it was going to interfere with another day this week. As it looks
Or should I
right
say
now,
prison
it
time?
may
Hold on.
not. At the most, it will be half an afternoon or something, maybe on Friday. But it does now look good that we'll be able to continue with this. We're out tomorrow, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday will be full days, and we'll be able to keep moving. All right.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Super Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th specifically, you were sitting at your desk, presumably alone at your office, at about 10 p.m. at night, going through my client's personal cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you were sitting there texting with your friends and colleagues at Massachusetts State Police about you going through her personal cell phone. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And that included Trooper DeChico, is that right?
DeChico, yes, sir.
Trooper Fanning, Trooper Buchnick, Trooper Moore, and Trooper Kaczkowski.
Kakowski.
Tell me that again?
Kakowski.
Kakowski.
Yes, sir.
All right, all the consonants are silent. Fair enough. Trooper Fanning and Trooper Buchnick are your supervisors.
Yes.
Sounds nice and shitty about
And you were bragging
each and
to
every one of
all
those.
5 of them that you were going through Karen Reed's cell phone about 9:45 at night.
Jackson.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
No, I wasn't bragging, sir.
How did you refer to Ms. Reed in that text exchange where you informed them that you were going through her phone?
I use regrettable language. I said going through his retarded client's phone right now.
You were shown a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Unetti, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Same document. I need a copy. Your Honor, I think the court has the copy that I was going to use.
I thought I gave him back to you.
Examination. You'd received a photograph. Actually, Your Honor, if I could, I would ask that this document be marked as next in order. Assuming the witness verifies its authenticity.
So go ahead.
Do you recognize this document?
I do, sir.
Same document that you were shown, copy of the same document that you were shown by Mr. Unetti, correct?
Stilali.
I've done that twice. Mr. Lally.
Correct.
Wow.
Is that a true and accurate reflection of the text messages that you were exchanging with Chris Moore, Jeff Kakowski, John Fanning, Vito DeChico, and Yuri Buchanan?
Can he say their names any more shittily?
Oh,
Yes.
I'm sure. I'm sure. He
Excuse me, Mark.
Okay, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
I mean,
All right, I'll see you outside on there. Have that, please.
Sidebar.
Yep, I didn't think 13 was gonna last.
Sidebar with less than an hour left. We've got a sidebar. Sidebar before dinner. Will it spoil your dinner?
Yes. Yes, it will.
It'll spoil your dinner?
And while I
Speaking of-
generally am happy for the business, I'm about ready to call last call on sidebar.
But what if the sidebar is your dinner?
Well, then you're shit out of luck.
Then you're shit out of luck.
Shit out of luck. Well, folks, the Sidebar Express will be closing soon. It's 3:38 in the East Coast, 2:38 where it counts, 1:38 in Mountain Time, and a little after 12:38 on the West Coast. Remember, tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. where it counts, 4 p.m. Mountain, and 3 p.m. Pacific, we're having our daily newscast.
Specific?
We will... Pacific.
Specific?
Syphilis. That's right, on the Syphilis coast. Remember, Floyd Wallace brought you the advice this morning that if you ever have unprotected sex, you can make any hangers on or any STDs go away by simply taking a shower and washing yourself. So,
okay.
Yes. I will warn you, the Floyd Wallace experience is quite graphic today. Yeah. As he may or may not have hired prostitutes to talk to his chat last night.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a little unclear. It's a little, just slightly unclear.
I mean, they met on Tinder. He didn't know their names. They're supposedly good friends. And they brought another man in who refused to be on camera and seemed to be quite mean and was looking at his watch a lot. So,
Sure.
Who knows? But it is Floyd Wallace. Floyd sold the women's contact information for $50 each to anyone who DM'd him after sending him the $50 per woman.
Okay.
Yes. And he assured his fans that both were single.
Well,
Floyd,
I'm sure if you pay them enough, they will say they're single.
Yes, any fantasy will do. In fact, it's Fantasy Island, now starring Floyd Wallace, with Chili DeCastro as tattoo.
The plane!
Chili DeCastro. She doesn't look happy.
No. I can't imagine why.
I don't know. It's been a rough day for them. But then again, it's a joyous day because they're going to milk this guy for all he's worth. I bet you Proctor goes all day on Wednesday if they do not have the voir dire on Wednesday.
Oh, you have to imagine he is salivating over the chance.
You are unmuted.
5, 6, 7 there. Okay. And then I would ask you to give it back to the witness, please.
Thanks.
Mrs. Tom, if you're talking about Floyd Wallace, yes, we have links in the article to Floyd Wallace's latest live stream. You can find it over on our Discord server in the Floyd Wallace area, or you can find links here on YouTube.
Yes.
Or the paper and finer newsstands everywhere.
Proctor, Trooper DeChico had sent you a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, because of the technical issue, I'm not going to display on the television. May I display this hard copy briefly?
Sure.
Thank you. You see that, gentleman?
I do, sir.
Is that the photograph that you received?
Yes.
Is that what you referred to on direct examination with Mr. Lally about receiving a photograph from Mr. Of Mr. Yannetti?
Correct.
And then your response was what?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
Well, we all hate
Actually,
that
the
man.
response was, I'm going through his retarded client's phone right now, correct?
Yes, after the picture, sir, yes.
Who's the retarded client?
I was referring to Miss Reed, again, unprofessional language.
I'm asking who you were referring to.
Miss
I know
Reed.
you've got an explanation. Who was it you were referring to as retarded?
Miss Reed.
Karen Reed, the woman sitting to my left.
Yes, sir.
The subject of your investigation as a professional, correct?
Yes, sir.
As an unbiased, objective investigator, the person that you were investigating, you referred to your bosses as retarded, correct?
Again, poor language on my part.
Poor language is one way to put it. Completely offensive is another way to put it, right?
Objection.
I've got to sustain that, Mr. Jackson.
After you referred to my client as retarded, then you decided to make a comment about Mr. Yannetti, her lawyer, correct?
Correct.
And what did you say about Mr. Yannetti again?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
I hate that man. I truly hate him, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say I dislike him, disagree with him. You said I hate him, correct?
Correct, sir.
That's a visceral response to someone who's just
A
doing
cop
a job,
hating a
correct?
defense attorney.
Objection.
Who would think? Who would have thought?
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Let me ask it this way. Were you upset or annoyed or pissed off that Karen Reed had gotten representation, legal representation, to represent her?
No, not at all. That's her right.
Well, let me ask you this. In August of 2022,
Maybe he's dealt with your Mr. Yannetti.
I don't know if he used absolutely.
That's before, and yeah.
Yeah, I didn't use absolutely, sir.
You used truly, correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about him now? He's sitting right there.
I still don't care for him now.
Right. I'll let it stand.
Yannetti mouthed something at that one.
What did you tell your colleagues that you were looking
Probably I don't
for
like you
as
either.
you sat at almost 10 p.m. at night on a Wednesday night, August 17th, 2022, looking through Karen Reed's phone?
I didn't tell them I was looking through anything. They knew I was going through Miss Reed's phone. I provided a inappropriate joke as an update. They knew I was going through location data, text messages, Google searches. But like I had mentioned earlier, I had stopped.
Except for Proctor, none of that really professional sounding stuff ended up in your comments to your bosses, did it?
Again, it was a poor joke.
Is that yes or no?
Did you not know?
It did not.
No,
As a
sir.
matter of fact, what did you write after you talked about going through the, quote, retarded client's phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No nudes so far.
No nudes so far, correct?
Correct.
And you said that to your bosses.
Yes, sir.
You were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed on a Wednesday night as you sat in your office at 9:44 p.m., correct?
No, not correct.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever looked for naked photos of a male suspect that you were investigating?
I don't look for naked photos in anyone's phones.
But you said you were looking for nudes of Miss Reed.
Like I had said, Mr. Jackson, it was an inappropriate joke.
Sir, this is a citizen. She's a woman.
And
You were
he's
supposed
a
to be
human
objectively
being.
investigating. Does
And
your
he's a
text
citizen
message to
too.
Your colleagues,
Yes.
and not just the state
So-
police, reflect an objective investigation.
And Turtle Boy is
And what-
dunking on this.
You can get part of that
And-
question and ask it again.
what he thinks is
Do
a
you
private
believe
conversation
that
with
your
his
text
colleagues.
messages were reflective of an objective investigator?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you believe that, Trooper Proctor?
I believe poor jokes have, in unprofessional language, have no bearing on the integrity and the facts and physical evidence of this case.
It's not that they don't have any bearing on the facts and integrity. It's that they have no place in a professional investigation because it shows bias, right?
Objection.
So I have to sustain that as asked. Go ahead and ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating Karen Reed as objectifying her, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Isn't that right?
Rephrase the question, please.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating her as objectifying her in those moments, correct?
He really
Again,
wants
Mr.
to, one
Jackson,
of
it was
those.
a poor
if the
choice
glove
of words in
doesn't
the
fit
joke
statements, doesn't
that I
he?
should not have texted out.
Yeah.
But from the start of the investigation, we didn't know what we had.
And your, Trooper Proctor, your point in saying no nudes so far to your colleagues in Massachusetts State Police was to suggest that you were looking for nudes and you'd update them when you found them, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, let me ask you a question. Did you find any nudes of
Again,
Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photos, sir.
Did you find any nudes of Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photos, sir.
You weren't successful in your quest.
I came across text messages from Miss Reed to another attorney on January 29th, so I had to stop looking through her phone.
So you got sidetracked before you could get to the naked pictures of Miss Reed. Is that what you're saying?
Sustained.
To be clear, when you sent those text messages on that group chat, those text messages included, as we said, or as you said, not one, but two of your supervisors, correct?
Right.
Were you ever reprimanded for your conduct in sending
Here we
that
go.
text message?
Objection.
So that's sustained. Do we need to go to sidebar based on what you told me earlier?
We do not.
Okay, so,
I'll ask it a different way.
okay.
Did either Trooper Fanning or Trooper Buchanan dress you down in a responsive text message in that text thread for doing something so abhorrent as looking for nudes or referring to nudes of a female suspect or subject of your investigation? Did that ever happen?
Not that I can recall.
As a matter of fact, in reference to one of the text messages in the same string, your boss, Yuri Buchanan, actually responded to the photo of Mr. Yannetti, didn't he?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He did, sir.
After you received the photo, that's when you said, I'm, quote, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow this, but not too many more.
Sure. Is that correct? It's on the top of page
Yes, sir.
685.
That's correct.
And Yuri Buchanan liked that comment. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Didn't he?
I see you laughed at an image here, sir. I can't tell if he liked that comment, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I don't know if it's just because it's faded or, yeah, my copy's faded.
Top 2685. You can use my copy if that helps.
All right. Thank you.
What do you see on the top of that page?
That Sergeant Buchanan liked it.
Like what?
The going through his retarded client's phone, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take my copy.
There you go.
Yes. Homicide detectives
So you
probably
supervise
rely
the
on a
Massachusetts
dark
State
sense
Police
of humor
not
to
only
stay
didn't
sane
ride you
dealing
for
with
making comments like this,
homicides
encourage
day
them.
in, day out.
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, this is your direct chain of command. Is that right? Yuri Buchanan?
Yes, sir.
Did you believe that your conduct was a misuse of your authority and power as you were going through her phone in August of 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I had a warrant signed by a district clerk, Stoughton District Clerk, to go through Miss Reed's phone. I don't think it was an abuse of power. I had every right to go through that phone.
Did the warrant say anything about looking for news of my client?
Objection.
Did it
No,
say anything about that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
So that would be an abuse of the power that was given to you by the court, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That comment doesn't prove he was looking for news.
No, it
Trooper
doesn't.
Proctor, you'd agree that the hallmark of any good investigation, as you've been taught and others in Massachusetts State Police have been taught, is that the investigation and the investigator have to be fair. They have to be impartial. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Meaning that the investigation has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes, sir.
The investigator has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes.
The investigation has to be free of bias. Is that right?
Correct.
You can't be biased against the person that you're investigating. That would compromise the entire thing, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Basically, you follow the evidence. You're supposed to follow the evidence wherever it takes you, right?
Correct.
Good or bad, top to bottom, just follow the evidence and report it back. That's how an investigation is supposed to be run, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And these are things that you learn early on at Massachusetts State Police Academy and then in your detective training. Isn't that right?
It is.
Literally, it's part of an oath that you took at the academy that you will, quote, faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent on you as a Massachusetts State Police trooper, right?
Yes, sir.
You swore that oath.
I did.
When you start an investigation, everybody in that investigation should be treated exactly the same. Don't you believe that's true?
Correct.
Everybody, have you ever heard the phrase, everybody's a suspect until they're not? Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's especially important early in an investigation, before all of the facts are known, that the investigator is not compromised by bias, prejudice, right?
Correct.
Most important early in the investigation, because that's when the most things are up in the air. There's the cloud, the fog of not knowing exactly what the truth is, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, you don't get to pick a suspect and then try to find evidence to support your choice, right?
Correct.
But in this case, it's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Absolutely not.
All right, Mr. Jackson, why don't we end for today?
This is as good a place as any. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
All right, so folks, we're off tomorrow. Those same three cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you Wednesday morning. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right now, it's anticipated will be full days of testimony shortly. Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, jury
Okay, we'll give him a minute. While we have a break, it looks like Chili DeCastro's Maryland court date, his trial for next week, has been rescheduled to September 3rd, 2024. No documents as of yet, but I heard Colin may be going to get them.
All right, so one last time at sidebar for scheduling, okay?
Sidebar!
15. Lucky 15.
Let me save this. Sorry, I'll get back
I
to that screen.
I think Wednesday we're going to start with a sidebar palooza.
Probably.
Ooh.
I wonder if they're going to do Void Deer tomorrow. Get all those people in. Because if they're
I don't
having
know why.
freehold, go ahead.
I don't know why they're not having court tomorrow, so might not be. I mean, I don't know.
So Aiden Kearney, while calling the Officer Bukaki, is saying the problem isn't just Proctor, it's the entire Massachusetts State Police, where
Yes.
a culture like this is acceptable.
Yes.
So while using a graphic sexual term for a state trooper, the pot kettle black.
Yeah.
I still say, especially homicide detectives, it's going to be similar to the military, where a dark sense of humor is a tactic to stay sane with what you've got to go through.
Yeah, definitely a coping mechanism.
She is very happy right now. She is laughing.
That's because she caught those dirty bastards.
And Turtle Boy is looking around. Is that one of his turtle suits?
He's got a little bit extra tall box to be standing on today.
Yeah.
He looks almost as tall as the guy next to him.
He's wearing lifts. He's wearing lifts. Just trying them out.
Oh Lord, please don't say that we're having a hearing tomorrow. We earned the day off.
Or is he just as tall as the guy next to him because they're sitting down?
We earned the day off. Don't tell us that it's tomorrow.
What?
The voir dire hearing.
That wouldn't be televised anyway.
Yes, it is, because they've done it before, including a couple of times now.
Sons of bitches.
Okay.
Yeah, they previously stopped, sent the jury out, and did voir dire. So let's see what happens. Good Lord. Look, she's happy and talking to her parents. Because she knows it's over. It's over, according to Turtle Boy. There's no coming back from this.
That's Turtle Boy, the epitome of legal expert.
Yes. Echoed by the DUI guy and the Glarer and Tom CPU. The fine, upstanding Tom CPU. The one who was threatening unborn children the other day. Because it's Tom CPU. Outstanding individual.
And don't forget you're going to think about me on your wedding day.
Yes. Good Lord. They don't need to put on defense now. All they have to do is say, Proctor was evil.
Client?
Yes, Proctor was evil.
Just point at Karen and say retarded client. I can get behind that.
And Turtle Boy says he'll be on Howie Carr in 29 minutes.
I could get behind Turtle Boy coming out with a T-shirt with Karen Reed's face on it, going retarded client.
All right, thank you very much.
All rise for the court, please.
That was it. Oh, Lord. Well, folks, it's been another one here. We're off tomorrow until we're not. We'll see if there's anything going on. If there is a hearing tomorrow, I will check it early and see if there's anything going on, and then I'll schedule it.
And often.
Yes.
Early and often.
But We're going to go around the panel with any last words before we play the closing theme and go to the after credit scene. Hank, any last words? Pope Phil, any last words?
Was it before or after? Was it before or after?
And Pope Phil, my last words are, no, there are no nudes of myself on my phone when you go through it. For the eventual investigation.
I know, because I heard from Really Cool Rose, she prefers you with your clothes on.
That's right, folks. My clothes are remaining on, including my socks. Though my cloven hooves are too sexy for words. So with that, folks, let's get on with the end credits, and then we'll do our after credit scene, and then Hank's off for a nap, and I'll be back on at 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. where it counts, 4 p.m. Mountain, and 3 p.m. Pacific. Specifically Pacific.
I'm off to make sloppy joes. Sloppy joes. Sloppy joes.
Slappy.
For the Really Cool Newscast. Good night, everybody, till 2 hours from now.
Mow the damn lawn, Parsons. Looking like a hippie.
We don't care if the carpet matches the drapes as long as you keep it clean.
Bleach will clear up that rash, Jim.
Remember to take a shower after being with Floyd Wallace. You know where it's been.
How many decades has it been since you've seen your carpet draped?
Turtle Boy got carpal tunnel. You know how, same as I do.
From tweeting?
From searching Karen Reed's phone. That's right, Turtle Boy's looking for the news. Looking for them dudes.
That's why Proctor couldn't find the authority removed.
That's why Turtle Boy's gone blind. That's right. That's why he wore that color to court. Ladies and gentlemen, we now talk over each other.
Very professional.
We keep talking and talking, and we're going to talk over each other. And sometimes Karen Reed gets naked. It's just natural.
Professional, because Really Cool News.
And people turn to stone when they see it, because that's professional.
Professional.
You know, she's just a professional.